The Horrible Gamers podcast may contain content not suitable for all ages. Listener discretion is advised.
Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to Horrible Gamers Podcast, show number 344. We record on March the 7th, 2021. I'm one of your hosts, Jesus Gonzalez. Jesus walks out today. I'm joined by my friend from the West Coast, the best coast, Gunny Chief, Henley Merrill. Welcome back, Henley. Welcome.
Hey guys, it's good to be back on the show again.
Oh, welcome. Welcome.
We were taking off last week. It was cool.
Yeah, where were you? What happened?
Good question. Where was I last week? I think I was just doing the house thing.
Oh.
The old vacation home.
The house
remodeling.
That's what we call it nowadays. The old house thing.
Pretty much. It's getting old. That real work thing is really getting old.
It's like you bought a house just to fix it, and like you're never gonna live in it. That's what it seems like.
It does. People are thinking. I get that question all the time. Now, are you remodeling that so you can flip it or sell it or rent it?
Are you a house flipper, Gunny? Is that what you're doing?
Yeah, it's pretty much It's all remodel for us for our future. It's for us to live.
So you like it has to be perfect before you move in.
Absolutely.
You couldn't just move in and then remodel before as you're there.
See, I would have done that. I would have just been like, drop my bags down. I'm good to go. But no, not for the wife. No,
She's like, fuck you, Gunny. You gotta fucking fix this shit before I move in.
You're Gunny the builder now, not Gunny the gamer. I was like, no.
Anyways, from Little Ohio in this high-rise condo with his butler and his free tacos, the Mayo, Steve Willier is back. Welcome back, Mayo. Welcome.
Well, hello there, Jesus, and welcome back,
Howdy.
Gunny.
Thanks, Mayo. You know what? I listened to last week's episode. I was thinking, no, I think it was Tigerus that talked about an elevator, or was that you, Jesus? And
No,
I thought, well, what about an escalator? Couldn't you just like have an escalator going to the second floor?
There we go. That's what we need. That'd make us unique here. We had escalators going.
Like electric ones?
Yeah, like in the mall. You know, I could just set my stuff on there when you move, and it just like haul it up for me. Like I wouldn't even have to do anything.
Yeah.
I'm gonna have to talk to some people. I'm gonna talk to the owners here. I'm gonna be like, we need escalators.
Next month, you get
We don't need more. We don't need any more TVs outside by the pool area or by the barbecue area that we have, or by the car wash. We can have escalators in all of our hallways. Would be kind of cool.
You guys have a car wash in your fucking place?
Yeah. We have a car wash in our complex.
You have a car wash in your complex? Where do you live, Mayo? Seriously, bro. Like, who the fuck has a car wash in their complex where they live?
Well, evidently Ohioans. I don't know.
This is some weird shit, Gunny.
drive-through coffee thing there too, I would imagine.
Yeah, Mayo's like, yeah, we got our coffee barista over there.
Well, we do have a Starbucks machine like in our clubhouse. It like grinds all the. It's like an automated thing. It like grinds all the coffee and all that stuff and just kicks it out. That's free to use anytime. It makes all that stuff.
Yeah, that's complimentary, Gunny, like the butler. That just comes along with the place.
Yeah.
That's for new prospects for the apartment complex. That's not for you to use, okay? You could have your butler go get it for you, I suppose.
Yeah.
Mayo's
when
like,
it gets cold and there's some snow on the ground, I just send him over there. I'm like, dude, it's like the next building over. Walk over, get me a coffee, bring it back.
Yeah, go across the parking lot to the Starbucks, to our in-complex Starbucks. The barista knows what I like. Tell her the Mayo sent you. She knows what I like.
Right.
Apartment 34B. Oh, I already know. Thank you.
Well, they really know me when I bring my self-driving tractor over there. I just send that over there sometimes,
Nice.
send that over there, and I don't have to do anything. Like, I just have it brought to me that way.
Fancy. Anyways, welcome to the show, ladies and gentlemen. You can follow us on Twitter _Horrible Gamers. We serve you on iTunes. Join our Facebook group, Horrible Gamers Podcast Community on Facebook. Also, let's give a quick shout out to our friends before we get started here on Patreon at patreon.com/Horrible Gamers. And that supported the show with the monies of very special friends such as John Jerome, Jonathan, even bigger D than the other Big D Hall, the Mayo, Henley M, Evan the smallest D Tanaka, Adam Sunday, Robbie Wheat, Jesse Kraft, Pork Chop Poo, Vader Holic, Jason Sams, Bill Still Even the Biggest D Gardner II, Robert Noble, Chad, and Sean Pacharek. Thank you all for being Patreon machines.
Cool.
Woo! I love all of you. All of you. Yeah. Oh, yeah. Thank you for being Patreon machines, guys.
I love you, even the bigger D Hall.
Yeah, even the bigger D Hall. Anyways. Let's move on now to show feedback. The new segment of the show. Oh, what's up? What's up, Gunny? What were you going to say?
No. I thought you were looking for it, but it's there. Show feedback. The new. This is my first time interacting with the show feedback. Awesome.
Show feedback. I have some show feedback here for you, Gunny. Dirty Bite says, from the last show, he says, that was one of the best episodes in a long time. The whole talk on PC cost versus console cost is very true. That is very true. It was a good conversation we had there.
It was.
Also, Shallow Johnson says they need some more cowbell. Okay. Ricky Alfares says, I was thinking at the 3-hour episode, maybe an intermission in the middle with some more music or a blooper reel, and you should have the podcast in video and put on YouTube so people can match the face with the voices or voice with the face.
Oh, I don't know.
Yeah,
I don't
Ricky,
know.
this is a lot. You're doing, Ricky. This is not a...
But I guess our faces are not on YouTube.
Then you'd have to
This is
see
not-
Lumberjack Gunny over there, looking like a lumberjack with his shirt off half the time.
Feedback. This is recommendations.
Plaid shirt.
Yeah, whatever, Gunny, whatever. All right, this isn't feedback.
Record the video, Mayo, right? It's right there. We have it. I can record it. Upload that to YouTube.
Yeah, I guess if you want to, Gunny. It's all on you, Gunny. That's your project, Gunny, if you want to take that on. Also, Jonathan Hall says, loving the show as always. Biggest D of the ads, no matter what the other D says. 10.
Thanks, Big D.
this
Bigger
is-
D. Biggest D.
That made no sense, but okay. Okay, Jonathan. I mean, I bet he was really high when he wrote that. I bet you only he understands what he meant, but he only understands it if he's high. So, like,
Well, I kept part of it out. He was just saying that he forgot about the show feedback or something to that matter, so I just put that part in there. But I know where you're going, John.
I don't know where you're going, John. I don't know where you went. You went somewhere. You went somewhere. Not where I was thinking, but you went somewhere. Anyways, thank you all for the feedback. Let's do some more feedback for this week's show on the next show. But first, Mayo, if you want to sign up for some Stitcher Premium, you can. Head on over to Stitcher.com/premium and get yourself a premium account of Stitcher. With that, you get access to ad-free listening, exclusive content, and very, very special podcasts. To sign up, you can head on over right now to Stitcher.com/premium on your mobile device or on your desktop. Use promo code HorribleGamers to get yourself a month for free when you sign up for the monthly subscription of $4.99 a month. Yeah, get yourself a free month of said Stitcher Premium. Go right now. Use promo code HorribleGamers, all caps, no spaces. Also, let's give a quick shout out to our friends over at Redbubble at redbubble.com/ I don't know. I don't think it's Horrible Gamers, but you can search for Horrible Gamers in the search bar, and you find us in the store. You can buy yourself a nice shirt, a mug, some socks, a clock, a dock, a mug, not a rug. They should sell rugs.
Throw rugs, maybe? Something to wipe your feet on before you come in the house? Or no, something inside the door.
Something inside the door.
Something for the dog to lay on. Or a cat.
I guess. Maybe. They should sell dog beds, too.
Good idea.
We need to talk to Redbubble. Anyways, head on over there. Get some gear like our friends have. I have. We all have done it. And, yeah, go right now. Go get yourself some gear. From Horrible Gamers. Only at Redbubble. Let's give a quick shout out to our friends Fowler and Tissus for the intro song to the podcast. Our friend Ricky Alfares for the outro music to the podcast. And let's get to talking about video games. And what we played this week. I played a game this week. Mayo hopefully played something this week.
Mm-hmm.
Gunny, maybe.
I did.
Okay.
I played some.
Okay. Yeah, all right. Anyways. Let's talk about video games. You guys want to talk about video games?
Yeah, I suppose. I mean, that's where we are here, I guess.
Okay.
I played a newer one, Jesus.
Oh, do you feel special?
I do, because I actually stopped playing Valheim to actually go play Curse of the Dead Gods.
What the fuck is Talk to me about Curse of the Dead Gods.
So I was talking to Mail about this earlier, but he was saying how some of the things he's heard about it as far as maybe a Hades knockoff or something, but yeah, I haven't played much of it, but it does. I've never played Hades, but I certainly get that vibe of like that top down, that view of it. The only difference I know is that this one uses more light, like with a torch or something, where you can light these things up. And because if you don't, I guess you don't have to light these things up, where you'll just take more damage.
Yeah, isn't there like traps or something like that in the demo, or not the demo, but the video I seen?
Yeah.
They're talking about there's traps throughout the dungeon that if you don't light the area up, you can run into them more easily.
Yeah, immediately, like when you fire up the game, it brings you through like the tutorial. And yeah, there's definitely like traps like on the outside of the arena or whatever you want to call it, the dungeon. And so, I mean, I guess you can use them to your advantage, or, maybe get an enemy towards one or knock an enemy into one. But yeah, they definitely have those.
But what is this game about? Like, what is it? Is it a roguelike?
Yes. Yeah, that's really what all I know about it is roguelike.
Okay.
It looks a lot graphically. Graphically, it looks the same thing as Hades. Like the same kind of style. I mean, almost, if you didn't know side by side, they'd look alike. I mean.
Okay.
But I don't know what the story is. It's just something I just fired up and just started playing.
I see this game everywhere. I see it on my Switch. I saw it on PlayStation. I see it on PC. I see it everywhere that I go. What is this shit? Curse of the Gods.
Yeah, but it's pretty common with like, you have a sword. You can parry. Right trigger is dodge enemies. You can do combination attacks on enemies, things like that. But so far, it's definitely something right up my alley. I want to continue playing it. And yeah, I'll definitely keep at it. But I think there's like it's got an inventory system, but I don't see anywhere where I level up or anything like that. So just not far into the game at all. But so far, I'm enjoying it.
Is it a lot of just like melee weapons, or do you have the option of going ranged? Or
so I think the default is like there is like a gun to it. So, and it has this thing also where if you time it correctly, if you're holding down the Y button and then after like, 1.2 seconds, I'll just say, or 1.5 seconds, you let it go, it's going to be a stronger attack. on the gun, on the ranged weapon. And I think it could also be like almost like a looter as well, where I've already picked up like an axe and something else that gives me more stamina. Because I also saw this option where it said, hey, do you want to offer this to the gods, or do you want to go ahead and equip it in your inventory? And I was like, oh, okay, so far I'm just putting everything in my inventory, trying out different weapons.
I was seeing kind of trash it, but they're just kind of calling it, offering it to the gods.
Yeah. Yeah, so it's like I also have this other two-handed weapon, and I thought, okay, I haven't even used that thing, so I might just go ahead and give that up, because it is going to be a slower, weapon of choice. But I think you still get the option to just keep a sword in your main, hand. So there's that too. Maybe you just want to use it on some larger enemies. But I'll find out more tomorrow. But so far it's good. Makes me now want to go ahead and pick up Hades.
Nice.
How's the music in it? Because I know like Hades had a really good soundtrack and it kind of kept you going too. Have you had a good impression of the music so far?
No, I don't think I had the volume even that high, because I think I was still like in a call on Discord, so I really didn't have it super loud or loud enough to actually see if the music's good. But I'll have more on it next week to see if it is. But yeah.
Awesome.
Yeah, so you have to tell me if this is a Mayo game or not.
Yeah,
normally I have Ryan over here telling me this is a Mayo game, and he has not said anything to me yet. So if Ryan hasn't said anything to me yet, I don't know if it's a Mayo game yet.
And I know I told him earlier last week. I was like, hey, I picked it up, so make sure you download it. And I know I am pretty sure he's already played it.
What are you playing this on?
On Xbox, the Series S.
Nice, you're getting all that HDR and all that in there.
Yeah, and it makes that difference too, where, of course, I haven't died yet or anything, but there's one other thing I wanted to mention, because I wasn't on last week, where I just randomly decided to install, was it Sniper Elite, the first one from, this is a backwards compatibility title, right? And I thought, well, how does it run better just being on, what is it? The drive, the main drive. What am I thinking of here, Mayo? Not the old external drives, but
on the internal SSD, the M.2?
SSD, thank you. That's what I was thinking of. And yeah, like I like the fact that, like, oh wow, it kind of does have that like resume feature already built in. It just doesn't show it like it would be like a current, next gen title.
Mm-hmm.
But I thought, okay, that's cool, because I will say, even though that like they tried to tout this back on, the Xbox, OG Xbox One and Xbox One X, like, oh yeah, you can kind of, resume the two games back and forth, right? And I think that's what their thing was, where that really did not work. I think we've talked about it before, Jesus, where the PlayStation 4 does it extremely well. I can come back 3 weeks later on the PS4 and boom, the game works, right? But so far I've had it several games that have been on the Series S that I've been able to just quick resume. And yeah, that game was able to kick me right back, to where I was playing that Sniper Elite, an old title, which is cool.
Nice.
Just get in there and kill some Nazis,
Wasn't there a new one that just came out? Did I see that on PC maybe? Like number 4?
No, Sniper
I could be
Elite.
wrong. Something like that popped up, or Zombie Army 4, or
yeah, so
something like that.
That was last gen. That was 2020. Oh, when was that? That might have been, gosh, August of last year.
Maybe it just come to PC or something like that. I thought I saw one come to Steam. It's in that line. I don't play any of them, but it was kind of one of them sniper games. But it had like a bunch of Nazi zombies in it.
I'm trying to think of who is the team that makes that, and that it could have been like an Epic exclusive for a while, and that's why you probably recently saw it on Steam.
Oh, that could be too. Yeah, I didn't even think about that.
Check this game out, right? And you're just like, wait a minute, that was already on Epic. Is that Rebellion Studios? I'm trying to think. Yeah, I think that's who made that, or Ruffian Games, something like that. But yeah, those games are definitely in my wheelhouse. That developer who makes those. Any Sniper Elite comes out, it's going to be a day one purchase. So yeah, but besides that, guys, Valheim with Leahy and his buddy of his.
How are you liking Valheim? Like I haven't picked it up yet. I'm not big into the crafting survival games, but I feel like I could get some enjoyment out of this game.
Yeah, so I think I made a comment to you guys, and it might have been Leahy too, where I was actually doing some real world, wood and tree cutting yesterday, and man, that was exhausting, like real life stuff. And I thought, hey, how can I play Valheim if I'm just going to be cutting down trees? Like, am I going to enjoy that? But I mean, it doesn't. If you're building a house, yes, I was just making a joke, but there are other things obviously to do in the game, and so I think, like he said, was he at like 90 hours or something in the game? This is ridiculous amount.
Yeah, he's been playing it a lot.
I don't want to speak for him, but he said he's near that end game. And yeah, and I will tell you guys, this game is like, it might not even be 2 gigs for a download, but the map is huge. It's humongous. And
I wonder if that's just a lack of textures. I remember somebody saying the game doesn't look the greatest, so I wonder if a lot of our size of our download is the textures. So
is that what it is? Because you're right, and the game is very playable, very pleasant, right? You would think without those textures, because it's voxel, and I think hopefully that just makes it easier for the developer to make a game such as this, and make it pleasant on the eyes and stuff. And I'm just so used to it. It's fine.
I didn't realize it was a voxel game.
Yeah, it's just, I think it's pleasant. Yeah, a game to play, and I don't think I've ever looked at it and went, oh god, that looks horrible or something. Like, everything looks perfectly fine. Like, it's not amazing. It's not, look at the HDR, or, this 4K or 1440p, like nothing like that.
Mm-hmm.
I think they definitely nailed the sounds and the music. I really like the music.
How so? Like, is it just like
you know what I think it is? It's almost like, you ever remember? Now, man, I know you played Minecraft way early on when you were even talking to the guy that even created it. But you know how it just has that continuing, violin song or the piano, right? And eventually it gets kind of old after listening to it for so long. But
right,
I'm sure this will too. Where this one just has that violin, and it's just, I don't know, it's just good. I like it. It's it's just very relaxing, I think. And there's other things to the game where, like, there's like an earthquake or something, and I think that just means that, like, maybe trolls are going to start coming into your, your area. Especially since
have like stages. Like I know I've seen, like, he mentioned, like, he was in the Bronze era at one point in time, and he was different eras. So does it kind of go in stages? Like, okay, you're going to kind of start seeing this enemy at this time, these kind of enemies at this time.
Okay. There's probably something online, and I don't know if Leahy's checked it, because I haven't watched many videos of this game at all. But because you figure we've got that server of, and he paid for that, this online community server. So, anybody can log in at any time. Today, I think it was like day 294 or something like that. So we're getting close to day 300. And yeah, I wouldn't say like the enemies are any more difficult for me, because I think it just depends on how far or what biome you're going to be in.
Yeah. One of the guys I work with, actually, he plays some Valheim, and he asked me a question, and he said he knows this, you can do this, that it can be kind of game breaking. Is, say Jesus wanted to play Valheim, and we know Jesus is a big cheater over there. He likes to cheat on his games, right? And so Jesus can get Valheim, and he can play on his Valheim account, and he can start putting in cheat codes, right? Not cheat codes, but he can get things unlocked in a way through cheats. He can take those items he unlocks into your server and use them in your game.
Yeah.
And so
yes,
I'm not necessarily a big fan of that. So, like, we wouldn't even know if Jesus is over there cheating, which, he probably is,
So there is like so the current, like, I guess you could say the server that we're in now it's all vanilla.
Mm-hmm.
And we could we haven't done it yet because I'm in agreement with Leahy here where we want to do everything vanilla. And, and level up, progress normally. And then, I think after, maybe another week or 2 or 3 weeks, however long, then we're just going to make a modded server. And I think you can say just like Ark Survival, right? If you scroll down that list, there's like 500 servers, they're all different modded servers as well, or vanilla ones, however you look at it. So, but I'm enjoying the vanilla stuff. And actually today I went out and I got my bow and arrow and I went and shot some deers, got my deer trophies. Had my beer hadn't celebrated. No, there's no beer in the game. And I went and fought the first boss. So then I wanted to do that, even though Leahy already gave me some armor and stuff, but at least I went and got that done. I can say that I put in the work. And yeah. So I remember that's what Leahy said. I was like, no, man, that's what I want to do, just do everything naturally.
Yeah, do everything naturally, Gunny. Stop cheating, dude.
That's the only way to do it for me.
Not yet. But yeah, so other than that, yeah, it's cool. He's got a pretty awesome base, man. It's stone and everything. I don't think, Patrol came over. It's gonna have a hard time knocking his base down. And Ghost Nico.
Not if Jesus shows up with some C4.
C4 Jesus.
From the modern era.
C4
Fuck your
Jesus.
bronze. Fuck your hobo bronze era. I came from the modern era. I have a tank, motherfucker.
He's going to be using his nukes from last week.
I got the nukes. I'm dropping a nuke on the base.
Not tear my house down, man. No, Dirty Bite was in there. Seen a few other people in there. I know. Oh gosh, now I keep forgetting his name, but a few other people pop in and out the server. And then I've kind of got my own server too, but I haven't really done anything with it. So there's the option. But I think the thing is your character kind of carries with you. You can create other characters if you want. So, and I think when you fire up the game, it does tell you hey, be careful with your main character when you're playing in other servers. You could lose it. Or I think it's just trying to say that, you could affect that character. Because now I notice on this last update, it's oh gosh, what game is it where there is is it called skill fatigue or whatever? You die too many times. I think 7 Days to Die does it. And I'm sure there's a few other games out there that do the same. You keep dying too fast, and then it'll say, hey, look, your skills are not going to go up if you keep dying like that. And the other thing too is where, let's say you lost your items or whatever. I think, I could be wrong, but I think you have 4 hours to go back and pick up your items. Otherwise, they will be gone forever.
If you die and you drop your stuff, you have 4 hours to go back and get it?
Yeah. So that would suck, man, if you got into a server with a buddy of yours, right? And then they shut the server down. Sorry, dude.
Maintenance? No. Yeah, I'm sure they make an exception there.
Yeah, but other than that, the game's fun, and I'm enjoying just staying on the current island that I'm at. I did go out on a couple excursions with Leahy where we went to the swamps, and then there was it called the Plains or something? Man, and I just got annihilated seconds as soon as I stepped foot in a different biome. Nuts, but it was a lot of fun though. It was a lot of fun. The swamps gave me this vibe of The Witcher 3, even though this is that. I mean, it is third person like Witcher, but still, yeah, it was cool. You just grind a lot in this game. It's fun though. Good times, guys. That's all I played. What'd you play, Mayo? Jesus.
Oh man, I guess I'll jump in real quick. Jesus, I did my homework this week. I did spend some time. I played some Bandersnatch, so we can talk about some Bandersnatch here.
Bandersnatch?
Yeah.
Okay, so you
Netflix
played the
gaming over here.
Bandersnatch?
Yes, I played some Netflix gaming over here. My Netflix console.
That's not game. That's not real gaming.
Oh yeah.
Mm-hmm.
It's more real than Xbox gaming.
Oh.
Oh.
Probably has better graphics too.
It did have pretty good graphics. It looked like a movie.
They look like real life. The characters
They did.
Look
They did
real?
not. They looked like real life.
Wow.
But I did notice something about this game, Jesus. Again, British actors. Why are all these?
It's always British. British people like to be in these movies. Dude.
Yeah, and why don't we have American version of one of these game movies?
Because Americans are like, all right, listen, you can't pay Brad Pitt or who. Okay.
Why do you gotta have Brad Pitt? Why can't we have some new rising person that wants to get it out there,
all right,
based out there?
Name a new rising star.
I don't know. They're new rising stars, so we wouldn't know who they were yet.
Name a new rising star, Gunny.
I can't think of one right now.
Chick from the movie was okay. Okay, I can't think of one either. But all right, new rising star. Problem with the Americans is they're impatient and they don't want to do the same shit over and over, right? Like
You mean like a TV show? Is that why we see more British people in?
you can't pay like a famous American actor. It costs probably too much money to pay them to
Their union dues, right? Their union pay
to keep doing the same shit over and over.
But they could get like some kind of like, I'm sure there's people in Hollywood that are wanting to get their name out there and they're willing to do a show like this. And I mean, they're not. It's not all AAA actors. They've been in Bandersnatch. I don't think it was any AAA British actors. I don't know.
Well, you know what they should do? You know how they have those, what are those things called? Okay, so you know how Sony back in like 2012, 2011 or whatever, they had those Sony PlayStation TVs or whatever, the 3D TV that was made for PlayStation 3.
I've heard people talk about them, but I've never seen one before.
I don't think
I've
have
seen
either.
them. All right, okay, so they were like special edition, like branded PlayStation TVs or whatever. They were like super special. They only came in like, I think the biggest one was a 34-inch or 32-inch. Smallest one was 24 or 20. They were made for your bedroom or whatever, for gaming. But the coolest thing about these TVs, Mayo, was that they both were 3D TVs on top of being 1080p or whatever at the time. They were also 3D.
Well, that was probably pretty good technology at the time. It would have been
that's when 3D. Yeah, that's when 3D was like the shit, dude. You know what I mean? So like, but what was really even cool, even more on top of that, was that like, say, me and you, Mayo, were in the same house and we're looking at this TV, and we're playing Call of Duty, and we're playing Call of Duty multiplayer, and we're playing split screen. Since this is 3D TV, you could wear the glasses. You had to wear the glasses for the 3D effects or whatever, those 3D glasses. But it was another effect that it also had. So on top of letting you watch the game in 3D, say we're playing Call of Duty in 3D or whatever, we're playing split screen, but the full screen on my glasses was like the entire screen was my screen on my glasses. And even though you're sitting right next to me, what you see in your glasses, the entire screen is your screen. So instead of being split screen, the entire screen was each player's screen. And at the same time, it was in 3D. So think about this, all right? Let's make a movie theater, all right? This is another $1 billion idea coming from Jesus here.
Okay.
I'm going to make movie theaters $1 billion right now. All right, make a movie theater that has these 3D technology, where like each person sees an individual image. And now you have these two images playing at the same time. And then you have people make choices with their cell phone, and you tie their cell phone to like whatever seat they're on. So like before the movie starts, you tell everyone, hey, scan this code on your armrest or whatever, this QR code or whatever, scan it with your phone with this app. Keep this app open on your phone, and the choices come up on the screen. The default choice will always be choice 1. But if you want to, you can choose choice 2. There's a timer on the screen. So it's always going to default to choice 1. If you're not there, if you go to the restroom or something, it'll just default to choice 1. But if you're there and you want to choose choice 2, you choose choice 2, and then it shows the different people in the theater and different seats, different scenes. Like one group of people sees the one scene, the other group sees the other scene, and then at the end of the movie, they're both comparing like, hey, bro, what did you choose? And I chose option one. Well, I chose option two.
Like what we are doing right now, we could talk about the endings in Bandersnatch because we may have had different endings. We could be like, hey, bro, your ending was different than my ending. Or
the only problem that I would see with this whole being in a movie theater is the audio.
Mm-hmm.
Right?
I didn't really say that.
Because you're right. Yeah. You know, unless you made a movie which was super innovative, and you made a movie with the same fucking audio for both scenes. Now that
just a different scene, same audio.
Just a different scene, but the same audio.
That would be complex.
Now, that would be some like that's some like.
Dope.
I think it'd be easier just to put headphones in that chair, put a headphone jack in that seat, and then you'd have your own unique. Or you could just plug it. Well, you don't have it anymore. So you could plug it into your phone, but you don't have a headphone jack in your phone anymore. I guess you could Bluetooth your phone to your earbuds, and then you could, have your own audio.
There you go. Because we don't want to hear somebody's phone, right? Definitely Bluetooth.
So there you go, Jesus. Everybody gets their own earbuds and you get their own music, their own audio.
We need innovation here. We need the same audio on the same scene, but two different scenes. That takes a good movie director to pull that off. All right, it takes a fucking genius to pull it off. So we need some badass movie director out there that knows how to do his shit, and he's like, I can do what this guy's saying. I can make the same scene or different scenes with the same exact audio, same exact dialogue, but do different fucking completely different scenes.
Make it mean something different.
Yeah, make it mean something different in two different scenes. Yeah. That would be so cool, actually. That would be pretty fucking cool. $1 billion idea. I just saved the movie industry. Thank you, Jesus, for saving Hollywood. Thank you, Jesus.
Good job, Jesus.
We'll see you when COVID's over.
But so Bandersnatch. I don't know. I mean, it was okay. It was kind of weird. Like the first time I started playing it, I was really, really tired. I actually kind of started falling asleep. Like I dozed off the one time, and like I woke up and like it's playing, and I'm like, whatever default choices would have been done, I had no idea what was going on. So I'm like, all right, I'm gonna start this stupid thing over, Like so I started it over, and then, so I went through and I played it, and it was interesting. Did you get to the part where when he goes back to the computer one of these times, and he's talking about the program and control, like and how they're watching him, and then he's like, "Who is this?" And you can answer it as Netflix. And then he's like, "Who is Netflix?" And then you can try to like describe what Netflix is. You're like, "We're a streaming platform from the 21st century," and people think he's nuts. And he's like, "People from the future are talking to me," and this stuff. And I'm like, that was actually kind of funny,
Yeah, I was laughing at that. Yeah, I think I did the same thing where I told him we were Netflix or whatever, and then we tried to explain it to him.
I thought that was an interesting twist.
Yeah, that's funny.
And then. Just different choices, and I didn't explore it like multiple times. I didn't go through it multiple ways. I think there's like 5 different endings. I think I Googled to see, just out of curiosity. I did not see any of the endings. Okay, I just seen that.
Did you get yourself killed when you went to the guy's apartment and he was doing I think he was dropping acid or something? Mm-hmm. And then he was really high and you were like seeing shit. Did your character get? Yeah.
No.
Did your character get killed, or did the developer kill himself?
The part you're talking about, the developer jumped off the balcony.
Yeah,
it was a choice between me and him. I'm like, well, if I was in that situation, I wouldn't be like, okay, I'm just gonna jump off. I don't even know this guy, First time you met him, he invites you over to get, what was it, released or something like that. He called it, and he was like, one of us are gonna jump off this balcony, and I'm like, well, your idea, boy. You're going. So then he jumped off, and that was like, then everybody's like, oh, have you seen, I can't remember the guy's name, but they're like, when you go back to work the next day or whatever, and you're like, no, and that was kind of weird. And then it was kind of weird how it showed the dog every once in a while. You get it where he's digging in the bushes, and then later on, you kill a certain particular person. And then you bury that person there, so you're actually seeing from one of your answers that he was burying a particular body there. Ultimately, I did end up in jail. Is the way my ending went.
I don't know. I think I ended up dying or something in the end. I swear to God, my character died in the end. He got shot by the cops. It was like a standoff or something, and he got shot by the cops or some shit.
And did you get the part where where you're talking about when he was talking to his therapist, and then you can do the part where he's like, "Let's fight," and she like
and she like goes like into like a whole karate scene. Or whatever.
She pulls out these weapons and everything.
Yeah,
and then,
like nunchucks and shit, and then they like pause it and like they're like changing out the scene or whatever.
Yeah,
and like they change out the set.
Yeah, like this movie backs out and it shows you like you're on the set and everybody's like, "What's going on?" Because I tried to run away. I'm like, I thought I'd do like the window option. The window was locked.
Yeah, same here.
And then it was like it zooms out, and then you're like, "What's going on here?" It's a movie set.
And everyone's everyone's like, cut, pause, and like the psychiatrist is like, God damn it, you're ruining the scene, you know?
Yeah, and you're like, this is a movie, you know? And they're like, yes. Do you need a break? You know? And then also they're like, what the hell?
They're like, do you not remember your lines? You're not supposed to go through the window, dude. They're like fucking yelling at you. Sure, we're trying to go through the window.
Yeah, like you're supposed to know what's going on. You're just like all confused as a player. You're like, okay. You know?
Yeah, that movie was dope. You reminded me of all these things that happened in that movie. Like I played that shit when it first came out, dude, like the first week. And now that you reminded me of all this shit, it's like, man, I need to go back and play this again.
It was I mean, I remember when it came out and people were talking about it, but I didn't realize it was one of those choose your, option kind of FMV games. So that's what piqued my interest, so. It was interesting, but I just want to hit on real quick too. I watched a movie on Netflix too. I know this is not a game, but it was really interesting. It was like I Care a Lot. I think I'm talked about it on Facebook, or it's Because I Care or I Care a Lot. Really good movie. Like I had a night where I wasn't sleeping very well. I'm like, I'm gonna go just turn this on, and I ended up staying up late watching this whole entire movie, and I really enjoyed it. But I don't really want to talk about the plot or nothing like that because it was just. I almost ruined it because I'll just say it's about a woman who takes advantage of elderly people who live by themselves. She gets a doctor to write a note saying they are no longer capable of taking care of themselves, and the courts take her and put her in that person in a nursing home, and she gets control of all their assets,
all their money,
and she takes all their money. Well, she messes with the wrong person, so she's pretty much a bad guy. I'm like, you can't really root for her. But then she messes with the wrong person, and it's not a good person either. So you have these two people like you don't really want to root for, and you gotta almost pick a side. And I'm like, I don't know who I want to win this fight right now because I don't really like her, and I really don't like the person that she's going against. So it was an interesting movie. I really enjoyed it.
Yeah, I watched a movie on Netflix recently too, which was what's that guy's name? The actor that's always going, wow. What's his name? He's fucking known for that shit. Oh, man, I forget his fucking name. He's super famous. Some blonde dude. He's a blonde guy. Okay, it's really breaking it down for you guys.
Yeah.
I know, right? I'm already going through my...
Blonde, white actor. You know what? I'm going to just Google actor.
Who says wow?
Yeah.
Is it the guy with the crooked nose?
Owen Wilson. There we go. Yeah, see, found him. Yeah, that guy.
Okay.
I was watching the movie with him on Netflix, and it was about him being like some executive or something working for like this company, and he gets sent. I forget what country he goes to, but it's right next to Vietnam, some fucking country over there in Asia, right? And he gets sent over there like by his company or whatever with his family, and they tell him like he's gonna move there with his family because his company wants him to move there or whatever, right? So like he works for like this huge water company, some kind of executive or some shit, manager of the plant or something. And he gets moved over there, but when he gets there, everything's fine. They're like in this big resort. They're like having like a vacation and shit. Everything's perfect. Him and he has like 2 daughters or whatever and his wife. But then all of a sudden the country goes into like a coup. Mm-hmm. Like the government gets overthrown by like these fucking rebels, and these rebels are like executing people on the streets and shit. They're like killing all the Americans that they can find. Jeez. because apparently like the water company that he works for bought the rights to all the water in the country, and they're not giving the people water. Like they raised the price of the water so high that the people can't get water, so they're like fucking dying,
The American
way.
The
people, so what do the people do? The people are like, fuck you, we're going to kill you then. So they're killing all the Americans. Like,
well, they got big X's on their head, right?
Yeah, pretty much. And like this dude is like, this guy's face, like Owen Wilson's face is like on all these posters and banners for this water company, Like his face is on the fucking posters, so they know what he looks like. and they're pretty much like chasing him and his family through like whatever country this is. Like I don't even know what country it is. Whatever country this is, and like he pretty much is like the whole movie is pretty intense. It's like him barely like escaping. You know, like each time he's about to get caught or killed or blown up or shot or whatever the fuck. So he like barely escapes, and then eventually obviously there's a good ending. He like makes it to safety or whatever. But it's really cool how it all plays out. Like I was like at first I was like, this movie's stupid. I'm just gonna put it on, and I put it on, and I don't even know what it's called, but yeah, it was really good.
You remember he did that movie? Was it Beyond Enemy Lines or Behind Enemy Lines, where he was like in the Ukraine or one of those type of countries where his fighter jet crash
it gets shot down. It gets shot, or he's like a spy plane, right? And the spy plane gets shot down, or it crashes, or something.
Yeah, but that was good. It was just like it was a running simulator, right? He just kept running and running. Yeah. That was a good movie.
Yeah, he got shot down, or his plane crashes or something. Yeah, he keeps running. He has to make it to like safety or some shit.
That was good.
Yeah,
good, those movies.
That's kind of what this was. Like they're trying, like the whole goal at the end of the movie is to try to make it to the Vietnamese border. Because once you could get to Vietnam, to the border, you can claim asylum, you know, because you're an American or whatever, and the other country has gone to shit, and there's a revolution going on. Like, they legit blew up like the U.S. embassy, and they're killing all the Americans that they can find in the country. So like, they're executing every American. So they're trying to really kill this dude and his wife and his kids. You know, they're legit trying to fucking kill him. And there's some pretty intense scenes in there. Like I was like, whoa, man, like this is getting fucking dark. There's like almost like a rape scene in there. There's a lot of crazy shit going on. I was like, whoa, dude. But it's a real cool movie. Like nothing really bad happens at the end. Like I said, there's a good ending to it. Check it out. I forget I don't even know what it's called.
Yeah, this movie is called I Care a Lot. I had to look it up real quick while you were talking there. So if anybody's curious, yeah. I mean, I thought it was really good. So, but besides that, Jesus, the only other game I've been playing this week is Apex. I'm getting so deep in Apex anymore. I just feel like that's all I want to play right now. I'm like Apex, and more Apex. Like I go to work and I'm talking to some guys at work about Apex. We're playing it together here and there. And then I get home and that's pretty much I eat supper and I jump on Apex and I'll play for like 4 hours before I have to go to bed.
Is that where Caddy carries you?
Yes, Cadillac's over there carrying me in Apex, you know. But I am improving. And so maybe that's why I'm more drawn into the game right now. It's like I'm starting to see progress from the hours I've been putting into this game. My KD is going up. It was really miserable, and now it is actually climbing. So that's kind of cool. And then like, you know, I bought in the season pass a while back when I bought all those characters, and like in the season pass, you know, you have like 8 challenges for week 1, 8 challenges for week 2. We're up to week 5, and I have almost every challenge done except for I think 3 challenges total. And there are a couple of simple ones. One is like hitting 2 people with Bangalore's smoke grenade, which I could just, I guess if I wanted to play Bangalore as a character I don't like, I could go back and do that, you know, just on purpose and have that knocked out of the way. And there's only one that I just feel like it's going to be hard for me because it's just the nature of it. It's pistol knockdowns. Like you got to use like a P2020 or an RE45, I think. And the pistols just don't do that much damage. You know, you got to catch somebody early. But I've gotten some achievements where I actually had this round gunning where I was with some randoms and we got a win. So I was like, yeah, we got to win. So I go on the next round and I play with randoms and I'm like, we are the champion squad, right? So I could go into the game and while we're in the plane, one of my teammates just disconnects. He just left. So we're like, okay, now there's 2 of us. I'm like, okay, this is going to get difficult. And the other guy on my team, his name was Loading, and then it said ... behind his name. And so he's with me, and I'm jump master, so I drop down and we land, and he gets on the ground, and he doesn't move. And all of a sudden, he's like, the lag in this game right now is really bad. I'm like, I'm not having any problems. I don't know what, you know. And then a couple minutes later, he starts moving, so he's moving. He hasn't died yet. Nobody come and found him and killed him. And he starts moving, and he makes it about 5 minutes in, and all of a sudden he quits moving, and I see like little disconnect marks beside his name. He's still there. He wasn't killed, and it shows him disconnected. And my Google's listening to me. And so he's just standing there. I'm by myself. I'm out here looting, and I kill a couple of people by myself, and so he's still just standing there. So I'm like, okay, great. Definitely going to be a loss here. I'm by myself now, and I'm like running around. I'm like, well, I'm going to try to get some achievements in, because there's these season pass achievements. I'm like, what did I have to get done? It was like SMG damage. So I'm making sure I'm picking up an SMG. Like I might as well get some points in that. It's going to be a wasted round anyways. I make it all the way down to the top 3. And so I'm like, okay, this is like definite death now because most of the squads are full squads, and it's me by my lonesome over here. And I'm hiding in this little corner, and there's a team to my left, and they're way up. They have high ground. They're like on the edge of a cliff. There's like a building on the edge of this cliff. And they're firing against a team almost straight in front of me across the other side of the map. And they're like sniping at each other back and forth. So I get the idea. I go ahead and ride into the edge of the zone, and I get up there, and I kind of like crouch walk and sneak my way up to the top of the building. And the one guy, I come across the one guy, and he's looking down his sights, down his scope. He's sniping these guys, and I light him up. I just kill him real quick. He has to have an SMG, drop him, and like right after that, one of his buddies comes running at me. I drop him. So I'm like, oh sweet. So then I'm hiding around the corner. I heal up. They're both crawling. And then the third guy comes at me, and I manage to kill him. So I get a badge for killing all 3 of the same squad. So now I did it down to the final 2. And I'm thinking, oh, man, I'm like getting all sweaty up here. I'm like, it'd be crazy if I could manage to pull this out by myself, and get a back-to-back win. And so I know where this team's at. And then the circle starts moving, and they have to come to me. I'm like, okay, I can fort myself down here, anchor down, get myself ready. I'm all healed up. I have red armor at this point from damage that I've done. I've done like 1,000 damage at this point. I'm sitting there with red armor. I have 2 guns that I really like. I have a whole bunch of health, a whole bunch of shields, and the team pushes me. And it was a character I don't normally even use, but and I knocked the first 2, but my health was like half health at that point. Like my actual health, my shields were broken. I was on half health, and the third guy got to me, and it was really close. It was like a real quick shootout, and I died, and I finished second by myself, but I thought it'd be kind of funny to end up potentially winning that. And I think I ended up with like 1,600 damage and like somewhere around, I think I had 5 or 6 kills that game. But then I got the little badge for wiping out a whole team by myself and this and that. And so I was kind of at all like a high that night. I'm like, yeah, but it was like late. So I had to log off, and the next day I was at work. Like, I'm gonna go play Apex. I feel like I should play some rank now. I'm gonna be really good. I just feel like I felt like I killed these people. I've been getting 4 kills, 5 kills, and I go to work all and we have a chance to get out early. So I'm like, I'm gonna go home and play Apex. So I go home. I'm feeling like a killer, and I play Apex that night, and I was just getting crapped on all night. Like, I don't know what it was. my overconfidence was I was a victim of my being overconfident. Like, I would go into firefights just too strong, get knocked, and just I don't think we had any wins that night. Maybe just a handful of kills. I was getting killed quickly, So then I learned to back off, and then I've had a couple games in it since then. It was pretty good, but yeah, getting pretty addicted on the Apex right now. And
nice. I mean, that would have felt pretty good, though. Like, getting down to, like, the last guy. Like, you already almost wiped 2 teams, the last 2 teams.
Yeah, and it would have been crazy because I would never expect that out of me. Like, I do not say I'm not good. Like, I would never have said that. And if I would have told Cadillacs and him that I done one by myself like that, where I killed the last 2 teams, he would not have believed me. I would have had to, like, show him some kind of recording or something because it'd be like a wives' tale, like a fisherman's tale, I guess you could call it. Like, Caddy, I killed 2 teams of myself for a win, and he'd be like, yeah, right. He would,
yeah, they were probably AFK.
You're right. But yeah, I think I'm up to, what I tell you earlier, Gunny, 16 or 18 wins on season 3 right now.
Yeah.
And in a matter of 5 weeks, but a lot of them have come in the last couple of weeks. Like, I've been probably getting a good 3 or 4 wins a week in the time that I've played. So
what character are you using mostly?
I mix it up a little bit. Depends who I'm playing with. If I play with Cadillacs, I'll try to be, we'll do some duos now. And Lifeline is a really nice combination with duos because she has, they kind of reworked her from the old version of Lifeline. And now her revive, like, she'll drop a shield and she starts to revive. And you can just kind of, like, leave, and so, like, you can revive your teammate and stay in the fight at the same time. So it's kind of nice. Like, I'm not sure how long ago, because I don't remember her being that way. I remember her doing where you could revive a person with a shield in front of you, but you had to stay there. But now it's like you can leave, and the drone does it for you. So it's like you drop that, he gets revived while you're still fighting. That guy kind of heals himself up, and then your teammate can get back in the fight, which is really nice when you're playing duos, because if your teammate gets knocked and you're fighting one other guy, say you knock one of their guys, and your teammate drops, you can revive him while you're engaging that guy again, and maybe get the better of him because your teammate comes back up, and now you have two people again, which is really nice. And so if I'm playing duos, I use Lifeline quite a bit. Bloodhound's still another one I enjoy, where he has the scan ability where you can see people around you. Like they changed it to where it's directional now, so you have to be facing a direction you think there's an enemy, and you can do a scan. It used to, I think, be a circle all around you, and now it's like half a circle going in front of you. And then, so I enjoy him. And I also, one of my favorite characters uses Loba, and she doesn't really do anything for herself, like combat-wise, but she really helps the team. So I'll use her when we play like with trios. And what she can do, Gunny, is she can pop this store, and it recharges really fast. This is her ultimate. And
the store's cool.
And it shows all the available loot in that area within a circle. And so you can see what's on the ground, but you can take 2 items out of that store, and then you can take as much ammo as you want. So like if you say like you like this one gun in particular, you can almost get that same gun every single round because you don't have to really look for it. So you can just pop a store, get that gun, and say maybe grab an extended gold mag or extended purple mag for that gun. Okay, then you have to wait like 3 minutes, and her ability is up again. You can pop another store even in that same area, and then you can loot 2 more items. So then, okay, now I'm going to grab, a stock and a level 2 backpack or something like that. Or you can see it's there, and there's that item in the area, and you can go around looking for it. Like, I couldn't pick up this standard stock or whatever, but I know there's one here. I'm going to kind of look around this area to find it. So that's kind of neat. The drawback with her is when you take stuff and it comes to the store, it sends a streak of light to it. So if somebody happened to be in the area, all the items are kind of floating, so they know there's a Loba around with the store open. And then it shows this little streak of light going to you as you're collecting. So they know like kind of like where you're at, and the fact that you're in the store in the menu. So like you can catch people off guard or get caught off guard. So a lot of times it's kind of like we kind of stagger it. Like, so when I put my store up, I'll let my teammates kind of shop the store, and I'm looking out for somebody to come in attacking, and then when that person's done, we'll switch, and then the other guy will loot the store, and then I will loot the store at the end, and then close it. Because you can leave it open too, and the other team, say they would come in and kill us or whatever, they could come in and use our store. Or if we walked away from that area and another team passing through and see that store, they could use it. So you kind of want to take it away from them. So you like, so I take it back down, and it can be destroyed too. Like people could shoot it and destroy it and stuff like that. So I am learning some new things. Jesus, did you know, like if you play with Lifeline and she picks up a gold backpack, when she does a heal, when you heal people, like a revive, it will cut like the time in half, how long it takes to revive, and they get half health and half shields when they're revived. So if you find a gold backpack in your group and you have a Lifeline on your team, you actually want to just give it to her. Like, you could be selfish and keep it yourself, but it's actually best to give it to the Lifeline because it actually benefits her as a character. It benefits you because she's going to res you with more health and more shield.
Yeah, it also benefits you if you're just doing it by yourself. You can get like half health right away or something like that when you use it for yourself.
But yeah, so I've been enjoying it. I've been playing quite a bit here lately.
Yeah. I played a little bit of Apex this week myself with Brink and Pigeon.
Yeah, I need to get with you guys. How have your guys' games been going?
Oh, that game was that was just shit. It was really bad. I mean, Brink was pretty drunk. Pigeon was pretty drunk. I was drinking.
But you weren't drunk. Jesus wasn't drunk.
I wasn't drunk.
No, you're never drunk.
And it was pretty bad. I swear we played like 17 matches and we didn't even win one. I think out of the 17 matches we won maybe one gunfight.
What? So is Brink? I know Brink plays quite a bit. Is he pretty high level? I mean, because that can really change things.
No, not really. He's like bronze 1. I'm bronze 4 because I never play.
Right.
Like
Yeah.
legit.
I don't play ranked, so I'm still like bronze 4. And I thought about going back and playing ranked now. I'm like, yeah, I can go back and play ranked now. But even just like
But
your
for
regular
some
level,
reason, for some reason, even though we played ranked, and I was rank 4, Pigeon was 3, and Brink was 1, bronze 1. We got wrecked faster in ranked than we did in normal.
yeah, I think there's a lot more, as we were calling it when we were playing, a lot more tryhards in ranked. You know, like
Yeah.
a lot more aggressive
there's a
players.
lot.
I think
There
there's probably
definitely
some
is.
Smurf accounts probably in there where people like have alt accounts where they go in there probably.
Yeah.
You
Practice
know,
or whatever.
but with Snickers, one of my friends I play with, he plays a lot of Apex. His main character was level almost, I want to say 350. He's in the 300s. I think he's like 380 or something like that, right? So when Cadillacs and I, who at the time when I was playing, I was level like 70 when I started, and Caddy was like level like 60. When we started playing with him, I think he was matching us with like higher ranked veteran players. So Caddy and I would just have a hard time. Like we were going through and we're like, this game is, we're just getting owned. And now like when Caddy and I queue by ourselves, we have a lot easier time going in. And that's why I was curious what kind of rank, like Brinkhex, I know he has some hours in the game and what his overall level was as a character. Because like I'm up to like 120s, 130s now. And so it's starting to get a little more difficult, but like if you're in those lower levels, I think it's easier to go in there and get wins and you get better people. Like I'll see people at the beginning like, this is your champion, and they'll have 70 kills or something like that with that character. Then when I get on with Snickersnee, he's like, the level 380. We'll get in a game, and this guy's like 3,000 kills with just that character, and I'm like, great, this guy's just going to slaughter us when he sees us, And I have had a round the other day where I was by myself, and I was playing with randoms, and I got killed by a level 500 guy, which is max. And I didn't feel like that was kind of a very good matchmaking system there going into effect. But they just changed the game up. They took away the Mozambiques. You were dropping with Mozambiques and shields. And that threw me for a loop because I was playing when that happened. So I played one game. I had Mozambique and shields. The very next game, I queue up. I drop down and I get ready to shoot somebody, and I don't have a gun. And I'm like, what? Where's my Mozambique? And I look down and I have no shields. And I'm like, holy crap, it changed. Like, I didn't even know, like it just happened between my rounds. Like it just turned it off, So that was like a culture shock game. Like, what's going on here? Where's my Mozambique? And now I hated the Mozambique, and I still hate the Mozambique, but now I miss it because I miss dropping without a gun and shields right away because I'm just used to it. So it's like you drop and you're running around just looking for any gun you can find, especially if you drop hot and any shield you can find.
It's like PUBG now, right?
Yeah,
just drop naked.
So, but yeah, that's pretty much the only thing I guess I could throw out there again. I mentioned this last week. I did this last week, and I did it again today. Is I took my 15-year-old and my 21-year-old over to the arcade/bar. They have a minor allowed time slot from noon to 6 p.m. on Saturdays and Sundays. So I was able to bring my 15-year-old son in, and it's basically like an 80s, 90s arcade, and all the games are free as long as you have drinks. So like they actually have fountain soda and like they have Capri Suns you can buy, and they have like all this stuff like you could buy there, and as long as you have drinks, you can go in there and play the games for free. So I took them over there with me, and we played some Turtles in Time on the arcade cabinet. We played some NBA Jam against each other. We played some pole position, some good old Atari pole position, which my kids thought that was kind of fun. They're like, this game's really good. It's really hard. You have the little gear shifter with high and low, and you just kind of slide going on the corners and stuff. And, and right away, the first time I played it, I got in like the high score. And my boy's like, Dad, you're really good at this. But I think the only reason I got high score is I think every day they turn the machines on fresh, and it probably resets the scores because I know I'm not that good. It's been so long. But yeah, we went in there and we probably spent 4 hours there playing different games and some pinball and just some having some drinks, and I had a good time. So it was kind of nice, and it wasn't that expensive.
Nice.
Like I spent maybe $20 total for like the 4 hours we were there. So cheap entertainment, and
Yeah.
played some Mortal Kombat against him. I kind of kicked his butt in Mortal Kombat because I can beat him up on shooter or on fighters. He'll destroy me on a shooter, but I can stomp him on a fighter. So
$20 is cheap compared to like Chuck E. Cheese or something.
yeah,
Like,
that's the
take
thing
my
too. Is
dog
like,
and
or
shit as
we have
well.
like Dave and Buster's here too. It's like you go in there and like all the games are like $1 or $2
yeah.
and stuff. But yeah, like so again, all the games are free. So all you just hit the little start button or one up button, one player one button, and the game's good to go. And you just go get refills and your drinks whenever you want. Like you have tables down there, you can set yourself on a table and just kind of go back and forth from your table to the arcade game. And I did think it was kind of funny on Turtles in Time. They couldn't find the start button, and there's like a credit button, and my boy kept hitting the credit button like over and over and over and over, and he's like, it's not starting, and he ended up with like 35 credits, and then I'm like, no, you got to hit this button. So then he hits this button, so then he started off with like 35 credits, and the little side-scrolling beat 'em up Turtles game, so he was good for a while.
Yeah.
But yeah, I'm trying to think what else we played in there. We played like Area 51. Was it that old shooter? It had the guns, and we played Gauntlet. The three of us played Gauntlet together.
Gauntlet's so good.
Man, that was a lot of fun. Trying to think of some of the other games that we played. I played some Centipede. I played some Space Invaders. I played. My son enjoyed. Was it Donkey Kong Jr.? And he's like, Dad, Mario's a jerk. Mario's the one up on top, and you're the Donkey Kong Jr. trying to climb the vines, and he was enjoying that. Like he's like, this is kind of cool actually. So it was just a nice opportunity to get out, and it was busy. I didn't think it would be very busy because when I went on a Friday night last week,
all those places are going to be busy. This coming up after COVID, dude. I think all these like movie
as it lightens up, I think they will for sure. Yeah. But last week I went on a Friday and it was late. It was like 10 o'clock at night, and there was like maybe 10 people in there.
Well, that's because it was late on a Friday.
Yeah, I don't know. I just thought maybe because it's like more adults would be in there and it'd be kind of a booming place or something at that point in time. But then I go on a Sunday.
Video games are for little kids, man. Okay?
Yeah, I know, but old video games, are they for little kids or us old adults?
Kids.
Old adults are at home.
But then I go,
sleeping late.
They're sleeping on a Friday night.
Yeah, probably. But yeah, I go. We go today. We get there at like 12:30 in the afternoon, and there's like 20 kids there and like 12 different parents, and there's people everywhere. I'm like, wow, this place is actually pretty busy, compared to last time.
Sounds like a good place to take your kid in the daytime.
Yeah, it was.
Like, why not? Take your fucking kid, buy him some fucking Capri Sun, tell him to shut up.
And that's kind of looked like what was happening. What I was seeing was kids were getting like little soda pops, and they put like sodas and they were like in a plastic cup with a lid. And they give them a straw, and they're carrying those around. And the parents were getting like mixed drinks, and they were just sitting at tables, and it'd be like two moms or something like that with like strawberry margaritas and they're bullshit, and the kids are just running around playing skee-ball and pinball and these different arcade games, and they're just sitting there chilling. Another thing I thought was kind of neat, they said you can order food and have it delivered there, and you can eat there, but they don't serve food, but you can order food and have it brought in. So like if I wanted to order a pizza on there, they would deliver it there, and I could sit down at a table and eat a pizza, and it didn't come from there. Yeah. But I mean, you still gotta have drinks from them. But
that sounds like a place that I remember here that it was like that. And the reason I asked them, why don't you guys serve food? And it was because getting the license to actually just serve drinks and have an arcade is so much cheaper than to serve food. Like once you like ask for a permit to serve food, then your requirements and your like safety standards and all that shit goes up a lot. It goes up like 10 times. Like to just serve drinks and shit, you only need to follow these certain rules. But to like serve food, if you're gonna serve food in an establishment, the fucking like the entire like shit goes up a lot. Like the cost of it goes up a lot just in how many fees and permits you have to have. Because now you have to have like a fire inspection fucking for the fire system, for the kitchen, and you gotta have the food inspectors come in and certify all the food and make sure that the shit's clean and all. Like you have to deal with all that, and it's so much easier to just serve drinks and be like, Yeah, we fucking serve drinks, and you could buy food from somewhere else.
And there's a couple of food places like right beside it, like they were like mom and
that's
pop
pretty
like
smart.
food
That's actually
places. Yeah,
smart business. Yeah.
yeah. It was just neat how he did it, and it was a good time. So I think we'll definitely end up going back again. Especially as things kind of start lightening up. And now the weather's also getting nicer too. Is him and I might just go out and be like, hey, to get out of the house, let's just go on a Sunday afternoon, go hang out there for an hour, go get a couple of drinks, and go hang out and play some video games for like an hour, some old school stuff. But
that sounds cool. I wish we had something like that in our area.
And they have pinball leagues there too. And I'm like, man, I should do a pinball league, and it's like Wednesday nights. But I'm so bad at pinball. Like I noticed, like I think I was really good when I was a kid. I remember going and playing pinball, and my parents would give me some quarters, and I go back, and they had like a separate little room. Like we had this place my parents would go to, and they had their own pinball machine. So I go back in this little separate room and play pinball, and they would go off and do their thing. And I felt like I'd be in there for hours playing pinball, getting free games and stuff now. And now when I play these pinball games, it's like, oh, that was the quickest 30 seconds, I played in a while. It's like down the middle, game over. And I'm like, what? Yeah. I was better than this, I swear. But,
Nice.
But that's it for me. That's just kind of a little bit of everything here lately.
Well, for me, Mayo.
Mm-hmm.
What I've been playing this week, so I actually went and did my homework, and I played some Outriders.
What did you think?
Oh yeah, I played the demo of that too.
I really, really like this game. Like
I do too.
I'm like I really, really, really like this game. There's something about it that just I don't know if it was the single player aspect of it or what it was. It's just I really got hooked into it. Like I was like, hell yeah, I need to play this more. And I like the setting. I like the story so far.
Mm-hmm.
I like the whole, you're these fucking people. You went to a planet, blah, blah, blah. Shit went bad, of course. It reminds me of Mass Effect Andromeda or something
It does. I kind of got that vibe of like a
Mass
Effect meets Gears of War.
So many games. It reminds me of Division, Gears of War, Destiny. Like it's like a mix of all these games done well.
Yeah, and I like the cover system. We've seen it before in Division
and Gears
of War, yeah.
And then you've seen the abilities like in almost like in Destiny, like how the abilities can work.
I went ahead and played with I picked the Trickster class. That class is pretty fucking dope.
How is that? Because that's one of the ones I've not seen yet. I've seen the tank class, and I did the fire one, the pyromancer or something like that.
Pyro.
Yeah.
So I went with the Trickster class. So he's a pretty cool. I feel like he's really good for single player. That's the reason I picked him, because I'm going to be playing this game by myself most of the time. And I feel like he's really good for that because, so one of the abilities he has is if you're close to somebody, even if they're behind cover, you can pull out this sword with, like, that's your first ability. You pull out this sword. It's kind of like a light sword or something. It's like white, and he like pulls it out and he slices it. And even if there's somebody standing behind cover, even if it's multiple enemies, say there's 2 or 3 of them standing there behind cover, you can slice through the cover, and it slices through the enemy, and it like melts their skin off, and all you see is like their skeleton, and like it's like a black skeleton, and like their skin kind of turns white, and it melts off, and they like turn to like dust. They're like fucking like disappear, like they blow up or something, like they kind of like disappear, and like that's pretty much an instant kill on most characters, on most. Obviously, it's not on the bosses, but like on all the little guys, it's like an instant kill. Another one of the abilities is you got this bubble thing. It's like think of like if you ever played Quantum Break or something on the Xbox or the PC. Quantum Break did it. There's a few other games out there that have done this time mechanic where like you pull up, you push this bubble up around you or in front of you. I think he puts it in front of you. There's like this bubble. Anything that goes into the bubble is slowed down, like immensely is slowed down. So like you could like run into the like I'm in this part in the game where like there's a ton of enemies coming down, and there's this boss guy, this captain guy I have to kill, and I put this bubble up, and I run into it, and I got these guys running at me, but as soon as they run into the bubble, they go into slow motion, right? So like they're trying to hit me with like their sword or like their hammer or whatever, but like at the same time, like you can stand there and look around because it's like the bubble is there for like I want to say 5 seconds, maybe 10 seconds. You can stand in the bubble and look around, and you can see all the bullets flying in from all the different directions. Like holy shit! You don't really take into account how many directions you're getting shot at from. But when you're in that bubble, you can just sit there and look around and see all these bullets going into the bubble.
Nice.
And there's like a shitload of bullets. And then you can actually just sit there and dodge the bullets because they're going so slow by you, you know? And then, but what's really cool, you know, when you're in the bubble, you're moving in real time and everything's moving in slow motion inside the bubble. So you could just have like a shotgun, just fucking boom, 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 boom. And as you're shooting, your shotgun shells are going out in slow motion.
Nice.
But when the bubble collapses, everything goes back to real time. So like next thing you know, like the bubble will collapse, and the guys that are in front of you are getting shot like 4 times by your shotgun because you fucking shot it like 4 times and you reloaded it and you shot it again, and like just boom, they fucking get blown away, and it's like whoa. And then one of the last abilities I have is like this teleport ability where like I could lock onto any target in the area near me. It's like a certain distance from you. There is a cap on that distance. It's not unlimited.
Mm-hmm.
But you can look around and say like there's a sniper in the back just fucking you up, right? This is the sniper that's just being annoying. So what you can do is you can lock onto him and say I want to teleport to him. So you teleport behind them. And like as soon as you hit that button, it's like automatically your guy just kind of disappears and he appears again, and you're standing behind the guy. And you can just fucking boom, shoot him, like blow him away with the shotgun because they're not expecting you to be behind them. You know what I mean? Because they're looking at you. They think you're behind this rock, and next thing you know, you're behind them. So they're like, next thing you know, everybody's scattering because they're trying to run away from you and shit.
Like reposition, right?
Yeah. At the same time, I've also gotten myself killed with that ability because I thought I was locked onto a different enemy, and I kind of just hit it real quick to try to get out of a situation because I was being surrounded. And I ended up like getting behind this huge guy, and he just like turned around and hit me with this gun, and he fucking killed me. I'm like, oh, that was stupid. But so that ability has got me killed once or twice. But it's really cool though when you can pull it off and like get behind 2 enemies and kind of surprise motherfucker, boom, 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 blow them away. And then that one actually recharges quicker than the other 2. So that one actually you can hide real quick and cover. Then if you want to get out of there, you can just teleport back to a different location, you know. And so you can teleport.
Does it have to
around.
be on an enemy though, like to do it again, or can you just teleport anyone? Okay, so you just teleport to somebody else.
It has to be like on an enemy. You have to like it'll even ask you, are you sure you want to lock onto this guy? And you'd be like yes or no, and then you lock onto him, and then boom, you teleport to them or whatever. So yeah, like I really like this class, and I think you know that it's gonna be a fucking fun class to play. Like I really love the time bubble mechanic. It really has saved my ass a lot of times. There's this part that I'm stuck on right now though, where I'm fighting this captain, and he has this fire ability, this like tornado that he shoots out.
Yeah, I think when my son played it as a tank character, you know, like I remember saying like last week, and he had an ability similar. His third ability he unlocked, where he kind of like the camera kind of zooms back a little bit, and his character like breaks apart into little rocks, and you can select a person a little ways out, like you said, like a sniper or something like that. Yeah. And he like lunges the rocks at that person, like the screen just kind of flies at where that person is, like kind of like you're teleporting to it, and the person that you're teleporting to, instead of teleporting behind him, you just like hit him with a rock and reappear, and the person just explodes pretty much, unless they're like super high health. Oh, wow. And they just explode in a bunch of little pieces. And so
you kind of crush them with the rocks, and then
yeah, like the rocks kind of like crush him or destroy him, you know, and then you reappear, and then he gets health. Like he, as a tank character, he would get health for any like close proximity kill. So like, and then he had another ability where he would cover himself in rocks, and he would take like 80% less damage for like 8 seconds and stuff. So that's kind of like, but some of the abilities do sound, you know, familiar. You know, like I said, with him as a tank, he could do this range attack where instead of appearing behind him, you know, he can kill him that way, and you can do it as my character. I only got to the second ability because I kind of dropped off. I jumped on some Apex, and I was doing the fire one, and my first ability was like he had a ground pound where I had like where I'd hit the ground and I would shoot like a trail of fire across the ground and it would damage people. And then the second one, like I could pick an enemy because he was like a medium range character. I could latch onto him, and I use my ability. It would like have like a beam connecting the two of us, and they would kind of light on fire, and then fire would like come back to me, and they would instantly die, and I would go full health. Like even if I was down to like say a quarter health or something like that, it would just like instantly heal me. So it was kind of like a way as being like a mid-range character, and I could actually heal myself in a firefight. So
That's who I chose, the pyromancer
and I
guy.
think the third ability is that fire tornado. I'm not 100% positive there. I've seen it in enemies before, coming from a boss. But I watched my son play, and he fought a couple of bosses. There was another one with electricity. I don't know if you've seen this one yet.
Yeah, I fought that guy. Yeah,
He was like a side boss, and he had all these little rings, and he had to kind of dodge the rings of electricity, and he was kind of cool looking. I can't remember if he was one that had like the bones sticking out of his back and stuff, or if that was the one you're fighting now.
I don't remember.
I don't remember either because it's been like 2 weeks now. But there was one that he comes walking out, and I think he might be the first boss you meet, and maybe he's the one you're fighting. He's got like a hood on, and he's got like a hoodie on, and he takes it off, and you can see his back and his bones sticking out of it, and I think he's the fire
might be
one.
the electric guy.
Yeah,
I
I don't
know
remember
that. I fought him, and I fought the captain. This captain guy that he was the first guy you meet in the game, like the first bad guy you meet.
Mm-hmm.
And I fought him, and then I fought this other guy on the underground, which was some other different type dude, and then I'm fighting, like I said, I'm fighting this other dude right now. We're like, it's like a side mission. It's not even part of like the main story missions. It's a side mission where they told me to go find this captain, and I found him, but I think he's a bad guy now or something, and he's like trying to fuck me up. And the thing is, he's doing a really good job at it because I can't get past this thing. It's like, I think it's just an overwhelming number of enemies. Like, there's just so many fucking people coming at me at once, and I'm just like, I can't dodge them all. You know what I mean? Because you got snipers shooting at you. You got fucking the guy with the fire tornado. And the problem with the fucking fire tornado is that it follows you around. Like,
Oh, yuck.
Like, you're hiding behind cover, and that shit will come at the cover, and then you, like, try to dodge the other way, and it's like, okay, I managed to dodge the fire tornado, but now I'm getting shot at by, like, 100 people at the same time. And it's like, boom, boom, and then I fucking die right away, and I'm like, god damn. And then I got the big guys, the big fat dudes with, like, the hammers or whatever, like, the pig-looking guys.
Real tanky, the real tanky
Yeah, the
looking
big
guys.
motherfuckers. Yeah, they come at you, running at you, and, like, they're trying to punch you or whatever, or hit you with, like, this hammer or this axe or something. And they're fucking me up, and I'm trying to pull up my time bubble or whatever, and the time bubble slows them down, but then I'm getting shot at by the other guys in real time, and it's like, fuck, man, I keep dying left. And I'm like, I need another player here, because in my game, randomly during the first mission when you're running through the no man's land, like a random player just joined my game.
Oh,
like,
so
I don't know
it's
who
like
it
set to be
was.
open.
Yeah, I don't know who it was, or who. Maybe it was a friend of the show. I don't fucking know who it was. But it, like, all of a sudden it said like matchmaking. Like, you know when you play on PC, the first time you like play online, it like Windows Defender will pop up saying like, "Do you want to allow this game to connect to your network?"
Right, or like your firewall. Or
Yeah,
whatever.
I was like, "What the fuck?" I was like, "Why the fuck is this pop up all of a sudden?" And I was like, "Yeah, sure, whatever." And then I just went back to the game, and next thing you know, there was a character standing there with me. And I'm pretty sure this guy was, he wasn't the fire guy. What was the other guy? Not the rock guy. There's another guy, right? There's like a green guy.
There's like 4, yeah. I don't know that one either.
What the fuck is he? He's like a sniper class or something, right? He's like a distance class, like a sniper or something. Well, that's what this dude was, because this dude was with me the whole time for like the first few missions of the game. I think I did 2 or 3 missions with him. And like he would always stay way back. Like he would be like way back. But he was like one-shotting everything. Like I would run into I was in the gunfight, in the middle of the gunfight, fighting all these dudes in slow motion and all this shit. And I could just see this dude taking pot shots at people and like one-shotting everything he hit. Like he would hit an enemy and it just the fucking head would blow off. It's like, whoa, what the fuck? And all I would see is this dude shooting from like a mile away, like just taking these shots and killing these guys with one bullet. I'm like, what the fuck am I doing then? I should just stand back there with him and watch him kill everything, you know? And like it was kind of funny because he knew we're like all the. I could tell that it was like maybe not his first character because he knew where like all the loot was. Like he would actually like kind of like go and get me and like have me follow him, and then I would follow them, and then they would like point at a box, and they would open the box, and then they would like I would get loot, and I'm like, oh, well, fuck, it's trying to get me loot or whatever.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, sometimes doors open up, right, or gates open up,
or like different side rooms and shit. Yeah, have loot in them.
Yeah, if you watch your map too, some of them show up on the mini map.
Yeah, it's very Destiny-like, where like you find different loot and shit. And like that's one thing I don't like about the game is that whole like.
Well, it has the whole world tier thing, right?
Yeah, you have world tier difficulty, and that my son. Yeah, he played the maximum tiers. Like every time it would upgrade, when he would move to a new tier, he would just automatically. He said to automatically change the game difficulty. I can imagine the game will play a bit. I guess my hope is the game will get really hard, so that's where the replay value will come in. Because I think this game's only going to be like 35 hours, if I remember right. So I feel like it could be beat with a group pretty quickly. Like people are going to run through this game. And then is it going to be another Anthem? People are going to be like, where's the in-game content, So, but they did say this is going to be a campaign at the beginning and an end, So, and it was like 35 hours long. But I did hear somebody was telling me that they are talking about, or there is raids being done. There's gonna be like 12 raids that you can do, that you can go in. It's gonna be very, specific on how you tackle those. So maybe that will be the in-game content. I'm not really sure. I didn't look that much into it, but so that could keep it interesting. But I am curious to see what it's like in multiplayer, because I did not do anything multiplayer, and to see if the game. How it match makes, how does it affect game level? If I come in and join UG's, this is like a maxed out character, how does that affect your game? Like in the division, does it balance the two out? Does it make them hard for you, easy for me? Or, because that's something that's a common question in those kind of games is how does it balance out? Say Gunny's brand new and you and I have played this game in the demo, and our stuff carries over, and you say we buy it. And we get to level 20 real quick, and Gunny gets it, and he's level 1, and we play together. Is he going to be power leveled? Is he going to be, is it going to make him a higher level while he's with us? Or is it going to lower our enemy difficulty? Or what happens,
Yeah, that's a good question, because I was actually wondering about that myself. We're playing with this person that I was playing with, this random character. There was never any point where I felt like I was like underpowered against the enemies. That being said, though, like I don't know what level this person was. I don't even know who this person was, honestly. Like they just kind of like appeared in my game, and then like just like how quickly they appeared, they just disappeared randomly. Like after like a few missions, they kind of just disappeared. They kind of like logged off and like left. I'm like, oh, okay, cool, bye, dude.
See you, buddy. What
buddy,
did Borderlands? Didn't Borderlands have something like they had some good way of doing it? And I can't remember what it was.
I don't remember, dude. It could have been where like it just sticks to your level only.
Like
maybe?
Borderlands 3, when I remember having hired people join me. I don't remember how that worked. Like the difficulty.
No,
level.
I think it, in some ways, like I thought it was supposed to be like Division 2, where it kind of scales to your level, but I don't know if that's really true or not. Because I've played so much Division 2 where I've been super high level, join somebody at a lower level, and then even in the reverse, but still I just get my ass handed to me, if I'm joining somebody who's higher level.
Yeah. That's what we'll have to kind of watch. And that's
maybe
the
we'll
only
get
thing
like
I'm
a
leery
warning
of.
or something.
But I feel like this game's gonna be great as a single player game. I think it's gonna have a good story.
Yeah, I feel like a single player game. I feel like I could play this by myself without
same
any
here.
friends.
I'm more excited about that aspect.
And not miss out on anything. And you know what? I really am excited about that. Like this is something that I'm ready for it. I'm like, yes, I want a single player game where like I don't have to worry about my friends or who the fuck is online or oh, let's play together, or oh, I could only play this with this person. Like, no, fuck that. Like
but there might be a night, maybe a night where you and I get together and be like, hey, let's just play some Outriders together, and we could try it, even though we both maybe beat the game or whatever. We're like, oh, let's just go try this,
Let's go fucking grind out and get some cool shit or something, Like I'm excited for it. Like, I know one person,
top level shit,
I know one person that's really into it right now is Brink. I think he has 17 hours into the demo.
Mm-hmm.
So that's a lot more than anyone else on my Steam friends list.
Yeah,
I think the next highest person has like maybe 6 hours into the demo. I mean, Brink has 17, dude. Like,
I think
this
my
dude-
son probably has about 9. And he played through
that's
it
a
quite
lot,
a bit.
you
Yeah,
know?
and he
Yeah.
played all the side quests, but he only stuck with one character. But he's done everything he could possibly do. Like he searched every side quest, he searched everything. He went and bought like every max level weapon he could find. He got all the money he could find. Like there's nothing more he could do.
There is certain. I was looking at the game, and there's people saying that they are finding legendary tier weapons.
They just put out a patch,
and
right?
they're dropping randomly. Like you have to like, you know how you can replay the missions and you get like a different reward each time. You can like pick a different reward. There's certain missions that you can replay. And it seems like there's this like a few side missions that you replay, and you could do those, but every so often they'll drop like a legendary epic fucking weapon or whatever, and like you actually can get those starting at, I think they said World Tier 4. And you get there pretty quick, because I'm already at World Tier 4 or 5. So, you get there very quickly. So, hopefully, I'm hoping I can get a fucking epic or a legendary tier sniper
they just
rifle or
patched
shotgun
it this
or
week.
something. Yeah, and like I said, what I love about this demo is that the demo progress carries over. That's something that every fucking company should do. I'm tired
Yes,
of...
definitely.
Wouldn't that be
Play
nice?
stuff over.
I'm tired of playing Battlefield betas and like ranking up in the Battlefield beta to level 10 or whatever, and then unlocking all this cool shit, figuring out which gun I like the best. And then when the actual Battlefield game comes out, I'm starting at 0. It's like, oh, dude, like, come on, man. Like, why are you starting me at 0, dude? I already know this shit, you know? Or I like how this game also does a thing where, like, hey, if you want to play another character, we'll skip the tutorial. Like,
Yes, you can skip the
just
tutorial,
fucking
skip
pick
That prologue is
cutscenes.
just
Yeah.
skip. Yep.
yeah, just pick whatever you want to pick, and then we'll go from here, dude. You know the story, guy, okay? You landed on a planet, shit went bad, and now you're here. You know what happened.
You got
like, we don't
powers
gotta
now.
go...
You got to get them.
We don't got to go through that whole bullshit again, Gunny, right? You know what happened, Gunny, okay? The shit went bad. Spaceship blew up. Whatever, dude. You're in the future now. Cool.
The other one too is, especially when you're in like one of those enclosed areas and the mission's over, and this is like probably
Fast
just a single player
travel.
thing. Fast travel right there. Bam.
Fuck yeah. Fast travel back to base. Why not, dude? Why do I have to fucking walk all the way back? Oh, like that was one thing I was dreading the whole way. Like remember that first mission we have to get to like get to that tower or whatever. You have to go to that tower to fight the electric guy. My whole way there, I was thinking to myself,
You were thinking you had to go all the way back. Huh?
I'm like, I'm gonna have to walk this whole thing back.
Do they have a car in this game?
Yeah,
Or a
I was like,
helicopter?
can I teleport or something? Like, holy fuck, this is gonna be such a long walk back because there's like no enemies. Like, it's not even fun going there. Like,
Right.
just enemies
It's just
every once in a
quiet
while.
and, yeah.
It's just fucking quiet and like it's like a fucking wasteland I'm walking through with nobody here, just myself. And then I was thinking like, and then when I got there, and then like as soon as the mission was over, there was a little icon there that I could tell. I'm like, fuck yes. I'm so glad I could teleport back, and I'm so glad I could just teleport to different areas. You know, like if I want to fast
once you
travel,
unlock
and once you unlock an area, you want to just fast travel there. You can just fast travel there. You don't gotta fucking run all the way there or whatever. You know what I mean? That's so much such a good thought out fucking idea, man. Like, why most games need that? No one wants to run around for 20 minutes, you know?
Right.
Looking
Well,
at you,
where do I go
Destiny.
next? Yep.
Fuck you, Destiny. I'm looking at you and your bullshit, motherfucker. You. But yes, Outriders is dude. I love this. Like I said, I'm fucking loving the story. It reminds me of Mass Effect. I like the gameplay. It reminds me of Gears of War, Division, and you know what? I'm a fan of People Can Fly. This developer, you know, the last game, one of the last games they made was Bulletstorm.
Yes.
And I really, really love that game. Like, I've always wanted a sequel to Bulletstorm. I've always
That was early HGP, man. I remember you talking about that.
always wanted a sequel to Bulletstorm. And like, I even see Bulletstorm nowadays, like on the Epic store and shit. I'm like, I should just buy that game and just play it on PC. See how much better it runs on a PC, on a modern PC than an Xbox 360. You know?
Damn, I remember you and Brink playing multiplayer on that.
Yeah, I mean that thing was like dude, that game was
They
so
added that later, I
unique
think.
because that game felt like Gears of War, but it was totally not Gears of War. It was very colorful and bright and like Gears of War is always like brown and black and gray and fucking, like the stupid. It's like Doom, like very gloom colors. You know what I mean? Like dark, brown,
Well, Gears
gray,
of War 1 was, yeah.
red, dark. Yeah. Well, Gears of War 5 is not as much. Like Gears of War 5 does have like the jungle maps and shit, but like. You're right. Like Gears of War 1 and 2 were very like dark, red, brown, black.
Yeah.
Am I wrong? I'm not wrong, right? Like it really was that, right?
I remember those were the days of the Cliffy B, right?
Yeah, the aesthetic was, hey, let's make this a dark, gloomy game. Whereas when you played, what's that game? Bulletstorm, it was very bright and colorful, and you had that leash. You could like fucking hit people with that leash and shit.
You definitely see that in this game. This Outriders game where it's like a leash, but it's fire, and it's cool. Yeah, it's cool. I can definitely see some of their trademark stuff going into this one.
People can fly, dude. They're a fucking dope ass developer. Yeah, shout out to them. I'm glad they made fucking Outriders.
Yeah, it's gonna be good.
Yeah. You know where they're located, Gunny?
Are they? No.
They got a studio in Poland.
Oh, really?
Oh, next to CD Projekt Red.
I hope they didn't get hacked.
Oh, hopefully not. Well, they got multiple studios. It says here they got one in like New York, one in Montreal, Canada, one in Newcastle, England, one in Warsaw, Poland.
Yeah, I know they made they make Gears of War maps or something like that, so they're definitely a good support studio.
Yeah, they got another one in Lodz, Poland, and Rezo, Poland. Rezo. I don't know I'm not Polish, guys. I don't know how to pronounce this shit. It's Rzeszzow. Rezo.
Can I buy a vowel?
Can I buy a vowel?
Hey.
But yes, all right, guys. Other than that, so I played Apex. I played that. What else did I play this week? I try to go back and play some City Skylines, and I'm.
Ooh, I haven't played that in forever.
I suck at that. I'm like, I can't. After building my huge Megaopolis, Jesusopolis on the Xbox One, I cannot find myself wanting to build a new city. That desire of wanting to build a new city, I just don't have it in me, Gunny. Like, after putting so much time and dedication and thought and planning and overcoming hurdles on that Xbox One City Skylines game, I just don't have it in me to do that all over again on a new PC platform. Even though I know the PC version will probably run so much better, it probably looks better, it probably performs better, it could probably make cooler city, I could probably have way more mods. I don't care for none of that. I'm like, I don't want to do it again.
Yeah, every time, for me, like, and I still think about it all the time, even though I haven't played it in a while. Mm-hmm. And that is like, when I try out like these different modded maps or maps that were, they might just be roads only or hey, it comes with the buildings and kind of everything's there, downloaded stuff. And every time I do that, I'm like, but it's not mine. It's not my stuff. And this is kind of boring because it's like, I didn't build this. And then I'm trying to change.
What I loved about Jesusopolis, dude,
I get bored with it too quick.
Everything that I put in Jesusopolis, from like the downtown area where I had the Statue of Liberty and I had the nightclubs and I had the football stadium, I put that there. You know what I mean? Like, there's a reason. Like that city changed with me. Like as the city got bigger, I had to delete some houses and build like a main highway that connected the two freeways down the middle. I had to connect more freeways to the other parts of the city. I had to move all the residential, like the whole initial part of the city that was like a residential zone. It went from like being like a 10-block residential area or 20-block residential area to like a 5-block apartment complex area full of high-rise condos where Mayo lives, and like 2 blocks of houses that were like historical houses. and everything else became commercial, like stores and shit. And I built all that, and it was a design process that I had to come up with and think out, like, okay, how do I lay this out? How do I make my traffic flow better? How do I do this, that, And I figured it out, and like having to go through all that again, it took me months to do that city, Gunny. Like literally, dude, it took me like I want to say at least 6 months to build that city. That city was huge, though. It was huge.
Yeah, that was that was a big city. I remember you showing me. I think was it on Discord or somewhere, but
Yeah.
I don't know. Maybe try it out. The game's super cheap, and
it is the base game is super cheap. I was looking at like all the DLC, dude. There's so much DLC.
Well, if you just take the base game, right, and then you can just easily just go onto the mod to the workshop.
Yeah.
And you can do these things called ploppable Rico, right? Where I don't mess with that too much, and that's just like place down buildings. I haven't figured that out. Like, how do you let them just grow on their own? Because there are like assets that grow on their own, or you can just place them. Like, boom, they're done already. But then that's not fun, because it's like, yay, the building's done and complete, and people moved in. But I'm more about the roads and railways and different other forms of transportation and waterways and stuff like that.
All that shit out. Yeah, like I said, I miss my I want an Xbox just to play City Skylines now.
Yeah, because that's where you started, man. Go with the PC. Everything's so much faster. You get better refresh rates. Look at me, Mr. Console Guy, telling you to play the PC port of it. Not port, but that's where it started.
Yeah.
It's the best place to play that game. I tell you, because Jesus, you got that mouse, man. You're just zipping down streets like you're laying them down super quick.
I guess.
There's no stick on the controller crap.
Since you're
It
in
was
this kind
designed
of
for
game,
PC.
since you're into these games,
The roles are reversed here. I know. It's crazy.
It's weird, right? Like I want to play all these games, all these fucking like PC style games. I end up playing on consoles, like Civilization 6. All right, Mel, guess where I bought Civ 6 at? Guess.
PlayStation.
On my fucking Switch.
Oh, okay.
I'm playing Civ 6 on my Switch at night before I go to bed. And like the loading screens take like 10 minutes.
Oh, I bet.
Like I'm not kidding. It literally like okay, like on my PC when I launched Civ 6 on my PC.
You're slow turtle. Guy.
Okay, listen. Like I launched Civ 6 on my PC. I picked the American. I pick Theodore Roosevelt as the president or whatever, right? And it says like, Mr. President. Like it does that intro where like the guy's talking and like it's like that whole like speech they give where like you're about to set your horizons on the West and you're gonna expand your American empire with the military might or whatever. Like they read that whole little excerpt, right?
Mm-hmm.
Well, on the PC when I launch this and I do this, like even if I make a custom map with the maximum size, maximum civs, maximum everything, I launch it. The guy barely gets to like the first sentence where he says, "Dear Mr. President Theodore Roosevelt, you're about to set your sights on a new horizon on the West and bring your great manifest destiny to your American people," or whatever. He barely gets to that, and the game is loaded and it says launch. And I launch it and I'm in the fucking game. On the Switch, the guy reads literally everything. Like the whole like 2 paragraphs of shit. The guy reads everything. And I'm still waiting like 2 minutes after he's done reading for it to load. I'm like, oh my god! I'm like,
At this point, you're asleep already.
I'm like, oh god, this is too long. But
Might as well read a book.
yeah, I gotta say though, the graphics on the Switch, not impressive at all. I'm playing on handheld, but it is Civ. Like everything is there. Like they didn't cut corners. Like
That's good.
You may think, oh, they must have cut corners. Like, they did not cut corners. The full game is there, dude.
Have you... this is a little bit off. Have you ever tried the Civ game on your phone? They have like an app version. I'm trying to remember which one it is. It's actually plays really well. Yeah, I know.
Oh, you mean Civilization Revolution 2?
I think so. That sounds
Civ
right.
Rev 2, I think, is on, iOS.
Okay, so I had Civilization Revolution 1 on my 360. And I actually did buy Civ 2 on my iPhone a long time ago, and I'm re-downloading it right now.
Like $6.99 or $24.99. One of
It
them
was
was
like $10 back in the day.
Yeah, it was something like that. I'm just curious. It
I
just kind
know-
of popped
I
in my mind when you were
know-
talking about it.
I do know that Civ 6 is also on the iPad. Like you can actually play Civilization 6 on your iPad.
okay. That's where I saw it. Yeah.
Yeah, and I'm assuming that that's the Switch version. The one that's on the iPad is probably the same that's on the Switch.
Did you ever play the less popular the space one? I can't remember the name of it.
That one.
It wasn't as popular where you kind of colonize a planet and you have to deal with stuff.
Yeah, I've seen it before though. It's like Sid Meier's Space.
Yeah, I can't. It plays
Space
just like
something, right?
Civilization, but
Like Alpha Centauri or something like that.
I don't know. It's in my library, but I don't know if it has game sharing or not. It might. So
Well, I don't have your library anymore, man. We need to set that up.
yeah, we need to set that. Maybe after the show tonight, we can set that up.
Okay, but listen, man, listen. All right, the other day I was watching Netflix while eating dinner or something, and I was like, I'm gonna watch something cool on here. So I saw this show called Age of the Samurai or something like that.
I've seen that on Netflix, like in the top 10 or something.
It's number 9 in America right now. It says supposedly it's number 9 in America. So this talks about it's around the 1500s. Those are like the year that is set in like the 1520s to 15, I want to say 1580s probably. When what's his name? Oba Nobunaga, that's the daimyo. He's like a samurai or whatever, a lord. It's when he comes into power. Like his dad dies or something, and his dad names him the successor of the clan or whatever, and then he pretty much kills his younger brother because his younger brother was gonna overthrow him or whatever, and then he's like this super like erratic fucking crazy ruler, but like he's like the super mastermind in like military tactics or whatever.
Mm-hmm.
And it's based on that, so like it really reminded me, guess what game? Ghost of Tsushima. What a surprise. So after watching the first episode of Age of the Samurai, which is really fucking well done, like, so they kind of do this thing where like they reenact, right? They have like the reenactments and they're showing you the battles, but they're also having like these experts, like they cut away to these guys talking or whatever about the history of Japan or whatever the fuck, and then they go back to the story and they're telling you about this dude and like how he like overthrew like he killed his younger brother because he found out his younger brother was trying to kill him. He was married to like his main enemy's daughter or whatever, and then that was just to create peace or whatever the fuck. And then like he has like this really small army, but he somehow like overthrows like these bigger armies or whatever. Like he ambushes them and somehow like kills these main leaders or whatever. Then so his army starts getting bigger and bigger because people are scared of him or whatever, because like how the fuck is this guy, getting so powerful? And then he pretty much takes over like the main capital of Japan, which is Tokyo, and then he's trying to like unify all of Japan. His goal is to unify Japan, which he eventually does. He's the first person to unify Japan like ever, I think. Like, you know what I mean? He like unifies the entire country as one people or whatever, like one country or whatever the fuck. But anyways, this made me want to play Ghost of Tsushima, so I went back to Ghost of Tsushima today, and like, I love that game. That goddamn game is so good. There's so much cool shit in that game, Mail. That game, there's nothing wrong with that game.
I own that game. I should play that game
Someday.
Gunny, you need to play that game, dude.
Yeah,
like,
there's no reason why Gunny hasn't played this game yet. As much as I hear about it.
I have played it, but only like just the very beginning of the game.
Get into it, Gunny. Like it's so fucking cool, man. The fights, it's just so fucking well done. Like, everything's so well done in that game. I fucking love it, and I can't wait to play more of it. Like I just want to play more of it, But yeah, I also what else did I play? That's really it. I mean, besides Apex, that's all I really played this week. I've been trying to see what else is coming out on the horizon. I don't see any big games coming out. Like I want to play Days Gone again too, but I'm kind of waiting for that to come out on the PC. I think it'll be a better experience on the PC, and I think I'll actually beat it on the PC.
Mm-hmm. Wait,
I don't
that's
know.
supposed to come out this spring too, isn't it?
Yeah, so it's really soon. You know, and it's kind of shitty because I like people are probably thinking like you're dumb, Jesus. You already paid $60 for it once. Why are you gonna pay? Well, yeah, you're probably right, but like I'm doing it for the experience. It's probably gonna be a better
Yeah.
experience on the PC. You know what I mean? Like it's gonna be 60 frames or whatever.
Right. If it
Probably
was already a
more,
good game on console, it's going to be,
even better.
yeah, right.
Yeah, I hope that
$60 better.
I hope that it's better on. I think it's gonna be better on PC. Another game that I should probably pick up on PC is that other one that came out for PlayStation, Horizon Zero Dawn. I
You
never
played that,
finished
right,
it.
Mayo?
You can play that off my library when you get my sharing in. 'Cause I
Yeah.
know Nips has played that off of my library.
Nice. Yeah, I mean that game is incredible. Even I played most of that game too. Like, see, these games I never finished, but I play a lot of them.
Mm-hmm.
Um,
I saw a game
the
the other day on Steam, Jesus. Maybe it'd be
mm,
up your alley. I was going to ask you about, since you like these city builders and these simulator games, you like how like the Jurassic World, was it Evil Genius 2? I think it's called.
oh,
Oh, let me pop up. And so basically you're like an evil genius and you let me
oh, you're trying to like dominate the world or something?
yeah, so it's called Evil Genius 2 World Domination. It's $35 on sale right now.
Mm.
And so it has 4 different evil geniuses you can buy or play, and they each have a different style, but it looks like you kind of build your lair.
Oh hell yeah, your secret lair.
Oh, you're talking about a Jesus game here.
And
Sure.
so just their description, let me scroll down here. It says Evil Genius 2 is a spy-fi layer builder where players take control of evil genius and set their plans to world domination in motion. When it feels this good to be bad, the forces of justice don't stand a chance. It says build your own unique evil layer and cover operation. Train a force of criminal minions, defend your layer from the forces of justice, and dominate the world with a doomsday device in this direct sequel to the 2004 cult classic. It looks kind of interesting right now. It's
You're telling me
$35.
You're telling me I could put laser beams on sharks' heads
I don't know. Maybe.
like Dr. Evil?
It says every villain needs an island lair, so pick your paradise and put your own sinister stamp on it.
Listen, every bad guy has a really cool island lair, all right? If you're not a bad guy, even all right, look, even Jeffrey Epstein or Epstein, how do you say his last name? Epstein?
Epstein?
And even that asshole that was like trafficking teenage girls or whatever, he had a secret island. Every bad guy, Mayo.
You know where the cave
Has
opens up and then this like
secret island.
armored ship comes
Think
out
of The
the
Incredibles. You watch The Incredibles, Mayo?
There you go.
Yes,
Good
I have
example.
seen The Incredibles.
All right, remember The Incredibles? Remember that guy had that super crazy island?
Mm-hmm.
All right, I want one of those islands.
Well, see, this might be your game then. The sale ends on the
you know what?
30th, so we got a whole month for this game till the sale
I'm
ends.
buying
Even.
this game. Remind me I need to buy this game now.
I think I'm gonna buy it now. I'm putting it in my cart.
You know what? I'll put it on my cart too.
It's like Evil Bank Manager.
Yeah, but see, I looked at Evil Bank Manager. Excuse me, Evil Bank Manager. And that seems more like a... Not so much like a city builder or whatever. It's more like a watch the menu, click on shit, kind of like...
Yeah, those games they don't grab me. Yeah.
Like that other game that I was talking about the other week, Suzerain or whatever. Suzerain. Suzerain. Which I found out what suzerain means, Gunny.
What does it mean?
A suzerain is a superior feudal lord to whom fealty is due. Yeah, what's up? What's up now? Pretty
Well,
much a lord.
superior.
Yeah, super lord. Yeah. That's what a suzerain is. And you know how I found out that the suzerain is something? Like I realized, like, oh, fuck, a suzerain is like a leader? Civilization, dude. Civilization. There's a suzerain of, like, the Arabs or something like that. Something like that.
Like a POTUS.
He's there. He's the king of the Arab people. Okay? How the fuck are you?
Now I know.
Now you know, Connie. But that's all I really played. I haven't played more of that ICBM game. I need to play more of that. I need to play more Apex. I need to play. I downloaded that free game on Epic, which I'm gonna check out. That Cold War simulator, military simulation game, strategy game. It's called like Cold War something.
Oh, I think that's the freebie this week.
That was the freebie like a day ago or something like that. I think it's the new one this today. I think it's like every 2 days is a new one, right? Or every other day is a new one.
No, or the free one this week is the war game Red Dragon.
Yeah, that's the one I downloaded. Red Dragon. It's like a Cold War game, right? Anyways, that's what I downloaded. Yeah. I also downloaded Death and Taxes again. I'm gonna play that all the way through this time. See what happens. Feel like they got their shit fixed. It's time to play games and finish them, Mayo. That's what it is.
It is. It is that time right now. There's nothing new coming out right now. We got a month until Outriders comes
Outriders,
out.
yeah.
So we got time.
And I feel like, you know what, like you said, Outriders is probably going to be a game right, where some people like Brink are going to play it and grind it out and get the cool gear. But I'm pretty sure me and you are going to play like once all the way through.
Well, like we were saying last week, we don't have the time sometimes to sit and play a game for one dedicated game. I know I've been doing Apex, but it just we kind of keep on moving, and so
we'll probably move on to Days Gone or whatever comes out after it.
Yeah.
And then we'll see.
Then back to our comfort games again.
Pretty much.
Back to the Warzone. Wait,
Duty,
you don't play Warzone. What am I thinking?
Well, I'm done with Call of Duty, man. Like, I'm really out of Call of Duty. Like rumor has it that this year's Call of Duty is going to be a World War II one again. What?
That's what I heard, yeah.
Well, why World War II, dude? Like, Battlefield 6 is going to be modern. Why the fuck would you go World War II? Why?
It sells. It sells like hotcakes.
I mean, it does because it's just Call of Duty. Because it's Call of Duty, that's why it sells. But I mean, I have no interest in World War II. Like, at this point, like, it's been overdone. Like it was like I get why they did it a few years ago. Like, it was kind of like a thing that we hadn't seen in for a while, you know. And then they did it, and then it's like, okay, well, you did it now. Now what? Now what are you gonna do? You know? I don't know. I'm not interested in Warzone. Even though I know Warzone is like the hottest battle royale right now besides Fortnite?
Yeah.
Warzone.
It's always in that top 5.
Warzone
top 3.
Yeah, it's like up there, right? I don't really care. Fuck Warzone. Fuck Warzone, Mayo.
Yeah.
I said it, motherfucker, you. Anyways. Let's move on to news, Tom.
But before we do that, guys, it is time for me to get up out of the gaming room. It is my time to depart.
Already?
So, it is too late in the evening for me to continue.
Sad.
I know. So, guys, go find me over on Xbox and on Steam and Uplay and all that stuff as Gamertag Gunny Chief. And over on the PlayStation, HGP_Gunny. Yeah, catch me on Steam. Let's play some Valheim. We got a server up. We can play that. And if you need help getting that set up or getting into the server, just reach out to me or Leahy or Ghost Nico over in the Discord. And I just also want to give a big shout out to another podcast called This Xbox Life. They are celebrating episode 600 this week. Episode 600. So, yeah, go check those guys out. A lot of episodes, a lot of time. Good friends of ours. Peace out, guys. Have a good night.
All right. See you, Gunny.
Bye, Gunny. Wow. Shit. Speaking of finding people, this guy got found, Mayo.
Oh, how did he get found, Jesus?
Well, a British escapee, after escaping Spring Hill Prison in Buckinghamshire in November 28th of last year, Mr. Clint Butler, who was serving a 17-year sentence for crimes including robbery and firearms offenses, laid low successfully until he finally left his house with a friend to secure a copy of Call of Duty Black Ops Cold War. It says here, Butler was stopped by a police officer on the street of Birmingham and asked why he was out during the pandemic and replied, "I've come to get the new Call of Duty because I can't sit around in lockdown." While one of the officers explained that Butler and his companion had been stopped because they clearly turned around and tried to walk away after seeing the police, Butler kicked the officer and attempted to flee.
Where did he kick him, I wonder?
So do I. Like in his fucking leg, like on his, hey, I'm going to kick you in your chin. Anyways, it says here that even though he tried to run away, there's a video of this, like the body cams of the officers, and it pretty much shows him like falling over right away, and the officers like jumped on top of him, tackled him or whatever. It says here Butler has now been returned to prison, and he's added an extra 13 months to his sentence for the escape, and he now has another extra 6 months on top of that for assaulting a police officer. Good job.
My question is,
Why can you not order a copy of, or buy digital?
That's what I was going to say. Why didn't he just get this game and download it? And did he not have the hard drive space? But really, why would you, if you're laying low and you know Jesus, you escape from prison and you're trying to hide, are you really going to be that desperate where you're going to go out and buy a physical copy when you could download it?
Okay, man, let's say you don't have internet.
Yeah.
Okay, why not just send your friend to go buy it?
Yeah.
That has to be the dumbest criminal.
Maybe he was really drunk or something. Is like, yeah, we're going to play Call of Duty tonight, man. Just random.
Let's go, bro. Let's go right now in the middle of the Aren't they like in a lockdown or something over there?
Yeah.
They have like a lockdown?
Yeah, even though people aren't supposed to be out, let's go out and buy a video game. And who's selling the video game if people aren't supposed to be out and about?
Yeah, exactly.
Like so many things are weird. I have so many questions.
This is this is really weird. Our British people need to answer these questions. All right. So we want some more news. Want to some Ethereum mining here.
Oh, mining stuff here.
Ethereum mining limiters can now become as a standard on future NVIDIA GeForce GPUs. Trouble getting hold of a graphics card right now? There's something of a perfect storm for GPU shortages today as demand surges, supply wanes, and cryptocurrency mining makes a comeback, and I know that for sure. NVIDIA's partial answer has been to implement an Ethereum mining limiter on its latest GPU, the RTX 3060 12GB, and they could be both planning to do the same for future launches, including the RTX 3080 Ti. It says here the RTX 3080 is a card that's just over the horizon for NVIDIA, or at least is what the rumors suggest. There's no official words on these cards yet, but it'll eventually come out, because it's bound to come out, right, Mel? Like, TIs always come out.
Yeah.
It says here, it's originally expected to have 10,496 CUDA cores, 20 gigs of GDDR6X memory. As well-known leaker who recently track record NVIDIA releases supposes the RTX 3080 is also will arrive with all that stuff, but it will also have an Ethereum mining limiter, which is a driver and a VBIOS and whatever the fuck it will pretty much slow the card's hash rate once an Ether mining algorithm is detected.
So I guess it's saying basically, in a nutshell, is if it detects that you're mining, it's going to slow down the ability to mine in your card. But they're going to bypass that. people are gonna. These guys that make these mining rigs and stuff like that, they're not gonna let some kind of software stop them. You know, they'll find ways around that stuff.
Yeah.
I mean, we've seen it time and time again. Have you not, Jesus, where stuff is definitely not hacked to be used and not the way it's supposed to be used? Look at Nintendo. Look how many people hacked the Nintendo Switch to make it do different things, or like the old Nintendo, what was it, the Wii? I remember it getting, hacked where they had that homebrew or something on there, and you could like put any ROM on there, or people had multiple games, like, you just don't update it or something like that. So I'm sure.
Yeah, they were playing 64 games on there and GameCube games on there.
And look at, the micro systems that were coming out, like that micro Nintendo where people were redoing it and they had like every Nintendo game on there and stuff like that, So, that these people that really want to, where there's a will, there's a way. They're gonna get around this. So, did we really just waste time on development on this? I mean, they can try to stop them, but I mean,
they won't.
Maybe they'll deter it a little bit, but
because you know what that's gonna do, right? Say they do manage to do it for like the first, I don't know, 3 months or 6 months. All right, Ethereum mining stopped, or is halved, or is a quarter percentage of what it used to be now. What does that do to the crypto? Skyrockets the value of it.
Right.
Because it's hard to make now. It's really hard to make. Now it's really valuable because it's really hard to make. But what does that do? That just incentivizes the fucking hackers to figure out a way even faster to fucking hack this shit. So eventually they're going to just hack it and be like, hey, fuck you, motherfucker. We figured out a way around your bullshit-ass fucking safety thing. We're going to bypass this shit. And, fuck you, NVIDIA. Download this driver instead of NVIDIA's driver,
Right.
That's what they're going to do, yeah. So, whatever. Speaking of new stuff, Atari 2600, man.
Oh, yeah, I got my Atari shirt on tonight. See that 2600 shirt?
The newest console on the streets, the Atari box.
Yes, Jonathan's all the biggest D is even the bigger D now.
What happened to the Atari? Let me look it up real quick.
The BCS?
Yeah.
I think it was delayed. Or is never coming out.
I'm looking at news for the Atari. There's one article here that's 4 days old. It says here the console is lacking killer features. All style, no substance. Wow, that sucks. Anyways, speaking of Atari, okay, ex-Activision game designer Gary and Dan Kitchen, and Activision co-founder David Crane, have now formed Audacity Games. They're going to develop entirely on new games on the Atari 2600 now. That's right. You heard me correctly. Audacity Games is a new developer or a new publisher, quote, focused on designing and publishing box game products for a variety of retro game systems, end quote. That means creating new experiences, Mal, and publishing them for the extremely retro hardware. Says here, because it's 2021 though, those who buy the games will also get a download code that can run on Stella and Retron if you cannot manage to track down an Atari 2600.
I'm assuming them are emulated consoles.
Mm-hmm. For years, our fans have been asking us to create new games. We've heard you and now have decided to do just that, said David Crane. I have always said that I have as much fun making games as others do playing them. and the retro game systems are my favorites. So, it says here, the catalog of games these three developers have created is very impressive. It says here, David Crane himself played a role in creating the game Pitfall and Dragster, while Gary Kitchen's biggest game may have been Donkey Kong on Atari 2600. It says here, Dan Kitchen helped develop the 2600 versions of both Ghostbusters and Kung Fu Master. So there you go. I mean, are you excited, man? These old boomers are making old games for you boomers again.
That's I'm not excited, but that's an interesting idea to for somebody to make a new game for retro consoles. So let's say Jesus,
like a brand new game, brand new Mario on the Nintendo NES.
Yeah, or say Jesus, we came up with a game and put it on the PS3. Like a new game.
A brand new fucking game.
Yeah, how do you think that would do? For one,
what if I make a game for the 360 and then they just make it backwards compatible for the Xbox One?
There you go.
I don't gotta pay the publishing fee for the Xbox One.
We get Microsoft to do it for us
for free.
Maybe that's what they're trying to do. Maybe we'll make an old 360 game.
Yeah, why not? We make an old 360 game. We pay the old 360 licensing fee, which is what do you think that'll be nowadays? $5,000 maybe less. We pay that. We get it on there, and then they backwards compatible it forward.
Enhance it for us.
Enhance it for us, and then we're good. Yeah.
Yeah, we got this.
Yeah. Let's make a game. Yeah, that's interesting, right? They're gonna make these Atari, they're going real old school here. Atari 2600. I mean, I wonder what they could go to next. They could go to ColecoVision. They can go to fucking, what's that other one? That Commodore
64. Yeah,
yeah.
It sounds like that. Sound like this old stuff is their expertise since they worked on Atari back in the day.
Yeah,
so they probably
these guys
are familiar with the way that stuff works really well, and
these guys are old school Activision people, really old school fucking. People forget Activision and these companies were around for a long, long time.
Mm-hmm.
It's been around forever, dude. You know what I mean? People think Activision, Call of Duty, and Blizzard and shit. It's and WoW and all this shit. No, dude, they've been around way longer than that.
Yeah.
Fucking long as hell, super long, way back in the day. And same goes for other companies as well, other publishers that people don't realize how old they are. EA is fucking old as shit, dude.
Mm-hmm.
EA is ridiculous. What the fuck? Yeah, it says here, I'm looking at their Wikipedia, and it says they were founded in 1982. What the fuck?
Yeah. What was our first game, does it say?
Let's look at EA's official. EA games. Let's look at their game history here. God damn, they got so many games. Wow. Okay, let's look at God damn, there's so many articles here. Okay, let me see. I'm just gonna Google it.
Yeah, when you click on their game, there's no Wikipedia. Oh my gosh.
It says here their first 5 video games were these as follows. So, Okay, the first EA games were Hard Hat Mac.
Don't know it.
Archon the Light and the Dark.
Don't know it.
A game called Mule.
Nope.
And Worms. Worms with a question mark, Worms and a question mark. And then another game called Axis Assassin.
Yeah, I don't know any of those. I mean, Worms I thought it would be, but it's different, I think, from what I'm
It says here, Hard Hat Mac is truly EA's very first game. and featured a construction worker ascending a building in a similar fashion to Donkey Kong. So they pretty much like ripped off that Donkey Kong game. A construction worker said Donkey Kong.
Right. Instead of Mario, we're going to put in a construction guy. Instead of Donkey Kong throwing barrels and a whole thing of fire, it's probably like tools or something.
Yeah. Throw toolboxes down at this guy. Wow, that's crazy, dude. Wow, that's, you know. But yeah, EA has been around forever. Like these companies have been around for fucking ever.
Yeah, but yeah, that's just an interesting idea though, to make an a new game on a system that isn't around no more.
Yeah. Let's see here. Activision's first game was a game called Boxing for the Atari 2600.
It's original.
The release date 1980. They also made a game called Bridge that year, a game called Checkers, Dragster, Fishing Derby, and Skiing. Very, very original names there. Boxing, Bridge, Checkers, Dragster, Fishing Derby, and Skiing. Wow. They got a lot of games, dude. Activision is baller as fuck. Look at these motherfuckers. They got like fucking thousands of games here. It's insane. But yeah, let's move on here to more news. More news. Let's talk about Xbox. The Xbox machines. Says here the U.S. Securities and Exchange Commission, the SEC, has now approved Microsoft's Bethesda purchase, which will make Bethesda and a parent company, ZeniMax, part of the Xbox family.
Oh, this was just one of the... approved.
Well, they have to approve it, like, because in case of monopolies or whatever.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Yeah, I just thought it was already approved.
No, they probably just got the approval the other day. This is one of the last remaining roadblocks for the acquisition to finally close. But Bethesda isn't becoming part of Xbox just yet. Since here, the SEC published a notice of effectiveness for the transaction on its website this week. If you're not familiar with SEC filings, Mayo, this doesn't exactly mean much on the surface, but this notice is used when the SEC accepts a company's registration. The S-4 on the page means this is related to either a merger or an acquisition. And if you go to the related documents for this notice, it will list Microsoft's registration amount as being $7.5 billion for the amount agreed upon during the deal last year. Since here, the SEC's approval actually comes as we were expecting to hear word from the European Commission, the other major regulatory body that could put a stop to this whole deal. This was scheduled to make a ruling by March 5th, though it doesn't appear to have made it public yet. Assuming the ruling hasn't been outright delayed, assuming that it is approved, it shouldn't be too long before we see the companies working together officially. Microsoft has already created a division called Vault, which is presumably a division named after the Fallout series, for Vault Tech.
Mm-hmm.
This will be responsible for all the Bethesda properties. This does not mean that PlayStation fans will be immediately left in the dust, however. The upcoming game Deathloop will actually launch as a PS exclusive, as the agreement was made prior to this Microsoft acquisition, and Microsoft is continuing to honor that deal. And this will be at least a year before the game comes to Xbox or any other platforms, including PC. Future games are more up in the air, though it would certainly make sense for big franchises like The Elder Scrolls and Doom to become Microsoft exclusives in order to draw in more players to the Microsoft systems. So yeah, the European, I think I was reading something on Twitter where like the European Commission, I think they already approved it. I'm not 100% sure on that. Don't quote me on that, but I'm pretty sure from everything I've seen that this is pretty much a done deal. Like
yeah, I just thought it was.
Well, Yeah,
it is, but it's not. Like it could be.
Yeah, like I'm pretty sure I was looking at Twitter on Phil Spencer and Xbox and all these companies like saying, hey, we're happy, we're Bethesda, welcome to the team or something like that. Like I don't know. I'm pretty sure they were all congratulating Bethesda.
Mm-hmm.
Whatever. Anyways, there's that. If you're interested in that Microsoft acquisition deal news. Moving on to more news. Want to some more news here, man. Hogwarts Legacy developer is now quitting following backlash over a YouTube channel. Oh no. Dun, dun, dun! Troy Levitt, the game developer at the center of the controversy last month, after it was discovered he had run a reactionary YouTube channel focused on attacking feminism and social justice. Wow. He has resigned from his position at Avalanche Software, developers of the upcoming Harry Potter game Hogwarts Legacy. Levitt announced his decision to part ways with Avalanche in a series of tweets. Tweet number 1, Mail says, I have made the decision to part ways with Avalanche Software. I have nothing but good things to say about the game, the dev team, and WB Games. 2, I will be releasing a YouTube video about this soon on my channel. 3, to clarify, I felt absolutely secure in my position. However, I still wanted to resign for reasons that I will explain in that forthcoming video. I am in excellent spirits and very pleased with my relationship with WB and Avalanche. It says here, among Levitt's decisions or videos are lengthy defenses of both John Lasseter, the Pixar co-founder who left his position at Disney in 2017 after allegations of sexual misconduct, and Nolan Bushnell, the Atari co-founder who Kotaku's reporting found to have fostered a toxic work environment for women. In some of his videos, Levitt expressed support for Gamergate, a movement that fostered harassment against women and other minorities in the gaming industry, and criticized Anita Sarkeesian's Tropes versus Women series as an uninformed fringe position. Levitt also discussed his opinions on Gamergate in depth during a 27 interview, saying, quote, Gamergate, while painful at times, on the whole proved to be a good thing. So it says here, whatever. Just whatever the fuck. Whatever. Like, this dude pretty much screwed up. Shouldn't have had that video, that YouTube channel.
Right.
And he knew that he probably knew, like, no matter what, I'm going to get fired, so I might as well just quit and say, like, I quit instead of getting fired. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
Whatever.
Yeah.
Okay.
Are you excited about this Harry Potter game?
Okay. This is one thing I have that's the confusing thing for me, Mayo, is this new Harry Potter game, right?
Mm-hmm.
Harry Potter game. Alright, this new Harry Potter game claims to have, okay? This is their words, not mine, Mayo. Will have trans-inclusive character creation.
Okay.
Okay. This is supposedly in response to the transphobic remarks made by the creator of Harry Potter, J.K. Rowling, and whatever the fuck, and it says here a few developers at Avalanche Software were rattled by Rowling's bigotry, or whatever, Okay, I get that. All right, whatever. You don't support the whatever stance the author of the book takes. I get that. Whatever, your rights and unsupport that. You understand that that could probably affect your business negatively. I understand that. What does trans and inclusive mean to you? Not being I know you're not a trans person, male. I know you're not trans. I know you're a straight white male. I'm a straight Latin male. What does trans mean? Like trans inclusive. What do you when you hear that being said to you? Like, hey, this game is gonna have a trans inclusive gender create or character creator in it. What is that? What does that mean to you?
To me, just the first thing that jumps in my mind is it's just going to be very, very open in your character creation. You know, like you can do whatever you want. Kind of like what we were seeing with Cyberpunk originally, but with more options. But I'm trying to think here. It's a weird line, you know, like there's a point where you can focus too much on certain aspects like that, I think.
I mean, but like, why are they calling it trans inclusive when you're pointing out that trans people are different when you're saying you're trans inclusive?
Mm-hmm.
It's like saying we're Latino inclusive.
Right.
It's like somebody saying, "Oh, we're making a game that's Latino inclusive." Well, were you saying Latinos are different? Like, why don't you just say you're just making a game? We understand what you're making.
Right. That's
why are you saying like when somebody says like I have trust me, I have friends that are completely gay. They're straight up gay. Like they're guys and they're gay, and I know them. They're friends of mine. Whatever. Like I've never at any point hung out with them and thought to myself, "Hey, man, like, do you feel included in this?" You know what I mean? Mm-hmm. Like I've never treated them any different from my normal friends. You know what I mean? To me, they're just friends. You know, right. Like I've never treated them different from my other friends. And it's like, why should video games sit there and try to make you feel different from like other people? You know, just because you're gay or you're trans or whatever. You know, like. Why do that to someone when you're trying to be inclusive? Why you're pointing them out?
Right.
You know what I mean?
I completely see what you're saying. Because then, do you think it's just trying to draw attention to the game?
Maybe
to get support more from maybe like the trans community. Like, oh, these guys, you know, people in the trans community will hear this and like, okay, well, I have to support this game now because you know they're.
But why would you? Like, I would not support it. I would be drawn away from supporting it because I would be like, you guys are signaling us out. Why the fuck not just say, don't even mention it? Mm-hmm. All right, if you're okay, man. If we're saying that a game like you know, this is gonna take like, what is Cyberpunk trans inclusive? I guess.
Well, and see that one too. You know You had that transgender option at the beginning.
Okay.
And then I remember seeing a review of somebody that was transgender that did not like the game because they didn't have enough in it. You know, like it didn't have enough focus choices on other stuff, you know. But.
So is Skyrim trans inclusive? What is Skyrim then? Bestiality inclusive? They're inclusive, right? They're inclusive of bestiality, right? Because you could be a cat, or you could be a dog, or whatever the fuck.
Yeah.
The Khajiit, the fucking cat people, or whatever. You can have sex with humans, or whatever the fuck. Like, you could be that.
Are we gonna call it furry inclusive?
Yeah. What are you gonna? Yeah. Hey guys, Skyrim is now labeled furry inclusive. Whoa. You know, it's like, what? Like, at what point are you being inclusive, but you're actually like you're signaling out those people? You know what I mean? Like,
right.
That's my whole thought process on this. Why even mention that? Like, why do you even need to mention it? Like, is it because the author of Harry Potter is anti-gay or anti-trans or anti-whatever? I mean, that's just the author of the books, you know, like, you're making a game, dude. You know, right. Like, I get it. It's part of, like, that whole book, you know, it's part of the franchise or whatever. Like, but you'd figure if people have already boycotted J.K. Rowling because of her views on whatever, you know, because of her views on anything, politics, religion, anything, they're probably going to not buy this game because you're, you know, even if you're trans inclusive, you know, they're not going to buy it. They're going to fuck that game. It's a Harry Potter game. I don't like Harry Potter. Fuck that author, you know?
Yeah.
So, I don't get what they're trying to do here, man. Like,
yeah, I don't either.
It's just, to me, why even point out that you're trans inclusive? Because what does that even fucking mean? Like, to me, it seems like it would be like saying, hey guys, we're Mexican inclusive. Okay, what does that mean?
Right.
You know? Hey, we're white inclusive, man. We're white. We're making a white inclusive game.
Oh, there we go.
All of a sudden, Mayo is in. You know, it's like, what the fuck? You know, like, what does that even mean? Like, what does white inclusive mean? You know, what does Asian inclusive mean? What does, hey, we're female inclusive? What does any of this shit mean? You know, like that's what I'm having a hard time wrapping my head around. You know, like, you know, it's just, at what point do people stop really believing in the cause and they just do it to like get attention or you know,
Yeah.
get support? You know what I mean? You forget about what the cause really means or what it really means to be this, you know, like you just do it for whatever reason, you know.
And I think about that, like when I see, you know, cancel culture stuff now, you're this and that, and I'm just like, people, I don't know. I just, to me, I look at it and I'm like, why? You know, why?
Yeah.
You know, why is Dr. Seuss all suddenly super bad? You know, like it's been read forever, you know, and now it's bad, you know, and you know, Mr. Potato Head. Oh my gosh, can't have Mr. Potato Head, you know. I'm like,
Yeah.
you know, it's just okay, you know. You know, did they actually change it now to Potato Head? Is it literally just Potato Head now? I don't follow a whole lot on that. Like
Potato Head. Is it Potato Head now?
I've seen some jokes on Facebook where like it shows like the Mr. Coffee Maker and it said you're next and stuff like that.
Okay, it says here that Okay, it says that no, they didn't drop the name. They're actually gonna keep Mr. and Mrs. Potato Head. It just won't be as prominent on the packaging. Like it won't say Mr. on top of the box. It'll say like on the bottom, like smaller font or whatever. It'll say Mr. Potato Head or whatever instead of being on the top of the box or whatever. I mean, I just personally there's this whole thing of canceling things, right? All right, man. Like I don't know how I'm gonna come off on this. All right.
Yeah, well, it's a fine line. Like, you know,
I want the listeners to understand this. I am a Hispanic male. My parents are Mexican immigrants. Like, legit. My parents came here legally, and they overstayed their visas. They were here illegally afterwards. But I was born here in the U.S. I've been raised in the United States, you know. And both my parents, rest in peace, they tried to give me a good life. And that's the reason they stayed in the U.S., to try to give me a better life, because they knew moving back to Mexico, you know, would have been an option, but it wouldn't have been the best life for us as kids, you know, me and my brother and my sister. So they tried to give us the best life, which I don't blame them for, you know, and I understand why they did it. That being said, when it comes to a point where you're canceling things, right? You're canceling these things that are happening in the world or whatever, these insensitive things, which I do get sometimes. I'm like, okay, yes, that shouldn't be there. What happens when you cancel too much? What happens when white culture starts pushing back? because eventually it goes too far one way, right? Like I'm assuming at some point back in the 1700s, 1600s, 1800s, white dominant culture, white people thought, fuck it, like black people, Native Americans, Hispanics, Spaniards, all these fucking people, they don't need fucking rights. They don't need this. They don't need, okay? And then little by little people start getting them, right? And you suppress these people and whatever, and then they push back. All right? Now you're seeing the pushback, and you're getting all these people canceling shit that's like anti-black, anti-Hispanic, anti-gay, anti-whatever. Okay? But then it starts getting too far to one side, I feel like, where like at the end of the day, there needs to be a balance on everything, right?
Right.
Like it goes too far one way, and you start labeling everyone that's a Republican or racist. And I personally don't believe everyone that's a Republican is racist. I have friends that are Republicans, and they're wonderful fucking people, dude. They're like the most amazing fucking friends that I've had, you know? They're willing to help you out. And it's the same way with Democrats. I've had Democratic friends that are Democrat Party or whatever, fucking socialist, hippies and shit, that are the fucking amazing people. It goes the same both ways. Like, labeling one group of people
a certain way,
like saying all white people are racist, or all white people are bad, or all white people hate all colored people, or all white people, or all, Mayo, you and all your white friends are all the same, Mayo. You guys are all the same. Labeling one group of people based on their skin color or whatever is exactly what we don't want. It's the whole reason of cancel culture, right?
Right.
It's like, why are we labeling people that way? Let's just treat people like human fucking beings and try to be equal to everyone, you know? That's the way I try to be with everyone, dude.
Yeah,
like,
and that's
I don't give a shit what you are.
Yeah, it's so crazy. Like, to me, you know, it's just people are people, you know?
Yeah,
If you're a
I don't
shitty
care what
person
you are.
and I don't like your beliefs and the way you act, that's solely on you, you know? Like, it's not because of your race or anything like that. It's why I wouldn't maybe particularly like that individual. You know, it has nothing to do with anything else, but except for that person maybe has some values or has some way about doing things that I don't agree with myself. And so we wouldn't get along. It doesn't mean it's because of any other issue. You know, it's not just because
skin color
that
or
person be skin colored
or you're gay or you're whatever, you're trans or you identify as a woman. I don't give a shit what you identify as.
Right.
Identify as a fucking car for all I care, you know?
And that's something I feel the video game culture has done really well for the most part. But I feel like it's starting to kind of creep into the gaming world too. You know, I always thought, and we've talked about it before, is I've always felt like the video game environment is very inclusive for everybody.
Think about, like, when you go to a video game convention, right? Think of like GameCon or what's that? E3 or okay, not even video games. Think of Comic-Con. You go to Comic-Con, dude. What do you see at Comic-Con? You see Latinos. You see Black people, you see Asians, you see white people, you see fucking nerds, you see jocks, you see actors, you see famous people, you see movie directors, you see everyone that's just fans of that genre of cool shit.
Right.
They're trying to experience that. Same with gamers. You go to, like, dude, you walk into your, like, if you guys have a local game store, go in there and walk around and then just sit there for a minute, you know, and watch who works at the counter and try to talk to the owner or the people that work there and ask them, like, hey, what kind of people come in here, you know? And you're going to see little kids, white kids, black kids, brown kids, Asian kids, Arabic kids, kids from every fucking nationality go in there and buy video games, and they all might like the same fucking video game. You know what I mean? Mm-hmm. Video games have been very inclusive, and you're right, Mayo. They've always have been. But it seems like nowadays, a lot of this politics and shit from the outside world is starting to influence the video game world. And they're really starting to get in there and creep in there. And even in the video game culture, it's happening, dude.
I feel like it's just all these groups, you know, like, where I live, I don't feel like I see so many things they push, you know. You know, I work with a wide variety of different ethnic backgrounds in my work. I mean, we have a lot of people from Africa. We have a lot of people from, Europe. We have guys from Poland. We have guys from Australia. I mean, we have guys from all over the country that come here, and Kroger, where I work, gives them jobs. And we've actually had like almost kind of like different years where like one year we had a whole bunch of people come in from Poland, and Kroger gave them jobs, and they hired like 100 Polish people at once.
Wow.
And they would all work there in that summer. Then when they, some of them stayed and they got a visa and they stayed here and they continued to work. And then some went back. And then the next year we had a bunch of, Hispanic that would come in, and then, and they would work for a summer, and then they would, would go back, or some would quit and some would stay. But, I think they talk about it at our work. I think we have people from, I don't remember how many countries it is, but it's a lot. We're proud to announce that we have this many people from this many countries here in our facility, and
that's just one facility, Kroger. No.
And we don't see it like that. We're all coworkers, we don't fight about stuff like that. We all talk, we all get along, we all joke about things, and they're, they're here doing their thing, making their money, and I'm doing the same thing. We're all providing for our families, and we get along, and we know what we have a common goal. And I think that's what it is with gamers and our groups is we get in because it's something we enjoy, and we're doing it with a common goal. We don't care who behind that camera, what they look like, behind that game, what Jesus looks like online. It does not matter when I'm playing with him online, or who he is, except for his personality that comes through when I play with him online. Was whether I like him or not, and it has nothing to do with culture or anything like that. And I just think these groups just like to push things and just stir that pot, and I myself am kind of tired of hearing about it sometimes. I'm just like, really? We could just kind of like ban everything? Is everything going to be offensive,
Yeah, that's...
And like you said, what's the point? Where does it stop, It
will never stop. That's the whole point here. It's going to get to the point where I'm being serious, where white people are going to get so canceled that colored people, both black and Hispanic and brown, that are super against white people, I guess. I mean, personally, I'm not, but a lot of people I know are. I know a lot of people that say, Why do you side with the gringos? Why do you side with the white people? They don't see you as one of them. But I'm like, yes, but I don't see them as one of them. I see them as a fucking person.
Right.
And I expect them to see me as a fucking person. I don't see them as them, motherfucker. You understand what I'm saying?
Yeah. Like, who's them?
And I like to tell people, there's not like when me and my other coworkers at my last job, we would always laugh because he would always tell me. He was like, do you think there's a difference between me and you? And I'd be like, what do you mean? And he would ask my other coworkers, do you think there's a difference between me and you? And one of my other Hispanic coworkers said, yes. He said, I can relate more to, he pointed at me, I can relate more to him than you. And my coworker was like, well, why can you relate more to him than me? And he was like, well, because he's Hispanic and I'm Mexican too. And my coworker was like, oh, really? He was like, do you think because my skin color is white, I can relate more to the owner of this company than you guys? And he was like, well, yeah. And he was like, but where am I sitting now? I'm sitting at the same lunch table that you guys are sitting at. I'm eating lunch with you guys. I'm working with you guys. I spend my time out here busting my ass off with you guys. So who do you think I relate to more? You guys that get paid almost the same as me, or the fucking owner of this company who's a wealthy person? And, and it made him kind of think, and I'm like, that's the fucking truth. The real division in this country isn't race or color. It's wealth, dude. You know what I mean? You're more to relate to a person that's making the same amount of money as you than you are to a person that's wealthy, Wealthy people stick with wealthy people, whatever fucking color they are. It could be black, brown, blue, Asian, purple, whatever the fuck color, whatever color. It could be fucking any color in the world. Red even. They will all stick together before coming to help a poor person. You know what I mean?
Right.
And that's kind of how it is. That's the way I see it. Money divides people more than anything, but people like to think that color and skin color and all that shit really matters, and I personally don't see it that way. I think, in reality, wealth and money is the biggest division in anything. And that's just my opinion. And and I'm Hispanic, dude, and I grew up in being in a Hispanic culture and all that. But I'd never ever like seen myself like, oh, I'm Hispanic. Fuck the white people. Like, never in my life have I thought that. You know what I mean? Or never in my life I thought, oh, we're better than the white people. you know, or yeah. But there is really people out there that think that. Or people out there that think that, well, no, the white people they've been in power so long. It's like, what do you mean, dude? Like, that guy lives in a fucking trailer park. You live in a house.
Right.
Who has the privilege here? You know what I mean? You're saying that person has privilege, but that person is on food stamps and they live in a fucking trailer park. And you live in a house and you drive a BMW. Who's the privileged person here? You know what I mean?
Right.
You think about shit like that, and it's like people don't, man. And eventually it's like with these video games, what I'm saying is, you got this whole, like with Harry Potter, like being, oh, we're trans inclusive. It's like, okay, well, isn't Skyrim or Elder Scrolls aren't they trans inclusive? You could be a fucking cat in Skyrim if you wanted to be. You could be a fucking cat, whatever, an elf. You know what I mean? You be whatever you want to be, dude. It's like, these other games have these choices and stuff to be this stuff. And now what are you gonna say? Oh, well, Outriders isn't. You know what, Mayo? We gotta cancel Outriders because they don't have trans inclusiveness.
Yeah. I mean,
I didn't see any trans inclusiveness in that game.
Me either.
I'm gonna have to cancel it now. Delay the game. Delay the launch until they make a fucking patch to trans inclusive that shit. It's like, is that where we're really going with this?
It reminds me. It's been a while ago now, but you get these articles and these reviews now that people come into it with an angle and they're trying to get like a political view or something like that. I remember a BGO talking one time. It really started to like leaning me toward looking toward some of these articles was when Far Cry came out, the one that was in like Wyoming. And they made references like how it didn't have enough this guy was reviewing it was saying like it didn't have enough political stance, and this game missed the opportunity because it wasn't taking a political stance. And like, why did it have to take a political stance? Why did the game have to be a way just for you? Like as this guy was reviewing it, and he threw like politician stuff in there. When I say like political stuff, like it was something like gun control. I think at the time they were talking about like gun control and this and that, and they were like, oh, this game is just a violent, crazy world and all this stuff. And this is why we need to have gun control. And it was all that. I can't remember what the article was about at the time, but it just kind of really like, and I started seeing it then where you start seeing articles where this game isn't any good because it doesn't have this, or this game isn't any good because it doesn't have that, or it doesn't make this statement the way I want it to. And to me, that's not what a good game review is. Like, I remember seeing one about Division about gun control. They were talking about, oh, like you go in there and you're getting these different guns and you're shooting people and this and that. This is why we need gun control, and stuff like that. I just hate to see. It's like that is not a review of a game. That's just your opinion on what you think it needs to do or something like that, or they're so in depth in wanting to see stuff. Everything has to be political to that person. This person reviewing makes everything into a political thing. It's either a yes or a no, and that's just a sad world to me. I think it would be a rough life to have to sit there and look at everything objectively, where
Yeah, personally, that's I would never like to do that. I've always been pretty open, man, to different people's opinions and different people's certain views and viewpoints and beliefs and whatever. If you're an anti-vaxxer, I may not agree with you. Like, I've always told this to people, and I've said this plenty of times on the podcast. Some of you heard me say this before. I may not agree with you, Mayo, but I'll listen to your opinion.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I know you said that before, and
I've listened to you. I will sit here, and I may not agree that if you're an anti-vaxxer, you're anti-Catholic, anti-Christian. Okay, I may not agree with you, But I'm going to sit here and I'm going to listen to why you believe that. You know, why do you believe your certain way of belief or why do you believe that? I want to know why. Because you know why, Mayo? At the end of the day, if I understand why you believe that, it may help me understand why more people believe the things they believe. You know what I mean? But instead, people don't. Instead of doing that, you know what they do, Mayo? They cancel. They fucking cancel. Like, you know what, Mayo? Because you don't believe what I believe, Mayo. Fuck you, Mayo. Right. We're going to shut you down, man.
My way's right. Your way's wrong.
Yeah,
you're done.
Your shit's going to get shut down. You're going to get canceled off Twitter. You're going to get off Facebook. You're getting banned on anything. Fuck you and your opinion. That's the way everyone thinks. And I think that's completely wrong. We should not think that way. No matter what the opinion is, no matter what the belief is on somebody's point of view. You know, as wrong as it may be, try to understand why they believe that. And maybe the only way you can change the way they believe, if you really want to change the way they believe that, is by understanding why they believe that, or why they think that, or why they fucking have this thought process. Maybe they were raised.
I mean, we all have our reasons for things we do and believe in the way we are. I mean, it's not just like a sudden, oh, I like this all of a sudden, so I'm going to side with this. You know, so there's upbringing and there's just different things that, you know, factor into all this, I'm sure. Yeah. You know, I mean.
But everyone likes to always be right and always be like, oh, no, fuck you.
Yeah, everybody has to be right.
My opinion is better than yours, Mel. Fuck you and your bullshit.
But what we can agree on is both of our opinions are better than Gunny since he's not here.
Yeah, fuck Gunny. Yeah, that guy's always wrong.
Yeah.
Bullshit. I heard console games are fun. So fuck you, Gunny. Sorry, Gunny. We had to make fun of you.
Yeah, since you're not here, we're going to cancel you out. Goodbye, Gunny.
Yeah, no. Cancel Gunny.
He doesn't get a voice anymore.
Doesn't get anything. Speaking of voices, Code Miko is nervous.
Oh, why is this?
We can tell because she tells me this. She's quote, "This is like my first interview ever," she says over a Discord call. "I'm sorry, I'm a little shy. This is December of 2020 and it's Miko's entire life is about to change. Miko does not know yet. She is, after all, not a fortune teller, though, based on her stream. A sophisticated all-digital setup she can modify using her own skills as a coder male. Brought to life by a full-body mocap suit. You could be forgiven for thinking she's from the future. On stream, she's an unflappable presence, a literal video game character whose off-kilter, on-point observations pierce straight to the hearts of famous streamers and securities and extract lighthearted humor. But in this moment, she's just another streamer doing her best to capitalize on a surge of career momentum that could make or break her. She has no way of knowing it would ultimately do both. Soon her Twitch follower count will skyrocket from 20,000 followers, up to more than 500,000. Soon she will collaborate with an endless possession of Twitch and YouTube's biggest names, such as Imane Pokimane, Anise, Hassan Piker, Asmongold, Sikuno, Moist Critical, Video Game Donkey, and then so much more. Soon she will get suspended from Twitch for the third time for questionable reasons. Soon she will have nightmares about a prospect of a forced suspension, one that, per Twitch's rules, she was likely not come back from. Soon she will hire a management firm and develop a team that will overhaul her entire approach to being a public figure, but she does not know any of that right now. All she knows that this is her first interview, and she hopes it goes well."
Where's this article going?
It says here that the concept that drives Miko's stream is very simple. She's a glitchy video game character who interviews real people, and specifically famous Twitch personalities. The great strength of her act is that Miko, the character, does not know who any of these people are, and even when she does not give a fuck. She's kind of a dick, but a lovable dick. Miko, the real person, not the character, told Kotaku of Miko, the character, not the real person, in an interview. Okay. She has no filter. I think that's what makes her slightly dickish. Maybe dick isn't the right word. She's kind of stupid, unfiltered, and not afraid to say whatever is on her mind or what she sees. The results in interviews where Miko regularly interrupts her guests or bombards them with awkward, invasive questions. She was yelled at by Pokimane. She yelled at Pokimane about catheters. She's forced Piker to talk to the Dark Souls boss he could not defeat, and it was her who was dressed up as the boss. She's got Donkey in trouble with his girlfriend. Yeah, I don't know what she did there. And whatever. It says here, when Miko first started blowing up on Twitch late last year, the dynamic drew comparisons to 90s Cartoon Network classic space Ghost to Ghost, in which the hero talk show host interview, blah, 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 celebrity guests like Conan O'Brien, Bjork, William Shatner. It says here, Miko told Kotaku that she never watched this show. Some viewers have also classified Miko as part of the monolithic VTuber trend, in which real people stream as typically anime-inspired avatars, each with their own backstory and personality. It says here, Miko told Kotaku that she does not pay much attention to all that stuff. In truth, she doesn't need to. So pretty much this is her.
So this article just had an ad about her, basically?
This is Miko,
this is what I'm hearing.
Says Miko began streaming while working at an LA-based animation studio, specifically based on live animation, which is how she came up with her idea for the stream. But even after she got laid off and began streaming full-time last year, she found herself gaining traction, familiar to most Twitch streamers, blah, 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 Twitch streamers. On top of that, she was $20,000 in debt because of her streams. How do you spend $20,000 on a stream setup?
That's a lot. That's a really good PC and camera and.
Yeah, it says here that her mocap suit was really expensive.
Oh, she bought a mocap suit. That could probably be some change.
Unemployed and making about $300 on Twitch, she could no longer afford her apartment. But just before she was forced to pack it in, she had a breakthrough. Viewers. Says here she discovered a few months, after slow progress. Whatever. People fucking started buying her shit, blah, blah, blah. And, pretty much soon afterwards, she made a bunch of money. And apparently, Miko is this character that interviews famous Twitch streamers, male, that
looks like
so long.
Looks like a video game character.
Yeah, she's like an animated character, right?
Yeah.
And she interviews people. And she pretty much just makes fun of them the whole time she's interviewing them. And people pay her
just going to grow our
bits.
numbers by this article. This is all I'm hearing.
Yeah.
Just telling you about her.
Yeah.
It's funny how... So I think how some of this stuff works too, it's kind of like who you know in the community. I feel like Twitch, if you start getting in with these big names, it seems like you're just instantly popular. Like as soon as you start getting in with the, like the Hakuno and even... what's his? I'm trying to think of his name right now. My son watches him a lot. He's just a content creator. He doesn't stream games. Ludwig, he's a big YouTuber and he has Twitch videos too. And all these guys are like a community and they all kind of know each other, but they're all like popular, big streamers, bringing in big viewers, And it seems like they just all kind of feed off each other. And then you see people... Like, you remember watching Hugbot stream? Like, he had this cool, I don't want to call it a gimmick, but he made his own robot helmet that lit up and it sounded robotic when he talked. That was cool
He was
as
like a
heck.
real robot, dude. He was a fucking
that was
robot.
Awesome. And yet he doesn't grow, but yet you can take somebody like this who can make a motion cap suit, make him look like a character. And I think they just connect with the right people and they just grow enormously. So I just feel like, like the old saying, it's like who you know sometimes really can make a big difference of, how much growth you have.
No, I agree with that, yeah. I mean, but she's had like real famous people on her Twitch.
Yeah, like that group that you're talking about, like, some of them I knew right away. And my son, he's big into watching all these.
She's also had like famous like TV actors and like movie actors and like rappers like T-Pain and shit come on her fucking interview show. I mean,
how does that work too? Because I was thinking that the other day. I was driving in my car, and I heard a commercial for iHeartRadio, and they were talking about a podcast, and they were advertising a podcast on there, and it was something I've never heard of before. It was some kind of gaming podcast. I'm like, oh, gaming podcast. And basically, it was some guy I never heard of, and he was interviewing all these big Twitch gamers, voice actors. Like, how did they get to that point? You know, like, how did they do a podcast where they just land all these people that's so hard to get and talk to? You know, like, it's who you know.
It's Iams did this. Right? Iams has interviewed some fucking movie actors and shit.
I've listened to his podcast a lot when he was doing some, and there was some cool ones in there I really enjoyed.
You know how he does
it? Was it Chloe from Life is Strange?
Life is Strange. Yeah, he does it. You know how he does it? Twitter.
Yeah, and I've done some things.
Goes to Twitter and he just fucking goes. He just messages them and he's like, "Hey," or he like tweets at them, "Hey, I want you to come on my show," or whatever. And then they message him or he'll like DM them like, "Hey, are you interested in coming on my podcast to talk whatever the fuck? You want to join?" And they're like, "Yeah, why not?" And they do it. He said the hardest one for him was I forget who it was. It was this chick. I believe it was the chick who did the voice for Firewatch. Remember that game, Firewatch?
Mm-hmm.
I believe she was the one that did the voice for Firewatch. And I think she did another game recently. There was another game she came out in recently.
Yeah, remember the one he did with Hannah Tell? He had her on a couple times.
Maybe Mass Effect. There was a few other games she was in. Like a few other games.
Oh yeah, I remember the one where they had the people from Mass Effect on there. There was an episode.
Oh yeah, and I was there. I got to talk to that guy.
You were involved in that
Pathfinder. One, yeah. What else is fucking dope? Gotta talk to the Pathfinder. Yeah. But yeah, I was there. That was fucking awesome. Thank you, Iams. But no. There was one that he had like this like. He said that it took him like months to get this chick on his show because he had to like talk to her manager, and then her manager had to like legit her manager asked him like, "Hey, I need a fucking list of questions you're gonna ask her, and then I'm gonna send you back the list of the questions you can ask her." And if you don't like that list, well, she's not gonna be on your show. So I said he had to like legit make a list of like what he's gonna talk to her about, and then send it to the manager, and the manager like looked at it and said, "Okay, this is what you can talk about," and then send him back a list saying you cannot mention this, or ask about this.
I'm gonna assume too he probably had to release a copy to them before he uploaded it, so they could approve it and
sign an NDA and shit. Okay, all kinds of fucking like he said he had to sign like some document saying that he won't ask about whatever the fuck. So like he said that some of them are kind of tricky because you have to get with like their managers or their agents or whatever. But a lot of them are just cool with it. They're just like, whatever, yeah, dude, I'll do it, you know?
Yeah.
But
I always think of the ones that are like, hey, come listen to my brand new podcast, and next week we have Phil Spencer on. I'm like, what? You know, how? You know?
Well,
so it's just got me.
Yeah. Well, the thing about, like, Phil Spencer, okay, like, I've invited him on our show. I legit, like, emailed him and told him, hey, dude, you want to come on a podcast? The thing is, he told me that he would love to himself. Personally, he said that he would willing to do it. He's like, I'm willing to do anything. You know, I'll do any podcast. But the problem is not him. It's his PR team.
Right.
And his PR team over at Microsoft, he has lawyers and shit and, like, media people that look at they look at our show and they listen to us and they're like, well, these guys cuss way too much. These guys say too much.
We don't want you associated too much with these guys in a way.
These guys are controversial. We can't fucking associate.
Well, that's like with VGO. Like, you know, they say things in there and they're like, he'll never come to our show because, you know, because
Phil Spencer would probably never be on VGO. The only reason Phil Spencer would ever be on VGO is because VGO is one of the oldest video game podcasts. That's probably why. But other than that, he wouldn't be on there for no other fucking reason. You know what I mean? There's no other reason he would want to go on there for. And then that's just it, you know. Like even back when like you can talk to John and Michelle. They used to have what's his name, Major Nelson, on their show back in the day.
Mm-hmm.
You know, Major Nelson is the voice of Xbox. Like everyone knows who Major Nelson is, and like nowadays to try to invite him, he won't accept. Like no, guys, I'm good. But you know why? You know what I mean? He probably listens to their podcasts or whatever, but he ain't gonna go on there, dude. You know, like. You know what I mean? Why you would look bad on him, you know, or Microsoft or whatever, or Xbox or whatever the hell, you know? Like,
Right.
they'd probably ask him weird questions and piss him off or something.
Or get them in a situation where they say something negative in a way. I'm sure they probably worry about that. Like if you're, say, Phil Spencer and you come onto a random show,
yeah,
you have to be very cautious about what you say. Like, I can understand why they would want a list of questions. But if something was asked and say that person would slip up, you know, it's the day where the media, like it is, that would be everywhere. You know, like that shit would get out real quick. So, and I get some of that too, but I just, like I said, I just found it crazy. Like this podcast come up. It's like, I never even heard of it before. They're like, you know, and I think it was new. They're like, listen to our new gaming podcast where we have, you know, Shroud and, you know, Dr. Disrespect and, you know, this guy
and
this
Ninja.
Guy. Yeah,
they're all together.
Yeah.
Yeah, ooh.
I
These guys are all together.
And it's just crazy, like some of that stuff works. Just today, my son was telling me he was watching Ludwig, who he really likes, and this guy has a lot of money now. His YouTube made him really famous. He has tons of money, right? And he spends outrageous money on outrageous things sometimes. He was telling me they had to do some kind of charity event, and he basically paid like some outrageous amount. I can't remember what he said off the top of my head now. It was like, let's say $30,000, so he could spend an hour with Shroud. And they were doing a bidding war where somebody could bid money to play with Shroud for like an hour. He was challenged to do this live on his stream with his community, and so he did it. He paid the $30,000 or whatever it is to be with Shroud live for an hour. Well, he's already friends with Shroud. He's already played with Shroud before. He just did it to do it, like just for content, right? And I told my son, I'm like, I feel bad for the poor guy he beat out. This guy's probably really wanted to meet Shroud.
Some kid, right, that wanted to really meet Shroud.
And they're paying money, and the money all went to charity, and which is cool because what Ludwig paid went to charity. I get that. But still, the fact that this guy was beat out by Ludwig, who already knows Shroud, who was friends with Shroud.
Yeah, I would have stole that from somebody.
You know, so he kind of stole it from somebody else and kind of deprived him. But I guess Shroud turned around and donated the money somewhere else and then volunteered to play with like another small streamer, and then paid to go play with that guy. Like it was kind of weird, but I mean, they do things for the community too, and Ludwig's the same way. I've seen him do things for the community that's really nice, but it's just funny sometimes the things that they can do. You know, like when you have that kind of money and you know those kind of people.
Definitely. One day, man. One day we'll have that.
Yeah,
kind of
we'll be there someday. Maybe 10 more years of the podcast.
Yeah, 10 more years of podcasting, we'll be there. Yeah. Well. Let's talk about some Watch Dogs Legion, Mayo. I know that's your favorite game of last year.
Oh, yeah, I love Watch Dogs. No.
Well, if you were excited for the multiplayer, which I didn't even know it was going to happen, like, apparently this is a thing that's going to happen.
Oh, yeah? Okay.
Multiplayer is coming. Well, it says here, while the console version of Watch Dogs Legion will still be launching in a few days, the tactical ops missions won't be available until later the month on the 23rd. These are raid-like missions that are bigger and more challenging in-game activities Ubisoft suggests only groups of 4 or more people take on at the same time. So these are like raids that you got to play with your friends or whatever. Oh, and on PlayStation consoles, players will have a limited in-game text chat until Ubisoft fixes that too. So things are a bit buggy overall, regardless of your platform of choice. But on the PC, any multiplayer or raids have been delayed indefinitely due to bugs. They said that they have no new dates or timeline as to when they might be releasing these updates for the PC. They don't have any dates at all. But these are all coming to the console on March 9th on both the Xbox and PlayStation. So there you go. If you were excited to play this on the PC multiplayer with your friends, well, I'm sorry. Cannot do that. Sorry, man.
No, I'm disappointed.
I'm surprised that the PC is so buggy that they can't get it figured out. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
That seems really bizarre. Well, I don't know. It happens. Move on to some more news, Mail. The Xbox console says here an upcoming new web browser on the Xbox consoles called Microsoft Edge Chromium.
Chromium?
Does that sound familiar, man?
No. What does Chromium sound like? Huh?
Microsoft Edge Chromium will and can stream and play games from services such as Google Stadia and Amazon Luna. Whoa. What does that mean? What does that now mean, Mayo? Your Xbox is a Stadia box? Oh my. Oh my. So yeah. Says here the report from The Verge said that Xbox's new Microsoft Edge Chromium powered browser is able to stream games from services like Google Stadia and Amazon Luna. The web browser is accessible to those playtested in the Xbox Alpha Skip Ahead program. This is an invite-only ring of the Xbox Insider program that lets players test new Xbox operating systems and features. So far, the browser does not have full mouse and keyboard support, and it is experiencing some bugs, but it is improving. The browser's ability to access competitor services through Xbox Game Pass has not been confirmed as part of an accessibility initiative, nor we do not know if this was an intentional move by the Xbox team. It is possible that the browser could also support Xbox Cloud Gaming, even though there isn't really a need for Xbox Cloud Gaming on the Xbox console. The browser also improves compatibility with web-based services such as Skype and Discord. It says here, whether intentional or not, this is an interesting inclusion to the Xbox future web browser. And this apparently will be the browser that Xbox is going to use in their next update. So whenever their next major update releases.
Do you ever use Microsoft's browsers?
Well, I think I've used it once on the old console, like legit one time ever on my Xbox One OG.
Mm-hmm.
I don't even know what it was for. Maybe it was. Yeah. It was actually to play a game. There was like this website that somebody made. Which I forget half the time that there's a browser. You know, like
my TV has a browser and I've never used it.
I forget my PlayStation has a browser. Fuck, I've never.
That's what we need to do, Jesus.
Think about... listen, Mayo, you know how many things have browsers these days?
Yeah.
Think about back in the day when I was a kid, man, I wish I had a computer. Nowadays, there's a fucking browser literally everywhere, like on a fridge. In the car. Right. In the car. You could get a browser in a car. There's a browser in everything on your PlayStation, on your Switch, on your fucking Xbox, on your PS3, even on your 360. There's a browser on everything. Man.
See, hearing this name, I won't lie, like right away when I heard the name of that, what do they call it? Chromium? It just kind of wandered in my mind right away. I'm like, we need to make a browser and call it Chrome Fire or Fire Chrome, like a combination of Firefox and Chrome, and we'll just call it or something like that. It's right in my mind right away.
Firebox.
Yeah.
Firebox.
Something, you know. That's where my mind went as soon as I heard that. I'm like, yeah, make a browser, you know.
Yeah. Yeah, man.
There's so many. Somebody I talked to in my own personal Discord. He had a buddy. Cadillac's had a buddy. They just got a PC used from somebody or something like that. And when they unlocked it, there was some kind of browser, and it was a very small browser. Like, have you ever heard of this, Mayo? And I'm like, yeah, I've actually heard of it, but I've never used it. I can't remember what the name of it was, but I'm gonna kind of look here real quick too, see if I can find it again. But it's just funny to to see like these different browsers, and you're like, what is this thing?
Yeah, I know there's people. Like I remember one time this person was telling me that they use a certain browser.
Oh, it's
for.
Opera GX, OPERA GX.
Oh yeah, I've heard of Opera.
Yeah, I know I've heard of it, and I was like, yeah, I've heard of it, but no,
I think I've used it like once.
Used it,
Once in like 2013.
What was that gaming browser? There was a gaming browser at one point in time.
Was there a gaming browser?
Yeah, there was a browser that was like gaming related. Let me Google this thing now. I'm curious.
Like a Razer browser? Gaming browser.
It is the Opera GX. Yeah.
Comes with RAM and CPU limiters. Twitch integration and gaming corner. I'm going to click on this right now. Let's give the listeners of the podcast some insight into this browser. This is the first gaming browser, man.
Yeah, that's what I thought it was, but it wasn't.
Yeah. This has a thing called Hot Tabs Killer. See exactly how much of your CPU and RAM is being used by each of your tabs, man. You got a network limiter. You can limit the network of how much your maximum limit of your upload and download is on each fucking browser tab. You got a RAM limiter to see how much RAM you're using.
I think my internet's fast enough. I don't have to worry about that.
You got Discord. You got a Discord integration into your browser. You got the GX corner where you get free games and great deals. I guess they're giving away free games on the GX corner. If you guys want another place to get free games besides Epic. You got GX Sound, GX Design. Pick your color, man. You could pick any color, man. You could be blue, pink, red. Any color in the RGB spectrum, man. You got themes. You got forced dark pages. Choose your favorite wallpaper. Workspaces integrated. This is forever. Jesus Christ. Integrated Instagram, integrated messengers, video pop-outs, ad blocker built in, free browser VPN. You get a free VPN, man. Look at that. Extensions, background music built in. Twitter is built in. GX Cleaner is built in. Secondary colors, man.
Oh,
Easy
secondary
files.
colors. Secondary colors? Really?
Oh my god. Oh my. I'm downloading this right now. Download
Done.
Opera GX. I'm sold. Done and downloaded. Fuck Chrome. We don't need Chrome anymore.
We need a full review next week, Jesus. Take one for the team.
Get all the free games on the Opera store. All the free games.
It's funny you say stuff like that because actually on my computer I don't ever do it, and I actually happen to go to it because somebody asked me a question about something. So I have a lot of ROG, which is Republic of Gamers stuff, gear from Asus, like my motherboard and some other, I can't remember what else is in there, but I have some ROG type stuff, and they have an app, and it's called the Armory Crate, and in this app, I'm going to open it up right now, has game deals like left and right. So I click on it, I can get supposedly this is our best game deals are exclusive to the ROG VIPs. And I can get like Call of Duty Cold War for $53. I can get Chivalry 2 for $49. A game
Chivalry 2 isn't even out.
Yeah, it's probably a pre-order. But then it offers like game offer highlights, and it's got all these games on there. It's got the new Resident Evil on here for $56 if I'm a ROG member.
This is like GameStop prices here, man. Come on.
Yeah. So I don't see anything like crazy, but it's like this store I didn't even know I had. I'm like,
there you go.
Oh, okay. I got this store in here that.
Another place where your information gets stolen.
And I don't even know where this stuff gets redeemed from. Like,
fucking some stolen ass codes. Stolen ass website codes.
Yeah, when you click on it, it gives you the Metacritic score. It gives you a little bit of other stuff too, but it doesn't say where it downloads.
Look at that, console hobos. We got another store we could get games from: the ROG store and the GX Gaming store. How many stores can you get your games from? The Target and Walmart.
And yet we have criminals going out to buy physical copies of games.
Stupid idiots. Anyways, let's look at Outriders, Mayo. 60 frames per second is the first key upgrade for the PS5 and the Xbox Series X consoles. The key difference between the generations of consoles, Mayo, is very simple. Very simple, Mayo.
Mm-hmm.
Let me put it down for you. 2 words. Frame rates. All right?
Mm-hmm.
It's worth pointing out here that Outriders is not a straight backwards compatible plus upgrade as far as we can tell. This is definitely a native PlayStation 5 game. But the overall effect looks pretty similar in that a 30 FPS experience on the last gen machines has this frame rate limit removed, allowing what is effectively the same game to run up to 60 frames per second on the PS5. On Xbox One, it is the most powerful machine of the prior era, or the Xbox One X is the most powerful machine of the previous era, and Outriders is certainly an impressive-looking experience on that machine. Running on Unreal Engine 4's temporal upscaler, it does deliver a 4K output, but native resolution rendering is dynamic. Man, it is only dynamic, with 1728p being the very minimum and 1944p being the maximum dynamic resolution that they deliver on the Xbox One X.
I played on the One X, and it didn't look too bad.
Yeah, 1944p was you were experiencing 1944p upscaled to 4K.
Right.
So that's what you were experiencing.
I wonder because I think I had my Xbox set to 1440 at 120, so I don't know. Like if it
so
they put it at 1080.
maybe you were experiencing 1944p downscaled, super sample downscaled to 1440. But then it super samples up. You know what I mean? It's kind of weird how they do that.
Yeah, I don't know. But I mean, it didn't look bad.
It says here, 30 frames per second is indeed the target for the last generation machines, but the action is not as smooth as it should be. Improper frame pacing sees new frames delivered at 16 milliseconds, 33 milliseconds, and 50 millisecond intervals for the most part, so there's a consistency problem there, you know? When you have frames being delivered at different intervals, it causes issues. It makes you notice it.
Mm-hmm.
On top of that, there are genuine performance drops, Mal. 1 to 2 second stutters at points and obvious texture pop-ins. However, the scope and quality of visuals look very close to what the new wave of consoles are delivering. It says here, doubling the frame rate is the way forward for the new consoles and the new hardware. And for a shooter like this, it is definitely the right call with the tighter and crisper response and a smoother appearance overall. But to the extent to which 60 FPS is delivered varies by platform, and there are some curious choices here. Kicking off with the Xbox Series S, the $300 console. This is the new entry-level Microsoft machine. Operates with dynamic resolution scaling of 900 pixels, which is 900p, to only 1440p. But this still seems to use a temporal anti-aliasing, TAA, upscaling up to 4K. So it does upscale to 4K, but it's really only 1440p.
Mm-hmm.
It says here, performance is the lowest of the bunch here. This only bottoms out at 45 frames per second. And this is generally losing a fair amount of consistency in the entire process. We've also noted some aspects of draw distancing and foliage density were pared back, but while being noticeable, it is not a deal breaker. So it says here that, of course, the Xbox Series S does upscale to 4K, but it's really only running at a maximum of 1440p, with 900p being the lowest and 45 frames per second being the lowest, which is better than 30, right? You're above 30, which is good, but still below 60, which in my opinion, anything below 60 is very noticeable. Very noticeable.
Yeah, once you get used to it, and
even 55 is noticeable. Even 58 is noticeable.
I used to always laugh when people would say,
Yeah.
you can't see frames, you can only see 60 or whatever, and until you don't.
No, dude, it's noticeable.
Yeah, but yeah. What did you think? Going back to that real quick though, my Outriders, I think on my PC, I was getting about 90 frames when things was set to ultra.
Okay, on mine, so I played it on both ways actually, so I got a good detail account here. So I played it at 4K 60, like true 4K 60 on my OLED, and I was getting 60 frames solid on my OLED. Like there was never a time where like it dropped to 55 even. Like it was there at 60 the whole time. The only time that I noticed that it dropped to 30 was on cutscenes, which is, for some reason, the cutscenes in this game are set to 30. I don't know if you noticed this or not.
Yes, they are in the PC. Yeah, like I have my frame rate counter always on, and yeah. And did you notice too? I noticed this on the Xbox One X that I have when my son was playing, and I noticed the same problem on my PC. My cutscenes were kind of jittery, kind of stuttered.
And I thought, honestly, I thought that was the frame rate. I was like, well, the frame rate is kind of shitty. Maybe that's the
But the frame rate was locked at 30. Like, it was playing smooth. It just, like...
But I honestly thought that's what 30 frames per second looked like. I was like, this is what 30 FPS looks like. Maybe I'm wrong, Mayo.
Yeah. No, I think you are. I could just...
Because I legit noticed it, but I legit just thought, like, that's just what 30 frames per second looks like.
But I've seen games that have done before, and it seems smooth. Like, I watched videos where it locks at a certain frame rate, and it looks okay. Yeah. It seems like watching a cutscene or something like that isn't bad. Watching a video, you don't see it as much.
Maybe it's because it's the demo.
And that's what I'm wondering. But I noticed that I thought maybe it would go away when I saw it on my PC, when I played it on PC. And I had the same thing. It was just doing the same exact thing.
They're not unwatchable cutscenes. You still
just kind of
see everything.
A little bit. Yeah,
it's just kind of like, you're jumpy, like jittery, right? Like, I get what, and I know exactly, because, like, I'm telling you, honestly, dude, I thought that was just because it was at 30 frames.
Yeah, and maybe it was too. It just, a couple times I felt like it kind of skipped. Actually, one time my Xbox literally, like, it froze the game for a second, and then it kind of skipped and started playing. I was like, "What was that?" Kind of thing. But I mean, I was just curious.
And on my PC, I was, like I said, everything the same, setting on ultra. I will say that when I was playing it on my TV, I did turn VSync on, but that's only to limit the frame rate to 60. When I played it on the PC, I took off VSync, I uncapped the frame rate, and I was getting easily, I'm pretty sure it was over 100 frames while I was playing the game, and then, like I said, in cutscenes, I was getting like
30,
whatever, 30, whatever, but...
And that's not uncommon. I've seen a lot of games. Capcom and them used to be good for like locking games and stuff all the time. They would port a game over and they would lock it at 60 or lock it at 30, and I'd be like, no, why?
Yeah.
Especially cutscenes, and they are what they are. They lock a cutscene at 30. I can live with it. But
it says here the head-to-head between the PS5 and the Xbox Series X is interesting in that the two machines that have thus far shown similar capabilities and are utilized in different ways in this title. Again, they both use dynamic resolution scaling, and they both have temporal upsampling, with the 1440p to 2088p window on the premium Microsoft machine, which drops to a 1260p to 1800p range on the PS5. These results of this are pretty much as you would expect based on what we've seen from these machines. The Xbox is not as stable. It runs the game at 50 to 60 frames per second, while the PS5 only has minor drops from its targeted 60 frames per second. It says here, ultimately, as Outriders leans heavily into the post-process heavy aesthetic, often delivered by Unreal Engine 4 titles, resolution is not as important to the gameplay experience as frame rate, so there is a sense to that DRS range chosen for the PS5 of the game is possibly the better fit. And we do wonder whether tweaking the lower bounds on the Series X and indeed the Series S could bring these versions closer to inline terms of a smoother overall experience. But it says here, it looks like improper frame pacing at 30 frames per second is an issue on all systems. On the new machines, cutscenes still run at this frame rate, which is 30, and uneven frame delivery is still an issue, something we'd hope to see resolved. So, obviously,
How many people do you think you just lost there, Jesus? How many people that don't understand this did you just lose there?
Well, I mean, how many times have we seen the PS5 outperform the Xbox Series X?
I have no idea.
Plenty of times, man. Like, since launch, I think the only game the Xbox Series X has outperformed the PS5 is Cyberpunk. I think every single other game that has released on both consoles, the PS5 and the Xbox Series X, has performed better in terms of like stability and frame rate being near 60 or at 60. It's always been in favor of the PS5. What the fuck's going on here?
Yeah.
World's most powerful console. I still think it's that Series S and that backwards compatibility bullshit.
Mm-hmm.
I still think it's all that. Because what else could it be, dude? You have the world's most powerful console at your disposal to use. Why not use that power? I think they're legit cutting back corners because they're trying to make the games run on the Xbox
run on
Series S
everything, run on everything, right?
and the One X, and they have to, and I mean, I guess you could argue they're making it run on the PS4 Pro as well. Well, yeah, but like, it's some reason the PS5 is outperforming the Xbox, and it's kind of weird, like you wouldn't expect that because on paper, the Xbox blows away. It blows away the fucking PlayStation. It does. But
It could just be an optimization thing, really. I mean,
I don't know.
Jesus, if you and I made a game and we put it on both, we would probably make it to the, like the least common denominator, I guess, in that aspect. We would make it so it runs on both, but we would probably focus on the less powerful system, wouldn't we? To make it run the best on the least powerful system of the two. And then would we want to put the effort to make it run better on the other the more powerful system, or would we just let it go with what it is? Maybe that's it. I don't know. I mean, I'm just thinking here that, if you were a developer and you had to make a game and you made it for both systems, you may have more headway on, say, the Xbox than you do on the PlayStation, but do you really want to put the time and develop into it? Maybe you just are happy with where it turned out on the one system and you're good there. I think we'll really see the difference in hardware is the first party stuff. But Sony kind of wins there too because they have all the good first party games, so,
Yeah, sad. Hashtag sad. I really want to play that Deathloop game. That game looks dope. Deathloop?
I have not seen that yet.
It reminds me of like Looper or something. It's really cool. Like you die, but you come back and like you can rewind time. It's fucking weird. It looks cool as shit, dude.
Nice.
Deathloop. Anyways, let's move on to some more news that I have here. One more piece of news here, Mayo. Apex Legends, Mayo, will drop on your Switch.
Yes, I've seen that.
Yes, coming tomorrow.
Victims.
Tomorrow.
Or victims
Tuesday.
just got crossplay.
Tuesday, March 9th. With crossplay and full features that are available on the other consoles and PC, including all seasonal content, cross-platform play, and so apparently here it says that this is being done by the company called what company? Whatever company did. Panic Button. That's what they're called. They brought Doom Eternal, Warframe, and Wolfenstein: The New Colossus to the Nintendo Switch. So they're going to be the ones bringing Apex Legends to the Switch. They're the ones porting it over. And it says here, so if you play on the Switch, Mail, you get access to the first 30 levels of the current Battle Pass for free.
The first 30 levels?
Mm-hmm.
Holy cow, that's a lot.
Yeah, you get the first 30 levels for free, and you get access to double XP for the first 2 weeks on the console. So if you play on the Switch,
I'll have to download this on the Switch tomorrow. No, I'm kidding.
The Switch gets double XP for 2 weeks following the launch on March 9th. So...
I mean, I get why some people are excited, but to me, it's like, oh, Apex. I mean, it's been around for a while. Yes, I like Apex now, but like for it to come to the Switch, I'm just like, okay. But I understand if maybe the Switch is the only console you had. You could be excited to finally get to play Apex, but it's definitely not going to be a good handheld game. Like I can't see that in handheld mode
Can you
playing very well.
imagine that in handheld mode? What the fuck?
And how small the screen is, kind of like, I mean...
I can see you playing it with the Pro controller, but not with those Joy-Cons.
Yeah, like, can you imagine trying to play with a Joy-Con? Like...
Oh my god!
And how does that affect our experience? I'm gonna be jumping in Apex with crossplay,
hey,
and I'm
Mayo,
gonna see this
join
guy,
me, Mayo.
this weird movement style or something. I'm like, this guy must be playing with a Joy-Con or something, you know? He's got half a controller.
Why does Jesus suck so much? Oh, Jesus is playing on the Switch. I wonder how it's gonna run on the Switch.
Yeah.
It has to
I'm
be
curious.
okay. It has to be 60, right? Because everything else is 60, right?
I don't even know. I don't ever pay attention.
It is. It says 60 frames on everything.
There you go.
So,
Maybe, I mean, I'm sure it's gonna play okay. I mean, I'm sure it's gonna be.
It has to be
doable.
60 frames.
I could see it being
Switch.
docked and played with, like you said, a Pro controller or something like that. But I think when I think of Switch, I think of handheld mode, and I just know that would not be a good game to play on my Switch in handheld mode. There's just...
I'm gonna try it.
I feel like the screen's gonna be too small and the button layouts just feels too weird.
Maybe you're gonna be better, man, because you can focus all your vision on the 1080 screen. And you can see everything.
Okay. Until you try to get headshots on a screen that's really, really small and you're shooting at somebody from a distance.
I'm gonna try. I'm gonna try that. I'm gonna download it tomorrow when it comes out.
You know, message me. We'll team up. Add me on Origin.
Yeah, I will. I wonder if I can link my current EA account to it or whatever.
Yeah, I don't know. I wonder if I could too.
I should be able to, right?
I don't know, because they're going to give you 30 Battle Pass levels. Why
not? Hell yeah. Give me 30 Battle Pass levels.
Yeah, no doubt. Jesus gets 30 Battle Pass levels for getting it on the Switch when I'm up to 50, you know, and I've been playing it for about 4 weeks.
4 weeks straight.
I think I'm level like 50, like 53 or 54 on the Battle Pass. So I'm actually cruising right along. You know, max is 110. I'm 5 weeks in. I pretty much have all the challenges done. You know, I got a couple cool sky emotes now. I got one for Lifeline and getting ready to unlock another one for Pathfinder.
All right, well, we'll see.
But you have all those free ones coming to you. And double XP.
For 2 weeks.
Add it to your main account.
Yeah. Oh, man. One other piece of news that I have here is Ghost of Tsushima news mail.
Mm-hmm.
The developers of said Ghost of Tsushima have now been named the official tourism ambassadors of the island of Tsushima.
What's that mean?
Well, they're ambassadors of Tsushima now. What do you mean?
I mean, what are they going to do with that?
I don't know. Yeah, it says here that since the game did more than just entertain gamers, it raised awareness of the real life location And now the mayor is honoring 2 members of the development team by naming them tourism ambassadors for Tsushima.
2 members of the team?
Yeah, game director Nate Fox and creative director Jason Connell from Sucker Punch Studios will be presented with the award and the letter of appreciation. The statement from the mayor of Tsushima reads as follows. He says, quote, Fox and Connell spread the name and the history of Tsushima to the whole world in such a wonderful way. Even a lot of Japanese people do not know the history of the Genko period. When it comes to the world, the name and location of Tsushima is literally unknown. So I cannot thank them enough for telling our story with such phenomenal graphics and profound story. In addition, Sony Interactive Entertainment will work together with the island on a new tourism campaign to teach fans of the game more about its real-world counterpart. Though Ghost of Tsushima is a great game with an evocative setting, it is important to remember that it isn't necessarily historically faithful. Sucker Punch did not recreate the era so much as pay homage to its popular depiction in movies. So there you go. This has been a huge success for the company since Ghost of Tsushima, and has now sold over 2.5 million copies in just 3 days after launch. So, yeah, that's a success for them, I guess. Well, yeah. You excited there, Mel?
Yeah, well, good for them. I'm glad. Get some more recognition.
Yeah. Fuck yeah. And there's some more Hitman content coming in March. There's some escalation contracts, some more contracts for the multiplayer, and there will be a seasonal event. From March 30th to April 12th, Mayo, the Burling Egg Hunt will commence. You will have to find various eggs scattered around an expansive Berlin location. Of course, there will be guards and the like patrolling the area. Nothing's ever easy, is it? Once the season event is completed, you will be given the Raver outfit so you can kill your other targets in style. The Raver outfit. Oh, yeah. That's some Hitman 3 news for you real quick there, Mayo.
Mm-hmm.
And also Pringles, they have now unveiled their limited edition Halo-inspired Moa burger flavor. That's right. Halo Reach fans may remember the Moa as an alien species of bird native to the planet Reach. The large, flightless bird resembles an emu and apparently made a good burger meat, evidenced by the Games World Casino restaurant advertising Moa burgers. Have you ever wondered how a fictional bird turned hamburger tastes, Mayo? Pringles, of all companies, has pulled the curtain back on its limited edition Moa burger flavor chips. According to Halo's official Twitter account, the chips are being sold exclusively by Walmart. And, because if we all think of Moa flavored things, we think Walmart. And why not? So, go down to Walmart, Mayo. Get yourself some Moa flavored Pringles chips.
That reminds me, like, somebody posted something on Facebook or something that, like, Walmart has Chick-fil-A sauce or something now, too. Like, the only place you can buy it to take home. Yeah.
Chick-fil-A, what's the sauce for their fries or the sauce for their sandwiches?
I think the what's up for their fries. Like that dip. I'm pretty sure I saw a thing on Facebook where, I don't know if it was true or not, but it was like you could buy it and take it home only at Walmart.
Oh, man, I got a question for you, Mel. This is we call this, would it be a cultural question?
Okay.
A local question? A personal question? I don't know what to say, Mel. Do you know what fry sauce is?
Fry sauce.
Have you heard of fry sauce? The term fry sauce.
No, I have not heard of this term.
All right, so fry sauce in Oregon. Okay. Mind me, I was born and raised in Vegas.
Mm-hmm.
In Vegas, there's no such thing as fry sauce. We use ketchup or whatever for our fries.
Right.
When I moved to Oregon, though, I kept hearing people ask for fry sauce. Like, everywhere, like at McDonald's, at like Burger King, at like Burgerville, at anywhere, Arctic Circle, like different fast food places. They'd be like, "Can I get some fry sauce?" And the people would give him this sauce. So I asked for it one day, and I was like, "What's? Give me some fry sauce." And they gave me this fry sauce. Well, come to find out, Mayo, fry sauce is like ketchup and mayo mixed together, like in a sauce.
I've heard of stuff like that mixed together before. Like, I've heard of ketchup and mayo
then
mixed
people
before.
and like I like ketchup. I like it. Like I like fry sauce. Fry sauce is pretty dope. And like I mean I know that I've tried the ketchup and mayo one. There's also I know Red Robin and like another place in town, like Sandwich Express does this, where like they do like a barbecue and mayo mix or barbecue mayo and ketchup mix or something. It's like a I'm pretty sure it's barbecue and mayo or something like that. It's mixed together. It's pretty good. Do you have anything like that in your side of the, like in your neck of the, like in Ohio? Is there like a thing that you guys eat over there that like no one else has that you know of?
Not that I know of. You know, we will have our little sauces like Chick-fil-A has. You know, you have your McDonald's, Big Mac sauce, and that kind of stuff. But nothing that I know of that's like very unique that somebody can just go and be like, know what you're talking about without going to that specific store. You know, but
Like you never heard of fry sauce?
no, I've never heard of fry sauce. But I'm also a person that doesn't really dip a whole lot of things.
No.
I don't use a whole lot of ketchup. I don't use a whole lot of mustard. I don't use like the only thing I would ever dip, maybe
Yeah, ketchup, mustard. That's what people usually use.
every once in a while, maybe like chicken nuggets. I would get some dip
Barbecue?
like barbecue or honey mustard. But like French fries, probably 90% of the time when I eat French fries, maybe 99% of the time, I just eat them like they are. I don't like, I put a little bit of salt on them and that's it. You know, I don't do like ketchup on my plate or anything like that. Or I put ketchup on a burger and that's about it. You know, mayo on a burger or something. But I'm not much of a dip person, I guess you could say.
Try ketchup and mayo.
I've heard that before. I've actually heard of ketchup and mayonnaise together.
Yeah, it's called fry sauce here in Oregon.
But speaking, see, you get me on tangents now, Jesus. Okay, here's what do you have an Arby's there in Portland?
Yeah, we have Arby's
Okay,
over
so
here. Yeah.
did you know I seen this on Facebook today too? And I just looked it up, and this is a thing. You need this.
Okay,
You need this in your life, Jesus.
Okay, I need this in my life.
It's in the Arby's.
I'm gonna drive 14 miles tomorrow to go to Arby's.
Okay, and this is, you gotta listen to what this thing is. This is in their secret menu. I love secret menus. Okay.
Okay.
They're gonna know what you're talking about, I guess. Never ordered one personally, but I may have to go try. There's one about 5 minutes from me. It's okay. This is right on the Arby's. I am on some Arby's website type thing,
Some
right?
Arby's secret member website.
Yes, because I had to Google it. It's called the biggest sandwich Arby's has ever sold. It's
Is it
called
that mountain one?
the Meat Mountain Sandwich. It's a stacked ridiculously high and almost all the meats. It has 2 chicken tenders, a slice of roast turkey, or slices of roast turkey, pit smoked ham, corned beef, 13-hour smoked brisket, USDA choice Angus steak, roast beef, and pepper bacon. There's also cheddar and Swiss cheese somewhere in there. And I think it's like $8.
Yeah, I remember they were selling this, like, this was actually like a menu item a while back, and it was like $9 or $10. They must have dropped the price on it because no one was buying it.
Not well, it's maybe because you're in Oregon, it's more expensive.
Yeah.
I don't know.
But yeah, actually, that sounds pretty good. I'll try
It just kind of sounds good. I will admit. It looks huge in the picture.
Yeah, it's like you can never bite like the 2 breads. Like
At the same time.
Yeah, at the same time. You'd have to like take it apart or something and bite it all together. But I like Arby's. Arby's is like a simple, like a man's.
Now on
It's
this
a
side,
man's place. Arby's is like, you go there. What do you want, motherfucker? We got sandwiches and sandwiches, motherfucker.
so on this site, exactly, it's the site I'm on is like, this is like drmarby's.com, I think is what it says.
I'm there right now, man. I'm there.
But if you look at locations, it only says Illinois, Iowa, Minnesota, Missouri, Nebraska, and Wisconsin. And this is store remodels. I didn't click on that.
That is so right. What the fuck?
So is it just very limited to these states, or?
Maybe that's what? You're right, because I see the same exact states. You're like Arby's. There's Arby's here. What the fuck?
Yeah, yeah, and we have Arby's here. So is that where the only places they have the sandwich, or
No, there's no way.
I don't know. But yeah, anyhow, I'm gonna see if they do. I'm gonna go to Arby's. I'm gonna look like an idiot. I'm gonna go to the drive-through and be like, "Do you have the meat mountain?" And the guy's gonna be like, "What?
What the fuck are you talking about?" Yeah, I want that meat mountain.
Is this some prank?"
Sir, we need you to order a real item on the menu. All right, so listen, I'm on a different Arby's website, Mail. I'm on Arby's.com, and this... Let's see, I'm going to find the nearest Arby's near me.
My stomach's over here growling now. It's legit growling. Now I'm hungry.
See, the nearest Arby's to me is 12 miles away, and then like the menu is different from what you had over there. Like way different. Like we got wraps and macaroni and cheese and sliders and
Yeah, I'm not sure what all our Arby's has.
there's a lot of shit here, bro.
They have a good milkshake. I know that.
Yes, I'm looking at the milkshakes right now. Looks pretty fucking good. They got a Jamocha shake. Jamocha. Chocolate and a mint chocolate shake. Limited time. Mint chocolate shake. I'm fucking hungry right now, guys.
Me too. My stomach is literally over here growling. I'm going, man, I'm hungry. I kind of skipped supper tonight. I just kind of snacked, and now I'm going, oh, look, it's 3:30 in the morning, and now I'm hungry.
I'm hungry as fuck. What the fuck? That's all I have for news, though, Mel. I mean, that was a lot of news, right? But
Yeah.
I bought the news. Yeah.
What do we got in these council corners, Jesus?
Oh, let me tell you real quick. Hold on. It's a new month. We got a new month, new games. Let me go over to the Xbox Games with Gold website real quick. March 2021. We got the amazing game called Warface Breakout Cold Sun as your March 1st to 31st Games with Gold game for your Xbox One system or your Xbox Series X system. This is Warface Breakout Cold Sun. This is a $19.99 value. Free, man. Free. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Next game we have here coming on March 16th to the April 15th is Vala, which is Vicious Attack Llama Apocalypse. Yeah, we all know we really want that.
Everybody just got excited because you thought they were going to say Valhalla. And they were like, oh.
This is a $14.99 value, available from March 16th to April 15th. We also have Metal Slug 3, which is a backwards compatible title. This is a $9.99 value, available from March 1st to 15th. And Port Royale 3, which is a $19.99 value, available from March 16th to the 31st. This is also accompanied by a game that was previously Games with Gold from last month. And obviously, there's a game that carries over to the 15th. I forget what game that was. Dandara. Dandara, the something trials. What the fuck is called? Dandara, the Trials of Tear Edition. Or Trials of Fear Edition. Oh, I can't read. Sorry. Dandara, Trial of Fear Edition. That's available February 16th to March 15th. So you only got a few days to redeem that, ladies and gentlemen. Redeem that shit. And, yeah, just so you know, Xbox Game with Gold is only available to you if you are an existing Gold member, male. Not a former Gold member. You got to be an existing Gold member. And, yeah, if you're a Game Pass Ultimate member, you get all the benefits of everything, including cloud gaming, 100 high-quality games you can play on your Game Pass, and EA Access at no extra cost. Yeah, man. Yeah. You know what? I have a friend of mine he's been talking to me, right?
Mm-hmm.
He's been asking me, he's like, yo, bro, like, have you been able to find an Xbox or a PS5? And I'm like, no, man, they're really hard to find right now. But I asked him, like, what do you plan to go with when you do buy one? He said he plans to buy one, like, maybe next month or the month after, maybe in June
Mm-hmm.
when they become more available. He said he plans to go with Xbox because he thought about building a PC. And he's kind of afraid of building a PC because I think he feels like the cost and the building it is too hard. And I told him it's not hard at all, dude. Like I'll do it for you if you really don't want to do it. Like I think I can figure it out, you know?
Yeah.
And he was like, no, like I'm just gonna go with the console. He's like, I'm just gonna go with the Xbox. I'm just gonna go with Game Pass Ultimate. And I told him, you know what? That's not a bad deal. Like if you're gonna game just occasionally, which I know he will, like, he's not a hardcore gamer. All you need is Game Pass Ultimate. You don't even need to buy games, dude.
There's a variety, yeah.
You know, you have 100 games there to choose from, and like a lot of them are games that he hasn't, because he doesn't have a console at all right now, so he hasn't gamed any of like the, Gears of War 5 or Forza, or any of these games that have come out in the past.
He would have a lot to play right away then, yeah.
Yeah, so I told him, like, dude, you'd have so many games to fucking catch up on, dude. You'd have fucking thousands of hours of gameplay to fucking catch up on, you know? So, yeah. And I feel like a lot of people might be in that same boat, man. Where, like, feel like, hey, I'm going to get the Xbox because it's cheaper, whatever.
Mm-hmm.
But I have a feeling, I have a feeling that the Xbox Series S console, I don't think it's going to sell as well as they thought it's going to.
I can see that.
I think it's not going to sell as well. I think eventually, because eventually it's going to catch up to it, right? Something's going to catch up that's going to be like a game that's going to be like, hey, we can't run this game.
Right.
Well, it's already happening with Outriders. It doesn't hit 60, it hits 45.
Right.
You know what I mean?
And we're early into this generation.
Yeah, and this is this early into the generation, so now imagine moving forward how...
In 2 years from now.
Obsolete that console is going to become, which is maybe the reason why Microsoft is releasing that Chromium browser that can play these games on the streaming.
Well, didn't we talk before, we talked about a weak Xbox that you could just use it to stream,
Stream the yeah, why not? Make that the Xbox Series S. You can stream... That's true, man. Speaking of free and speaking of streaming, this month on PlayStation Plus, I know you've been waiting for this, man.
Mm-hmm.
Final Fantasy VII Remake is available for free on your PlayStation 4. As well as Remnant from the Ashes is free on your PlayStation 4. And if you are a VR PlayStation user, don't forget to download yourself another free game. You get a freebie, an exclusive freebie for the VR people. Farpoint is available for free for the PlayStation Plus members. That's a fucking cool game. These are solid games right here. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Now I was just thinking that myself. Like they give away solid games on their platform.
Compared to like Xbox, like Port Royale 3 and Metal Slug 3 and whatever the fuck, the Llama game. What the fuck was the other one? What was the other one now? See, I literally read it to you like 5 minutes ago, and you don't even fucking remember.
I already forgot. Yeah.
Whatever that other one was.
I don't even
no
claim
one even
most
cares. No one even cares. But Final Fantasy VII Remake, I downloaded that today. I claimed it today. And I also claimed Remnant from the Ashes. I didn't claim Farpoint because I already had bought it for my PSVR. But
And that reminds me too. Did I see in the news there's a PSVR 2 or something that was announced?
Mm-hmm.
We didn't really hit on that either. I don't think.
That was last week.
Did we hit on it last week?
We said that they pretty much just said they're making it. They didn't really release any specs or anything.
Yeah, you're right.
And also for the PS5, for my PS5 peoples, there's a game called Maquette. Maquette? This is a first-person recursive puzzle game that takes you into a world where every building, plant, and object are simultaneously tiny and staggeringly huge. Maquette makes it impossible by twisting the world into itself recursively in an MC Esker-esque fat. Who the fuck is MC Esker? You know who that is, Mal?
Nope.
Let's look up MC. Who is MC Esker? Oh, let's look at MC Esker. Maurits Cornelis Esker was a Dutch graphic artist who made mathematically inspired woodcuts, lithographs, and mesotints. Despite wide popular interest, Esker was for long somewhat neglected in the art world, even in his native Netherlands. He was 70 years old before a retrospective exhibition was held. Now, 70 years old. You know what that means, Mal? Follow your dreams, Mal. You could be 70 years old, Mal, and finally be featured on the world stage. Follow your dreams. Xbox. Wait, this is a PS5 game. PS5. Follow your dreams. Wasn't that the marketing campaign for the Xbox Series X that powered your dreams bullshit?
Something like that, yeah.
Power your dreams. That's so lame. Fucking hobo shit. Hobo ass. Powered your dreams trash. Anyways, that's all I have for the console corner. I mean, console corner people. You know, honestly, guys. Okay, honestly, I think you were right, Mayo, about buying a console next month.
Yeah, I just feel like they're more and more available. You hear it more often.
March. Okay, big news right now, Mail. Tomorrow morning, Mail, which is like 3 hours from now in your time. 2 hours from now.
Well, I'm close already. It's already 3:30 a.m.
Right,
here.
man. Listen, Mail. 2 hours in your time. Target's going to have a huge drop of PS5s. That's the word on the streets. It's Target, I think Target, Walmart, and I don't know if GameStop, but I know for sure Target is one of them. They're going to have a huge drop of PlayStation 5s coming in their way. Like I'm hearing like each store has like 20-something consoles right now. That's a lot.
Just in time for tax season.
Yeah, what a surprise, huh? And yeah, I'm hearing like a lot of these stores they have like 20 PS5s and like compared to like 8 Xboxes or whatever, 8 Xbox One X Series X's or whatever. So, I mean, the PS5, they're having a lot of PS5. Like it seems like somehow PS5 has ramped up their production a lot.
Yeah. It
must
be Biden already. The effects of Joe Biden already. They're like, oh yeah, we better get these things out here. The president's looking to it. Ship them.
Fuck. The president's investigating us. God damn it, get these things out the door. Yeah. That's true, right? Yeah, I forgot about that whole president bullshit. Oh, man. I agree. Also, Take-Two Interactive CEOs thinks that we are ready for $70 video games now.
Oh yeah, we're ready for them.
He says that he said, quote, we announced a $70 price point for NBA 2K21. And our view was that we're offering an array of extraordinary experiences, lots of replayability, and the last time there was a frontline price increase in the U.S. was 2005 and 2006. So we think consumers are ready for it.
So what we're saying is, well, it's been a while since we raised the price. We think you guys should go ahead and ready to pay more now. I don't think I'm ever ready for a price increase. Are you, Jesus? Are you ready for a price increase? Are you ready?
Man, I guess it's been 20 years now, 15 years or whatever. I guess I'm ready now. I don't
Yeah,
know.
you might as well be ready for it, because
This is yeah, that's what he said. He said that he said we all know anecdotally that we don't, even if you don't love a consumer experience, if you feel you were overcharged for it, it ruins the experience. You don't want to have that again. But if you go to a great restaurant, a really, really fine restaurant, Mayo, and you have a great meal and a great service, then you get a check that's double than what you think it should be. You're never going back. So we always want to make sure that consumers feel like we're delivering much more than what we ask for in return. And that's true for our current consumer spending as well. We are an entertainment company, and we are here to captivate and engage consumers. And if we do that, then monetization follows. So, yeah, I don't know. This guy's full of shit. This guy's...
But you're ready, Jesus. I can tell. I can see with the look in your eyes from over here on camera that you're ready to pay $70 for games. I can tell.
I've been, you know what? For the last 10 years, I've been wondering to myself, what do I do with these 10 extra dollars?
Right.
What do I do with it? I need to give them to somebody. I might as well just give it to the game companies at this point. Might as well give them $70 at this point. I don't know, might as well. Canadians might as well give $100 to the game companies. Why not? Their games are $80. You guys don't even need those extra 20 Canadian dollars. They're like fucking Monopoly money. Just give the extra 20 Canadian Monopoly monies to the companies and they'll be fine.
Well, maybe with the extra money, they can put more inclusion in their games. So have new staff members. And they can add more inclusion, Jesus.
We get more inclusions in the game. Can I have some Canadian inclusions?
Yeah, we'll get some Canadian options. We'll get some...
Pro-Canadian. Can I get some pro-Canadian inclusions into the games? And some pro-South American inclusions into the game? How about some pro-Russian communist inclusions into the game? And some pro-North Korean inclusions into the game? And some pro-Chinese inclusions into the game, Mail?
We need some pro HGP inclusions in the game.
I need a pro HGP inclusion into the game as well. You know what? We need some pro Patreon inclusions into the game. Some pro big D inclusions into the game. Some little D inclusions into the game.
Yeah.
Smallest Ds need to be included.
We can't leave out the smallest Ds. I mean, come on.
They have to be included into the game. Pro smallest D inclusions have to happen as well. I mean, we need. I mean, if the next game that comes out, Mayo, if I'm telling you right now, if this Outriders game comes out and it doesn't have pro smallest D inclusions in the title on the box as a bullet point, I'm not fucking buying it. I'm canceling it. Matter of fact, I'm going to cancel it. Hashtag not my Outrider. Outriders. It's an S at the end. Not my Outriders. Hashtag. I'm done, man. What the fuck are we doing next? What are we doing here? We're in community questions. Where are we? We're going on rants here.
We're just now getting into the community questions. All right, let's get rolling on these, Jesus. It's getting late over here. Brian Tulloch Jr. wants to know. He says, "Are you having any special hosts?" ? He says, so a more specific question too then could be asked. Brian, how many hours? Or just Brian? I guess Brian saying. I guess he copied this from Facebook. And he did. He says, how many hours is too many hours for a commute to work?
All right.
Okay. Right away, I'm going to say one. Once you pass 1 hour, like, I think 2 hours is too far. Like, 1.5, but I think 1.5 is really pushing it. Maybe 1 hour is my point.
Yeah.
Like,
1 hour would be fine. 2 hours, no way.
I could see having an hour of time to get to work, maybe an hour to decompress on your way home.
There was a guy at my work, this kid who had just recently graduated from college in Corvallis. And my work is in Portland, right? So people that live in Oregon are probably like, "Whoa, that's pretty far." Yeah, it is. This dude was driving 4.5 hours to get to work now. And 4.5 hours to go back home. So he will legit
8 hours of your day.
He will legit drive, like get up in the morning, take a shower, get in the car, stop at McDonald's, get a coffee, get his breakfast, eat on the way to work. Like eat as he's driving. Get to work, get off at midnight or whatever time we got off. Go home. On his way home, stop somewhere like at a McDonald's or something. Buy food, eat food on his way home. I told him one day, I'm like, what the fuck are you doing working here, dude? I was like, one of two things. Why don't you move closer?
Mm-hmm.
Or why don't you work somewhere else, closer to your house?
Well, you guys got to think of the gas money involved and the food.
And he was driving like an SUV, dude, like a Ford Explorer or something, like a Ford, something like one of those Ford SUVs. I don't know what the fuck.
So let's just say, on top of the gas money, say he stops at McDonald's every day and does this 5 days a week. And he stops on the way there and the way back.
Yeah.
He's probably spending...
Say he spends $8 on McDonald's. He goes for the cheap shit. He spends $7 on McDonald's every day, right?
Well, just maybe 14, one time, right? So like 14 a day?
A day? Every day?
Times 5.
On top of gas.
So he's probably $70 or $80 just a week on food, driving back and forth to work, plus gas.
Yeah. It was bad. I think he ended up quitting eventually. Yeah. So I was like, I don't blame him at all. Like, I would have quit I don't even know why he even agreed to the job in the first place. Why would you do that?
Yeah, that's just a lot.
Yeah, I would never anything. Yeah, you're right, man. I think anything over 2 hours is way too
Yeah, I mean, like I said, even over an hour, I think is pushing it. Like to me, I think an hour and 15 minutes. I'm like, it's kind of a long drive, you know. Would it be worth it? It'd have to be really worth it. Hour and a half almost seems like too much, even. That's 3 hours of my day involved in driving back and forth to work.
Yeah. Yeah, for me, it's 45 minutes from here to my work.
And that's pushing it. Like I remember, I used to live like 45 minutes away from my work, and then when we'd have bad weather and stuff like that,
or traffic or car accidents.
And then when I was working 7 days a week, it was a lot of mileage on my car too, a lot of wear and tear and stuff like that. Now I live a lot closer, so it's crazy. Now I go like 3 weeks when I take a gas, so before I was putting gas in it every week, it's crazy. But Brian also wants to know, Jesus, what's the longest you've gone without gaming?
Man, years.
Yeah, I mean, I had a point in life, like somewhere, I don't know how long it was, where I got away from games. I want to say in probably my early 20s when I first got married. But even then, I played a little bit here and there, real sporadic, But there was points where, as you're like a teen or whatever, where you just are more involved with wanting to run around. You get that vehicle for freedom and stuff like that. But I don't know when it was. But I think nowadays, probably the longest I've probably gone is a week, like vacation time maybe, like when I'm out of town. But that's about it, Besides that, it would be a good day or two. But in my past, I know there's been times where I've stepped away, and had not gamed in a long time and then came back to it, But I don't know how long that was.
Yeah, it's been about 2 years for me, probably 2 or 3 years. Depends really. I go with it, and then I go, don't do it, then I do it, then I don't do it.
I'm bad on time too. It's like I remember my dates really wrong. I'm always, like we're talking about on Steam, and it was like, oh yeah, I was playing before Steam was out or something like that. I can think back to that era, but I don't ever keep track of my mind to like when that was or like what year that was, So then I got like trying to do it. I'm like, okay, when was this, But yeah, I don't ever really look at that when I think back. Continuing on here, let's see. Josh, how do you pronounce this? Jesus, Sislo. He wants to know. He says, if you could head the development of any game creation, what game would you work on?
Oh, Jesus.
How many games have we talked about making in this place?
Oh, man.
What was the last one? The Andromeda, or not Andromeda, but Mass Effect. Ass Effect. What's it called?
Ass Effect. Yeah, we're gonna focus on all the asses equally, male and female asses, and alien ass. We don't care what kind of ass you want to look at. We're gonna focus on all of them, all the asses. I would love. See, the problem with me though, like if I was working on a huge, like on a Mass Effect game or a huge
and you're
RPG,
heading the development of it,
and I'm like the main dude who's like telling people what to do and like how to do it, the game would never finish. They would have to legit like tell me, hey motherfucker, you better have this game out in a year, or you're getting fired. And even then, I think I'd probably get fired because I wouldn't be able to tell people, you need to do this, and we need to do this, and we need to add this, and we need to add that. I would add so much shit into the game.
Or you just go straight up crazy like in Bandersnatch.
Yeah, just, like,
just crack.
Keep adding shit to it, dude. I'd be sitting there like what's his name? What's his name? Hideo Kojima. And we need to add some balancing when you're walking. You need to balance the walking. You need to balance the walking. Balance the walking!
More!
Add some balance! More balance! We need to add more ladders. We need to add chiral crystals. Why? Why do we need to add chiral crystals, Jesus? Just add the fucking chiral crystals, motherfucker. Don't ask questions. But isn't that part of the Death Stranding franchise? I don't give a shit! Make it a part of this franchise now, motherfucker. We're adding chiral crystals and chiral networks. We're adding it all. We're doing it all, motherfucker. Woo! Oh man, I would have so many ideas.
I guess my answer would just have to be it'd have to be a unique game. Like I couldn't name some AAA game right now that I would want to head.
Oh well, what kind of game though? What kind of game would you make? Would you make an RPG or like a action game?
Action adventure.
Let me guess. A white protagonist would be the hero, man.
Oh, well, yeah. I don't have the money to pay for an inclusion team yet.
Oh, you gotta have the extra money to play for the. You gotta pay for the inclusion team. Sorry, guys.
We'll add that as DLC later.
Sorry, guys. We didn't have enough money to pay for the inclusion team, so our main protagonist had to be a white, blonde-haired character.
From Ohio.
That was bald and looks a lot like me. But yes, that was the hero of the story.
We might be able to save some money in production if I just act like the character too. So we'll save some money in this one.
Mocap Mayo.
Mocap Mayo.
Oh shit! Oh man, let's do it. Fuck yeah, I'm down. I think it'd be a cool game, man. Whatever you're planning with the white protagonist that looks like you.
Yeah, we're gonna call the game Mocap Mayo.
That would be fucking cool.
There you go.
I don't even know what that means. No one even knows what to expect with that fucking title. Like, what is this game even about? Who knows? It's
Right.
fucking Mocap Mayo, dude.
Right, it's gonna be good.
All right.
All right. Now we're gonna continue on here. We're going with Sean. Is it Barber?
Barber.
What video game hero / protagonist would you swap to another game that you think would make the game even better, and why?
Oh. What do we give a hero? Well, that's a good fucking question, dude. Huh. I'm trying to think here. I'm swapping Master Chief into Commander Shepard's role.
Okay, I
All
can
right,
see
because
that.
Master Chief is a badass, like badass, 6 foot tall motherfucker with iconic ass armor. Everyone knows who he is. No one ever questions him. It's just a guy in a big fucking green spacesuit shows up, and you're like, it's him. It's it's the Chief. And he has some fucking crazy fucking AI in his head called Cortana. That's hot as hell. For some reason, the AI has to be hot. I don't know why. Can you imagine if they made Cortana ugly? Like if they made her like really ugly, like unattractive as hell,
Hmm.
like like a blob or something.
That's not
Yeah.
very inclusive, Jesus. You have to include the ugly people too.
Uh, make it inclusive. Listen, Cortana is non-inclusive. Okay, she's not inclusive because not all females look that hot, and I personally believe that females with nice voices may not always look like supermodels. All right, Mayo. Okay,
How dare you think this way?
all right. Maybe females with nice voices look like a blob. I don't know. I don't know. Okay, maybe. Okay, I don't know. I'm gonna. You know what? I'm throwing Master Chief out. Master Chief, you're not inclusive either. You're a big white. He's a white male protagonist. He's not inclusive either, male. Fuck him. All right. I'm using. Who am I using in my Mass Effect game? I'm gonna use. Who's an inclusive character that's inclusive? I'm gonna use Bayek from Assassin's Creed. He's an Egyptian dark-skinned male. Okay, he is a male though. Maybe he needs to be a female. That's not very inclusive either.
No.
God damn it! None of this shit's inclusive, man. Fuck. I need somebody who's a non-gender, a gender-neutral, non-binary, non-white, inclusive character to be in my game. Can you name one?
Oh, we gotta say non-furry too. We can go back to the Skyrim reference here. We can't have a
Non-furry,
furry in there either.
non-furry, non-animal, offensive either. I mean, if you pick a dog, then you're offensive against cats. If you pick a cat, you're offensive against dogs. Can't have that bullshit. I mean, you know what? Are we inclusive now? Is HGP inclusive? We have a Brussels sprout as our mascot, and I don't know if that's inclusive.
It might not be.
Like, I'm looking at it right now. The drawing that Jonathan Hall gave me of this Brussels sprout, I'm feeling that it's not inclusive. It looks very intimidating, just looking at it.
It
I'm
does
very
look a little
scared.
intimidating.
I mean, I'm gonna. This is
Some of our newer listeners are going, huh?
what the fuck are they talking about?
Are they talking about Brussels sprouts now? What?
This Brussels sprout is very intimidating, guys. I'm looking at it right. This is a drawing by pen. It was done in 2017, apparently, or something like that. And it's a very scary drawing. I'm scared right now. I'm in fear of my life. I don't know what's happening anymore. I mean, I don't know. These hero protagonists, it's hard to switch them out, dude. Like, you can't put Kratos in space. You can't put Master Chief in Kratos land because Master Chief would just get fucking killed. You can't put, like, okay. You could maybe exchange. The only people that I could see you exchanging, like, back and forth pretty, like, kind of, I wouldn't even say easily, but I would say, like, that might survive would be, like, the GTA characters with other GTA characters, or, like, Assassin's Creed characters with other Assassin's Creed characters. You know what I mean? like Assassin's Creed Valhalla character with Assassin's Creed Origins
Valheim.
character. Yeah.
Put him in Valheim.
Yeah, put him in Valheim. Yeah, that would be cool. You know, whatever. Like, that might work. But other than that, it would be very hard. I don't see it happening. Yeah.
All right. This one just kind of popped in my head. I'm going to pull out Steve from Minecraft and put him in Mario.
What the fuck?
There you go. Not very inclusive, though.
As like the main character?
Yeah, we can just replace Mario. We're gonna put the Minecraft dude in Mario World
Oh. Wow.
as a side scroller.
That would be so. The world would be so different. You know,
It would be different.
You know, there's an alternate universe out there with that exact situation happening right now.
You think?
Yeah, I believe in alternate universes, Mayo, and there's probably an alternate universe out there with that happening.
Could be.
Yeah. With that exact thought happening right now. Scary.
Moving on, Jesus. We're running long here tonight. Ricky Alvarez wants to know, which game would you like on Game Pass next? If you could choose any game that's on Xbox that could come to Game Pass, what do you want next? Is it new or old, for one? Is it something that's coming out, or is it something that's already out? Yeah, I guess I have to go there first.
Tough one.
I want to see Outriders on Game Pass.
That would be pretty cool.
I mean, right now, that's what I would like to see. And that would be a good Game Pass game to me, really. I mean,
that'd be an amazing Game Pass game. But yeah, I don't know. Maybe. That would be my pick. Outriders. Yeah.
Outriders would be good on Game Pass. I definitely think so.
Next question.
Good old Andrew, he wants to know, do you think some game trailers were shown at E3 just to see how the audience reacted to a reveal before deciding to make the game?
Maybe.
I think they could get a feel for the game from there, and maybe decide to scratch or change certain aspects of the game, maybe by people's response. Maybe. I mean, look at Halo. They kind of changed the game a little bit, by the reveal.
Yeah.
They didn't change the actual game, but they changed their graphics, way they're doing it and stuff like that.
I mean, there's some companies that don't need that at all. Like, they don't need anything before deciding to make a game. They just do it. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
I would argue that Bethesda is one of those companies. Rockstar is definitely one of those companies where literally Rockstar, all they do is just change the color of their logo. Legit. They'll go on like Twitter or Facebook and like update the color of their Rockstar logo to fucking red. And like everyone's like, Red Dead Redemption. It's happening. Like, you know what I mean? It's like, oh, whoa, oh yeah, guys. And then like fucking 2 months later, like, oh yeah, we're working on Red Dead Redemption. It's coming on in like March. All right, guys. See you later.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Or like Call of Duty, we've said before, we could just say something. Like they just show
Call
a
of Duty,
picture.
World War II. They could just if the Call of Duty Twitter account right now, literally right now, Mayo, if they just put WW2 on their Twitter profile, like as a tweet, WW2. That's it. Or like fuck Nazis or something. That's it.
They go nuts.
People would be like, "Oh my god, oh, new Call of Duty has been leaked. Oh fuck, we got all the details right here." Like everyone would be talking about it. Like, okay, dude, whatever. Whatever.
Yeah. Continuing on, Tony Rodriguez, Jesus. He knows you. He says, has a spouse/girlfriend told you that you were gaming too much? And did they try to change you, give you an ultimatum, involve your parents, looking back now, were they right? Would you do anything differently? There's a lot of
Jesus
questions,
Christ,
man.
this
Okay.
is like
So
personal problems here. Jeez.
my ex-wife at the time, like she was not a gamer. She did not like video games. She didn't want anything to do with video games. She thought they were a waste of time. So she would try to get me off of games at times, but she wouldn't really give me like an ultimatum or, anything like that. And she would never try to change me either in that aspect. She just knew that's something that I enjoyed and that, she didn't, and we didn't share that common interest, but, didn't try to change it or change my way of doing things. So I would say no for me. Like none of my girlfriends in the past, really cared.
My ex-wife didn't like the fact that I game a lot. She didn't like the fact that I spent as much time as I did doing it, and then that I actually ended up pursuing this podcast.
Mm-hmm.
She thought that it was a waste of time. She was like, "Why would you talk about video games with your friends when you already play video games with your friends?"
Mm-hmm.
She thought it was kind of like a waste of time, and she never gave me an ultimatum. Like that wasn't the reason we split up, and she never involved my parents because my parents are both passed. They're both deceased. They both passed away before I met her. Even my parents passed away when I was like 15. Um, and I wouldn't say she tried to change me, but she would try to influence my decisions to try to not game as much. She would try to force me to fuck. She would schedule shit with her family. Let's go out and we're gonna go to the fucking river. It's just like, what the fuck, dude? God damn it, my fucking day off. I gotta go to the fucking river and barbecue for
Right.
7 hours in this fucking river in the hot ass sun with their whole family there. You know what I mean? Or oh, we're gonna have this fucking get together at my parents' house. I'm like, oh, fucking great, And looking back, were they right? Was she right that I was gaming too much? No, I don't think she was. I think that she just didn't understand that I had my hobbies and she had hers.
Yeah, I was to say it's a hobby, and I'm sure there has to be some kind of moderation in things, but there's not, like.
I personally think that she didn't understand that I had my own hobbies and she wanted me. The problem that her hobby was spending time with her family, but spending time with her family, she wanted me to do it with her. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
So it was like she was trying to she never understood that she was dragging me into her hobbies while I never asked her to be in mine. You know what I mean? I never asked her to game. I never asked her to learn how to game. I never asked her to or forced her to or told her to that she needed to game. It was just she always wanted me to be a part of her family or her hobbies or her things or her whatever she was doing, her parties, her friends, her whatever, her get-togethers. But I never asked her to be part of mine. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
And maybe I don't know if that was maybe I should have. Even though I did try to get her to game a few times and she didn't fucking like it. She was like, "This is too complicated. I don't get it."
Mm-hmm.
Would I do anything differently? I don't know. I mean, personally, no. I don't think I would. Even though we split up and even though shit went the way it did, I don't think I would do anything differently. Because I feel like anything that I've done in my life or anything that I've experienced in my life has happened for a reason, and I've experienced it because I need to.
Mm-hmm.
Despite I've experienced some real bad shit in my life, like pretty bad. But at the same time, I could also say that all these things that I've experienced and all these things that I've been through have really influenced me and shaped who I am today. Man.
Right.
I have no regrets, dude. Whatever. Shit happens. And I'm pretty sure you feel the same. Whatever. Why would you do anything differently? For what? What would be the outcome of that?
Right. I mean, I look at it, if it's something you're going to enjoy, why would you change doing things you enjoy? Yeah. Again, in moderation, I could say, oh, yeah, we can game all we want. I know there's people that do this, they get there is addictions. There is hobbies and there is an addiction. Like if you are not showering because you want to play video games, or you're not eating because you're playing video games, or you are not working or making a living or providing for your family to play video games, and that's different than having it as a hobby, or having it as a passion.
There's people out there that don't do that. They don't.
Oh, I've seen stuff like that where people that I know that will game, and that's just all they do, or they don't work, or they work very little and they don't care if they can pay their bills or not, and they just, I'm gonna go play games.
Fuck you.
But. So I'm sure there's a healthy balance with things, but yeah. Last question, Jesus, and that's Jason Sams. That's Jay from the Discord. And he says, have you seen the almost half an hour gameplay of Biomutant that is coming out in May? What do you think of it? And he says it's doing a lot of cool stuff, and that he is looking forward to it. And what about you guys, and what platform we'd be playing it on? So evidently, I have not seen anything on this game, actually.
This comes out on May 25th, 2021 for everything, but I don't know what this game is. It's an action role-playing game. The graphics look really cool. It looks really fucking cool. But I don't know what this game is at all.
I'm trying to see if I recognize it from any screenshots where I just didn't pay attention, close enough attention, but...
All the screenshots I'm looking at look really fucking cool on the website. No, but I'm pretty sure I'll buy it.
Yeah, I mean, same.
Pretty sure I'll buy it.
Yeah, it looks pretty good. I think I'll play it.
Cool, right? Yeah, why not? It looks fucking dope. Like the graphics look fucking cool. Like,
as to what platform, obviously for me it's just gonna be a PC. I mean, that's where I play everything. I have that Xbox, but like, I'm more comfortable right here. This is my seat. This is my gaming chair. This is my environment that I like to play in. So I know, Jesus, I'm sure you'll be playing this on PC also.
Yeah.
Gunny will be buying it on Xbox so he can share it with Gibbs.
Yep.
Speaking for Gunny.
So true.
Jesus, guess what?
What?
That was the last question.
Wow. Holy shit. 6 hours later, we're done.
Yes.
Wow. We're done. Where can we find you, Mayo?
Oh, man, you can find me. I started working after last week. You got me kind of all messed up for a minute there. And I'm like, I need to change my gamer tag.
Oh.
And you started to be on a rabbit trail for a minute there, then I gave up. So
did you almost find it? Did you almost find it?
No, I tried. Okay, so like I went through. I couldn't find my Steam one, and I'm like, okay, no, I give up on that. So then I go to Microsoft, and I looked at my Xbox account. Like, I'm like, okay, I did something. Well, I ended up changing it on there, but now I had the little numbers behind it. Like I don't have that old. The Mayo.
Oh, you don't have like. Oh, so you have like the Mayo, but like you have like the hashtag.
Yeah, hashtag numbers now. But I went ahead and just went with that. So I'm now just the Mayo one on the Xbox app and on my Xbox.
Well, the thing is that like on Xbox, I think that you could be anything now. Like I could be the Mayo also.
Yeah, it goes by that series of numbers behind it.
And it goes by a series of numbers behind it. Yeah.
Yeah. And then my Steam was already the Mayo, so that's already there. I tried changing. I'm trying to remember which one. Oh, I tried changing my my Ubisoft account. I think I'm the Mayo one on Ubisoft. And so I have a couple primary emails that I use, right? And so I'm like, okay, it's not this email, so it has to be the other email. So I type in the other email. and it's like, this password is not valid. So I click reset password, right? So I'm like, it'll send me, if I have an account with that email, it's going to say, say it. So it sends me a link to my email to reset the password for that account. I'm like, oh, I found it. I can go back to regular mail in this account, right? So I reset the password to something I want, and I log in. I log out with my other account, and I log in with this new password on this old email, right? And it says, welcome Injustice. Evidently, I gave it to my son.
Oh, fuck.
So he has that as a EA or as Ubisoft account, my old email.
Wow.
So it's my old email, but he made it his account. Well, then I changed his password on him. So I'm like, dude, you're going to be locked out of your account until you use this password right here. I'm like, you can change it back. He's like, okay, thanks for letting me know. And that's where I kind of stopped. I'm like, all right, because I know he took over a couple accounts because when he was younger, he didn't have his own email. We didn't let him have it. So he would just use my old email or my alternate email. And so he has an account or two associated with that email. And so he might have just taken over some of the old accounts too. But I just kind of let it go at that point. I'm like, yeah, I'm good. So you can pretty much just find me as the Mayo everywhere. Maybe the Mayo one. I think on Origin and EA or Ubisoft are the only two left. But just find me on Discord, Jesus the Mayo. That's the easiest way to do it. Facebook, the Mayo.
We'll try.
What about you,
We'll
Jesus?
try. Find me on everything as Jesus Walks Line. I mean everything, including the brand new and exclusive Clubhouse. I'm on Clubhouse, Mayo. Woo!
Clubhouse. What's Clubhouse?
What do you mean you don't know what Clubhouse is?
No, I'm old.
What is this?
Come on, what is this?
Clubhouse is the newest social media app
Mm.
on iPhone.
Is this an iPhone only thing?
It is. I believe it is an iPhone only thing.
All right, I'm going to Google Play right now.
Try to Google it. Maybe you find it. I'm pretty sure it's an iPhone only thing. It's in beta right now. Clubhouse is a new social media platform where maybe it's that one. I don't know. Mine looks like. Hold on.
It's Clubhouse Software Incorporated about this app.
Mine looks like that, man. Like it has that guy on the cover. This guy right here.
I can't really, it's not really focusing very well. Yeah, I know like the apps from Apple and look a lot different. So what do we do in Clubhouse, Jesus? It's join the beta, so it could be.
Yeah, maybe you're in then. So Clubhouse, it's pretty much like a social media place where you can message. I don't know if it's run by Twitter. It has to be run by something because Twitter. Let me link my Twitter account to it, that's how I pulled all my information over, like my profile pictures, my name, my birthday, everything. But anyways, Clubhouse is a new social media platform where you can chat with anyone, really. You can say me, you, and Gunny open up a chat room, right? Where me, you, and Gunny could be talking live. And other people can just join that chat room as listeners. And they listen to us talk live in that room. And then if they want to, they can raise their hand and we can let them speak. We can click on them and let them speak as the room moderator. You can select on who you want to let speak. And you can let them speak. And it's pretty much like live podcasting.
So the one I was clicked on is like some kind of, I think this is different. So this was saying, when I went to their website, it was... It says it's a project management without all the management.
No.
So, but if I back out of this and if I just search Clubhouse, right?
Yeah, Clubhouse,
and there's another option that has like a girl on the cover and it's called live chat.
No.
So I don't know if I don't know. Maybe it is an Apple only thing. But anyhow, so you're on Clubhouse.
So it says here, Clubhouse is a space for casual drop-in audio conversations with friends and other interesting people around the world. You can go online anytime to chat with the people you follow or hop in as a listener and hear what others are talking about. And it says here, This is an invite-only app at the moment. So, like, you have to have somebody in the app that invites you. And thankfully, one of our listeners and one of our community members, who was a Berserk Sod, he was on the podcast a while back. Remember him, Berserk?
Yes, yeah, YouTuber or streamer, not YouTuber, Twitch streamer.
Twitch streamer, yeah. He like messaged me. He's like, "Hey, Jesus, are you on Clubhouse?" I'm like, "What? No." He's like, "I was like, what? Are you gonna invite me?" He's like, "Yeah, I'll invite you. Just text me your number." And I texted him. He texted me back the link, and then I invited him, or he invited me. I mean, and I joined it, and I'm in Clubhouse. Woo! I'm in an exclusive club. Woo! Woo! 2021 Clubhouse. Woo! I don't know what do I get for being in there, man.
I don't know.
Nothing?
It better be inclusive, I know that.
I don't think, I mean, if it's invite only, is it inclusive?
Mm-hmm.
I know, like, all the rich people have this shit. Like, all the famous streamers have this. Like, what's his name? Shroud. I see, like, Shroud, Ninja. These motherfuckers are in here. Who else is in here? Like, Bill Gates and shit is in here. Elon Musk.
Oh, you're hanging out with all the big people now.
Man, I don't know, rich people over here. All rich, famous folks. I'm just Jesus Walks a Lot from HGP, guys. Hey. Hey, guys. Look at me. Anyways, that's Clubhouse for you. If you want to join. I have one more invite left, man. If you only had an iPhone.
I guess you have to send it to Gunny. Old man Gunny.
Oh my! I'm gonna get Gunny on the Clubhouse. Gunny's gonna be talking to Elon Musk. He's gonna become best friends with Elon Musk and get sent to space. Yeah, that's where you can find me, people, on everything. That's Jesus Walks a Lot. Like I said, even on Clubhouse, I'm Jesus Walks a Lot. Everything, I'm fucking Jesus Walks a Lot on everything.
All right, Jesus. With that being said, what does Gidget say?
Peace out, Brussels sprouts. We'll catch you on the next week's edition of the Horrible Gamers Podcast. 5-hour edition show. Jesus.
You might have to do an intermission in between next time. I don't know.
You know what, man? Like, should we do like a break in between?
I don't know. I mean,
I feel like these are getting pretty long now. We're like, we should just.
I mean, do we really need a break? Like, we sit down and do it. So, I mean, if we did a break, we're just going to cut and then come right back to it. The listeners, they can just pause and come back. So, I don't know.
Yeah, you know what? You're right.
You know, I mean, the break could be more for us, I think.
Now, we'll figure that out somehow. Because, you know, maybe the listeners don't listen to the outro music, and we put a lot of effort into that, man.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, well, we don't, but the people that make the music put a lot of effort into it.
Right.
We just
put it at the end of our show. Edit it in a little bit. We got to do a little bit with it.
Okay, like we put a lot of effort into this stuff, and like, what if it's not being appreciated, man? What if these people are just taking us for granted, man?
Yeah, maybe they're not including us.
What if they're not being inclusive of us? Are they podcast exclusive?
Yeah, I don't know. Come on, guys, be more podcast inclusive.
Are they being inclusive? Well, are you guys... are we included in your inclusiveness?
Let us know next week in the feedback.
Let us know how inclusive you are. I know Jonathan Hall has to be pretty inclusive. That guy, he includes anything. He's just high on the drugs all the time. He don't care what's being included. He just does it all. So, anyways, we're out of here.
All right.
Go play some more Outriders. Play some more. What are you gonna play, Mel? Apex Legends.
Apex.
I'm gonna play some more Apex on the Switch. Ooh, I'm gonna beat Mayo on this Mayo Pass. So, I wanna be, dude. Imagine how bad it's gonna run on the Switch and handheld. Oh my god, I can't wait to experience that shit show. I'm gonna do it anyways, just for the show. I love you guys. Peace out, Brussels sprouts. We'll catch you next week. Goodbye.
See ya.
the number you have dialed is not in service at this time. We're sorry, the number you have dialed is not in service at this time.